One day, the sky suddenly darkened, as if doomsday had arrived. It was on that very day that countless strange stone pillars fell from above. Immediately after, a massive barrier was deployed, enveloping the entire world. Humanity watched in horror as the towering stone pillars shot up into the sky. Then the monsters known as calamity beasts broke through the barrier and invaded the human world. A giant, apocalyptic demon appeared, casually crushing living beings underfoot. Following it were countless other demons, swarming like ants. They brutally slaughtered humanity. The air was filled with the echoes of terrified screams. Many people were killed instantly. Some struggled to flee from their claws. The major intersection had now lost its former appearance, leaving only ruins, corpses scattered everywhere, splattered fresh blood, and the ferocious monsters. They seemed endowed with destructive power, rampaging everywhere, firing streams of energy towards any survivors they saw. A mother ran holding her child. In the moment of imminent danger, she pushed her child forward to protect them. Suddenly, a voice called in Itsuki's ear, "Itsuki." Itsuki startled, turning to Seiya standing beside him. She asked curiously, "What's wrong? You just spaced out." He replied, "It's nothing." Seiya looked suspiciously at Itsuki's demeanor. "Really? Look at your face, it's covered in tears." Then she asked further, "So why are you crying?" Rimuru stepped up from behind, putting a friendly arm around Itsuki's shoulder. "You're sleepy, right? You'd usually be asleep by now. Today there's this sudden all-school assembly, and moreover, that teacher, he's dressed pretty weirdly." On stage, teacher Shufeng, clad in head-to-toe covering clothing, began to speak. After the calamity beasts appeared, individuals with the power to resist them emerged within the community. They are called the Awakened. 10 years ago, when the largest calamity beast attack occurred at the north bank of the Blue River, Awakened from all over the world gathered, crossed the river, and repelled them. That battle became known as the River Crossing War. Since then, attacks have diminished, but recently the number of falling stone pillars has skyrocketed. A large-scale attack similar to the River Crossing War is highly likely to occur in the near future. Rimuru looked at him in surprise. That man is the supreme commander of the northern continent, Nento. Itsuki silently memorized the name. Nento, I've definitely heard this name before. I thought he'd be a stooped old man with a long beard, but he looks even stranger than I imagined. Rimuru continued. Despite his appearance, he's actually the first Awakened. Thanks to him, we learned information about the stone pillars and the calamity beasts. Moreover, he's the strongest Awakened. Even Jin Taewa, who holds the title Light of Humanity, was once his student. Nento announced, recent research has shown that even ordinary people who haven't awakened can become awakened with a certain probability by touching a stone pillar. I am here today so that all of you can attempt this, become awakened, and dedicate yourselves to the fight against the calamity beasts. As he finished speaking, energy emanated from his palm, enveloping the stage. From it, a giant stone pillar appeared, rising from the ground. The students cheered excitedly. A stone pillar? Is that magic? What's so surprising about this? This is like a dream. Please turn me into an awakened. Rimuru asked Itsuki happily. Did you hear that? We finally have a chance to become awakened. Itsuki lowered his head, muttering in a low voice, finally. Seeing Itsuki leave, Rimuru called out from behind. Hey, don't leave me behind. Seiya stepped in front, blocking the way. Wait, Itsuki, wait for your turn. But Itsuki ignored her, brushing past. His eyes flashed with an extremely ominous red light, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Finally, this day has come. On stage, people took turns placing their hands on the stone pillar for inspection. The guard standing beside announced, "No good, next." Fellow students expressed their worries. That guy set the record in our first year. Even an athlete like him didn't make it. How am I supposed to do it then? A girl advised. Maybe athletic ability has nothing to do with it. It's too early to give up. The guard's indifferent voice rang out. Next, but the calls of failure continued. The group chattered, still no one has awakened. I thought it would be easy. Is our school going to fail completely? The next name was called. Next, Hikaru Oishi. A girl spoke up. I really don't want that guy to become an awakened. The girl next to her agreed. He's already a bully. If he awakens, it'll be a nightmare. A boy pointed to the stage in fear. Look, the stone pillar is changing. Lightning radiated from around the stone pillar, and Hikaru Oishi. He thought smugly. After this, Nento and the beauty next to him will have to pay attention to me. The display read, Hikaru Oishi, Humanity Level 0 Occupation. Lightning Elementalist Talent, Private Level 2 Stats, Attack 5, Speed 3, Defense 2, Magic 2, Total 12. Aja has said disappointedly, finally, a Level 0. The total is usually 5, but he has 12. That's probably better than average, right? Hikaru Oishi was very self-satisfied. Doesn't the old man Nento have something to say to me? The first awakened here. But he was pushed aside as Itsuki stepped forward. Hikaru Oishi was so angry veins bulged on his face. What the hell do you think you're doing? Touching me with your filthy hands. Want to die? Students below whispered, Who is that guy? He just cut in line. Someone recognized him. That's Itsuki from class 5. He's done for. Once Hikaru Oishi targets him, there's no way out. Ageha whispered. I sense an incredibly intense emotion from that student. Itsuki raised his hand and touched the stone pillar. He thought to himself, I've engraved every detail of that day into my mind, so I never forget my hatred for the calamity beasts. My resolve is completely different from everyone else's. Nento's eyes showed astonishment. Behind Itsuki, what seemed like a formidable guardian deity appeared. The energy around the stone pillar changed violently. The space seemed to freeze. A powerful surge of energy, like a giant flower, enveloped the entire stage, spreading out across the whole school. Students covered their mouths in awe. Some fell to the ground. Incredible. This looks even more spectacular than Hikaru Oishi's awakening. That flower is over 100 meters tall. Rimaro shared the joy. Itsuki, you succeeded. Ageha couldn't contain her surprise. This phenomenon only occurs when the rarest occupation, the extinction user, appears. Nento was intrigued. I wonder how strong he will be. I look forward to this young man. Hikaru Oishi was resentful, his face turning blue with veins as his moment of glory was stolen. Itsuki was even more shocked. Where am I? Did I awaken? His consciousness was sitting, cross-legged, within a blooming flower. A display appeared that shocked Itsuki. Itsuki, humanity level undetermined occupation. Extinction user talent, supreme nirvana fixed level. Stats increase upon learning new skills, removes all negative effects and fully recovers. Skill, super simulation rank Z, analyzes enemy attacks and allows acquisition of counter skills. Stats, attack 0, speed 0, defense 0, magic 0, total 0. Itsuki's face darkened. Everything is 0. A series of new notifications popped up. Learned rank Z skill, super simulation. Supreme talent nirvana activated, all stats increased to 200. He cheered inwardly. I get it. If I learn a skill through super simulation, I get stats through nirvana. Even if I can't level up, I can still get stronger in my own way. This filled Itsuki with intense belief. I don't know what level this puts me at, but I've definitely become an awakened. I will destroy all the calamity beasts. Light from the flower radiated in all directions, making everyone exclaim, so bright, my eyes. Within that blinding light, Itsuki's back appeared, full of majesty. This was something Hikaru Oishi could not accept. Hikaru Oishi was furious to the point of madness, his eyes burning red. This guy can't be. He shot lightning through the crowd of students, a failure like you should know your place. The electric current snaked from behind, charging towards Itsuki on stage. Hikaru Oishi vowed, I'll erase you with the skill I just learned, Silver Serpent. Just as the first bolt of lightning reached him, Itsuki's interface appeared. Detected rank C skill, Silver Serpent. Super simulation activated. Analysis progress, 27%, 57%, 69%. In an instant, Itsuki turned into a flash of white lightning and vanished from the stage. The students were astonished. Where did Itsuki go? There was a flash of lightning and he disappeared. When progress reached 88%, Itsuki appeared like death itself behind Hikaru Oishi. He broke out in a cold sweat. He's behind me. Damn it, I can't move. Itsuki's cold voice rang in his ear. Be glad you're human. If you were a calamity beast, I would have killed you 100 times over. After regaining his senses, Hikaru Oishi sat slumped on the ground in terror. Whispers erupted around them. When did Itsuki get there? Is Hikaru Oishi so scared he collapsed? When progress reached 100%, Itsuki thought to himself, since it's only a rank C skill, the analysis speed is really fast. Analysis of Silver Serpent complete. Acquired rank C skill, Thunder Shockwave. Thunder Shockwave level 1 activated. Can absorb lightning element attacks rank C and below. Increases speed by 50% when releasing absorbed energy. Usage count, 0.3. Passive, adds 5% speed for each rank C lightning element attack absorbed, current 0%. Learn Thunder Shockwave level 1. All stats increased by 10. Removed all negative effects and fully recovered. Itsuki reappeared before everyone, surrounded by lightning and blooming flower petals. Students marveled, now Itsuki is covered in lightning. The light is even brighter than Hikaru Oishi's. Hikaru Oishi panicked. How the hell did that guy learn a skill like that? His stats increased again. Suddenly the sky grew gloomy, heavy raindrops began to fall. Students were surprised. It was just sunny, now rain, something's falling. In the thick curtain of rain, a massive stone pillar fell from above. Ageha was surprised. A stone pillar? Why now of all times? Nento continued. And here of all places, the all-school assembly is suspended. Everyone evacuate the school grounds immediately according to the drill plan. He thought to himself, no doubt about it, I am their target. Ageha urged, let's run. Fighting isn't our specialty. Nento shook his head. If we run too, it will only cause more panic. Look, that young man is much braver than us. While the other students panicked and ran the other way, only Itsuki bravely advanced towards where the stone pillar was crashing down onto the stage. Ageha couldn't believe it. Why aren't you running? The stone pillar crashed down, creating a significant tremor. Dust billowed up thickly. Rimuru called out fearfully, "Hey, a calamity beast is coming. Let's get out of here," Itsuki declared solemnly. "I will wipe them all out." Rimuru worried, "What are you saying? If you don't run, you'll die." Seiya agreed. "Rimuru's right. You just awakened, you can't fight it. Leave it to the other awake." But Itsuki refused to listen. His voice reassured everyone, "Trust me." Seiya pulled Rimuru away. "Fine, if you die, don't blame me." Rimuru was still worried. Is he really going to do it? That thing is a calamity beast, a mobile killing machine. No one knew that Itsuki was currently ecstatic. Who would have thought my first enemy after awakening would be the same kind that killed my parents? I'm just too lucky. The calamity beast information displayed. Bone Soldier 10,369, level 8 talent. Level 2, plus 100% defense. If opponent's attack is higher than defense, talent is nullified skill. Bone Flame rank B stats. Attack 15, speed 10, defense 120 plus 120, magic 30, total 295. It stood imposingly before Itsuki, ready for the first battle. Itsuki wondered, should I try the skill I just learned? Lightning flared up around his body. With speed like lightning, Itsuki charged straight at the Bone Soldier. He vowed inwardly, "I won't let anyone else die." A palm strike imbued with lightning shot powerfully towards the Bone Soldier. A thunderous boom shook the stage, sending dust flying high. From a distance, students looked back, exclaiming in amazement, "Wow, this Itsuki guy is strong. Maybe we don't need to run away." I didn't expect him to blow it away with one punch, Lan Lan thought to herself. A rookie who just awakened can blow away a level 8 calamity beast. Soon to praised, Itsuki's courage and strength are on a completely different level from other level zeros. But even so, defeating the Bone Soldier is impossible. They possess two troublesome abilities. First is a terrifying defensive talent. Second is the Bone Flame skill, a flame that can incinerate anything. On stage, Itsuki was being attacked by Bone Flame. The Bone Soldier's undying blue flames engulfed. His two close friends called out worriedly, "Itsuki." Hikaru Oishi gloated, "Don't know your place. Once the Bone Flame touches you, you'll be nothing but ash." A notification appeared. Detected rank B skill, Bone Flame. Super simulation activated, progress, 1%, 25%, Itsuki realized. The analysis speed increases every time the enemy uses a skill directly on me. Ageha worried. Even a level 10 awakened wouldn't survive a direct hit from that move. But seeing Itsuki completely unharmed, she marveled. To think a new genius has appeared who can kill calamity beasts even before reaching maturity. Analysis progress. 77%, 81%, Itsuki tore off his outer shirt. Underneath, white bones like the Bone Soldiers were exposed. He thought, so this is the feeling of being burned. It must be painful. The familiar face of his mother appeared in his mind, half of her face burned by Bone Flame. Nento observed and realized, Itsuki hasn't gone all out yet. He declared coldly, "Right, once the analysis is complete, you will die." Notification update. Analysis progress 100%. The group was losing faith. Isn't it too much for someone who just awakened? I was foolish to put my hope in that boy, but a boy still held a sliver of hope. Look, that lotus flower is appearing again. If it's Itsuki, he'll perform another miracle. Itsuki was eager. What skill will I learn this time? System update. Analysis of Bone Flame complete. Acquired Dark Ice Secret Level 2. Activation effect. Consumes magic to continuously create ice on the body's surface. Can block fire element skills rank B and below. Passive effect. Increases defense by 10% when blocking a rank B or lower fire element skill, current 0%. Received Dark Ice Secret Level 2. All stats increased by 20%. Removed all negative effects and fully recovered. New stats. Attack 230 plus 21, speed 230 plus 21, defense 230 plus 210, magic 230 plus 210, total 920 plus 840. Itsuki was confident. Even using my full strength earlier, I couldn't break its defense. But now my attack stat has increased so much, I will succeed. His body was restored to perfection, without a single wound. Itsuki stood enveloped in the radiant blue flower. Students cheered joyfully. Oh my god, he's alive. Yes, I knew he could do it. That complete recovery is just like a miracle. Ageha wondered, does he have a recovery skill? But wasn't he using a lightning skill earlier? Nento pondered. It said the extinction user is the most mysterious occupation, but Itsuki is an exception. To think he recovered so perfect. Could he recover even from a severed limb or a destroyed brain? I'm curious about the limits of this skill. The Bone Soldier continued to shoot Bone Flame, aiming to destroy Itsuki. The raging blue flames rushed forward. The blue flower enveloped Itsuki's entire body, intense heat radiating out. A layer of icy armor appeared around his body, shielding him, only his eyes flashing with dangerous red light. Just as the bone flame came slashing down, Itsuki moved like lightning, appearing behind it. A gigantic arm towering high, covered in lightning, was raised. He had transformed into a battle form, a larger body, encased in complete armor. Itsuki launched his second attack, a heavenly lightning bolt like a blade, slicing across the bone soldier's body. The witnesses were stunned. He flew behind the calamity beast in an instant, like teleporting. Only an awakened could see his movement. Hikaru Oishi was terrified. I didn't see anything, just like last time, Aja had doubted. Is this person really a rook? He not only has sturdy armor protecting his body, but can also create weapons in any shape. That's a god-tier skill for both defense and offense. Suddenly a call rang out, making Itsuki freeze. Rimuru ran over and hugged him tightly. Itsuki, I'm so glad you won. I was so worried, he asked concernedly. Where's Seiya? Only now did Itsuki realize she wasn't nearby. Wait, she's not here, seeing his face as if about to cry. Rimuru comforted him. She probably went to the memorial because she was afraid of being left behind. Itsuki thought, is she angry? Aja marveled to think that young man defeated a bone soldier that even a level 10 awakened would struggle with. Nento reminded Aja, stay here and assist with cleanup. Also, pass a message to the principal. I'll be taking that young man with. Rimuru patted Itsuki's shoulder. There's no way Seiya is angry when you just won. Suddenly a voice came from behind. You're Itsuki, right? He turned to see Nento approaching. From afar, students murmured, look, Nento is talking to him. Maybe he plans to take him as a disciple. No way. His only disciple is Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest in history. Rimuru tactfully withdrew. I'll go find Seiya then. When they were alone, Nento assessed. You're quite special. Itsuki was surprised to hear those words. He continued, I sense your heart is shrouded in rage and hatred. That's what makes me curious. I want to know the reason. Itsuki lowered his head, his voice distant. 10 years ago, my parents were killed by a calamity beast while trying to protect me. Back then, I was just a boy watching the horrific scene. He recounted, I was almost killed too, but an awakened saved me right before my eyes. I watched my mother burn to death. Then she said, you'll have to walk the rest of the path on your own. Back then, I could only mutter blankly, Mom. I blamed myself. My father and mother died because of me. Nento refuted, you're wrong. The root cause of everything you witnessed back then was that cruel calamity beast. Hatred surged. Itsuki gritted his teeth. I swore I would wipe out all the calamity beasts, not leaving a single one. Nento was curious. You still shed tears even when your heart is consumed by hatred. Itsuki placed a hand over his right eye. Ever since I got the void eye, my tears stopped flowing. But now, tears are suddenly falling from my right eye. Thanks to this, I will never forget my hatred for the calamity beasts. Nento offered proactively, do you want to become my disciple? I will bring you into the Salvation Alliance and grant you overwhelming power to carry out your vengeance. Itsuki was surprised. The Salvation Alliance. Nento explained, it's an organization established by the government of the southern continent, gathering powerful awakened from all over the world. The purpose is to fight the calamity beasts more effectively and scientifically. You can think of it as a formal army. Members are called saviors, provided with private training grounds, powerful weapons, and high salaries. Even rookies in training receive 10,000 gold per month. Itsuki thought in amazement, 10,000 gold, with that you could even buy a car. Nento reminded, of course, such generous treatment isn't free. Saviors must always fight on the front lines and protect the people. Itsuki reflected, to be honest, I don't care about high salaries or resources. The most important thing is being able to fight calamity beasts on the front line. He decided, I also want to become a savior. Nento revealed, every February, the Salvation Alliance holds an exam called the National Salvation Alliance Tournament, with over 10,000 participants. Contestants are scored based on their performance. Only the top 100 qualify. Itsuki asked immediately, what's the highest score record ever? Nento hesitated. It's not very meaningful for reference, but the record is 15,000 points, set by Kazunari Satsumi 11 years ago. If you achieve 30% of that, you'll pass. Achieve 50%, you could rank first. Itsuki was surprised. Kazunari Satsumi, is that the strongest awakened, called the light of humanity, that Rimuru mentioned. Nento assessed, Kazunari Satsumi is very special. Comparing yourself to him will only lead to despair. But have confidence, with your talent, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with. Itsuki vowed, I will surpass Kazunari Satsumi. The confident promise shook Nento. He placed his faith, you will undoubtedly become famous. All the young people are trying to follow in your footsteps. Just following behind can't win the war against the calamity beasts. Someday, someone will appear like the morning sun rising to replace the setting sun. I look forward to that future. Nento thought to himself, the morning sun I've been waiting for has finally appeared. When he brought Itsuki to a bizarrely shaped building, the boy was surprised. What's that? Nento revealed, the stone pillars are like pathways connecting this world to the world of the calamity beasts. That's why if you only kill the monsters and leave the pillars, they will keep appearing. This building is a facility that isolates the indestructible stone pillars. Awakened periodically clear out calamity beasts from the pillars. This keeps the scale of the barrier suppressed, and it also serves as a training ground. Itsuki understood, so this is the training area, Nento confirmed. Yes, we call them level dungeons. The number of calamity beasts that appear is uncontrollable, so it's very dangerous inside. Particularly, the dungeon right before us has the highest mortality rate for rookies. It's also known as the rookie graveyard. He recounted, back then, Kazunari Satsumi, when he was a newly sprouted awakened, cleared it in just 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Itsuki said, I want to surpass him. Let me complete it in 3 minutes. Nento set the condition. If you clear it within 3 minutes, I will accept you as my disciple. The story pauses here, with a great challenge awaiting Itsuki ahead. Nento's appearance caused everyone to murmur in awe. Look, it's Lord Nento. The one next to him is the rumored rookie. No way. Unless he's an awakened on Kazunari Satsumi's level, there's no way he could walk beside Lord Nento. Itsuki glanced at the person beside him, thinking, is this person that famous? Before the door, a sign was clearly displayed. Level 10, 2 levels higher than the Bone Soldier. Itsuki was curious, just how strong is it? He sensed something unusual. No one around here intended to enter the dungeon. Behind him, the crowd chattered. That guy plans to enter the dungeon even though he's just a rookie. That composure, he must have a high-level awaken with him. I wish they'd take me in too. Someone sneered. No, he's just here to hit on the pretty receptionist. What a delusion, just because he has some looks. Meeting the receptionist, Itsuki reported, I want to enter the dungeon. She agreed. All right, how many challengers? Itsuki said calmly, just me. These words caused the surroundings to fall silent as a sheet. No one made a sound. The receptionist advised out of kindness. Don't joke, it's not funny. Just here to look, or if you're here to pick up girls, it's useless. This is an artificial dungeon, but it's a dangerous place where you can get hurt or even die. She thought to herself, what is this person saying? Mocking chatter rose from behind. Sure enough, he came to hit on girls. There are guys like that, treating dungeons like dating spots. Usually they get scolded and slink away. Itsuki repeated, seems you're misunderstanding something. I have absolutely no interest in you. I'm really here just to challenge this dungeon. She helplessly said, you don't need to act tough just to save face. I'll give you my contact info, so please just go home. Itsuki's attitude became intimidating. Don't make me repeat myself again. I don't care about your contact info. Just let me in, that's all I want. The frightened receptionist handed him a bracelet. Fine, if you die, I won't be held responsible. Itsuki thought annoyedly, should have just let me in from the start, making me repeat myself. The onlookers sneered as he put on the bracelet. What an idiot. He was trying to get her contact info. This isn't the time to act tough. A level 0 rookie challenging a level 10 dungeon is suicide. They started betting. I bet he'll run away in less than a minute. But he's pretty confident. He has a supreme talent too, so maybe he really. Someone read his info display. Itsuki, humanity level undetermined occupation. Extinction user talent. Private supreme skill. Private stats. Private. The person next to him denied. For an awakened, talent is just a secondary factor. The most important thing is level. If the level is low, having a supreme talent becomes meaningless. Itsuki approached the door, curiously looking at the bracelet on his hand. My personal information is registered on this bracelet, so I can enter by scanning the code. The display showed, awakened Itsuki's request approved. He stretched, the deal is 3 minutes. Let's begin. The countdown began. Time started ticking. Itsuki shed his previous nonchalant demeanor, becoming extremely dangerous, and charged inside. He ran while assessing. The space inside is larger than I thought. Even though it's artificial, this is my first time entering a dungeon. Itsuki's footsteps stopped as he sensed. They're here. Ahead was a calamity beast. Information displayed. Wood Spirit 1307, Wood Spirit Tribe, Rank B Talent. None stats. Attack 48, Speed 48, Defense 53, Magic 24, Total 174. He didn't hesitate, launching a lethal strike. After destroying the Wood Spirit, Itsuki looked contentedly at his arm transformed into an axe. An axe is most suitable for chopping trees. He scorned. How does it feel to see your comrades chopped in half? A horde of short wood spirits surrounded him. Itsuki scorned. Bunch of rotten wood. Outside, Ageha worriedly asked Nento, Dad, there are many other dungeons for rookies. Why did you bring him here? He explained. He said he would surpass Kazunari Satsumi, so I brought him to the place where Kazunari Satsumi first challenged. You already believe it's impossible to surpass Kazunari Satsumi unless he steps beyond the limits of humanity. He reminded, that way of speaking, Ageha. Do you think Kazunari Satsumi has surpassed humanity? She lowered her head. I used to think Kazunari Satsumi was kind and easy to talk to, but I witnessed him kill a level 97 calamity beast in an instant. The look in his eyes then was cold, lonely, detached. That look, as if he no longer considered himself human. Nento said, "You deify him, as if he has the eyes of a god." He believed that young man also has the potential to defeat Kazunari Satsumi. Right now, he's just an unpolished gem. If Kazunari Satsumi is likened to a savior god, then Itsuki is a demon swallowed by hatred, a completely opposing existence. Inside the dungeon, after wiping out all the wood spirits, Itsuki realized super simulation won't activate for calamity beasts of this level. Behind him, a giant calamity beast appeared. Itsuki spun and delivered a clean chop, felling the wood spirit. He was disappointed. That's it. He went on alert. A level 10 calamity beast is only this strong. No, if that were the case, this couldn't be the rookie graveyard. There must be something. The interface, detected rank B skill, self-regeneration. Super simulation activated. Analysis progress, 5%. A sound rang in Itsuki's ear. The wood spirit from earlier revived, the branches around its body weaving like silk to form a new body. Itsuki's body was ensnared by it. He was surprised. It can still regenerate even though I chopped off half its head. Notification: Reborn Wood Spirit 520. Wood Spirit Tribe level 10 second tier talent. Defense minus 50%. Regeneration ability significantly increased stats. Attack 110, Speed 100, Defense 60, Magic 180, Total 450. Itsuki activated Dark Ice Secret, an ice-armored punch piercing through the wood spirit's body. He accelerated like an arrow. I have to deal massive damage in an instant, so it can't regenerate. When progress reached 19%, he smashed the wood spirit to pieces. At 21%, a sharp axe slash struck out. Its body was cut in two. Itsuki, not yet. I'll chop you until you can't regenerate anymore. Countless slashes rained down on it repeatedly. The wood spirit's body was chopped into flying fragments. Itsuki sighed in relief, deactivating Dark Ice Secret. That should do it. My magic is almost depleted from using Dark Ice Secret for so long. But the pieces of the wood spirit's body reconnected, becoming whole again. When progress reached 60%, Itsuki's entire body was entangled by branches. He dodged while thinking, it still won't die after all that. How troublesome. Good news, every time it regenerates, Super Simulation's analysis speed increases. Itsuki struggled to dodge, canceled Dark Ice Secret to limit magic consumption, used Thunder Shockwave to maintain distance. Maintaining this until the analysis is complete is the strategy to win. But when a branch stabbed into his back, Itsuki was out of options. Not much time left. 75%. He activated Thunder Shockwave and Dark Ice Secret simultaneously to maximize damage, forcing it to regenerate continuously, speeding up analysis. Dark Ice Secret covered his whole body along with lightning. Itsuki tore the wood spirit to pieces, because he knew that if he didn't activate Super Simulation in his depleted magic state, he would die here. Progress reached 80%. Itsuki decided to gamble, but if I die, it just means this is as far as I go. When it reached 85%, he jumped down from above. His arm transformed into a sharp blade. The wood spirit was shocked to see its opponent so close. At that moment, Itsuki coughed up blood. Damn it. Sharp branches pierced through his body. He realized his magic was exhausted. However, simulation reached 99%. Itsuki recovered, just as I thought. Activating Super Simulation doesn't consume magic. I've won this. Analysis progress 100%. System analysis of self-regeneration complete. Acquired Lotus Blast level 2. Activation effect. Consumes magic to cause explosion damage to enemies within a 5m diameter. Power is proportional to magic consumed. Passive effect. Each time a creature level 1 or above is killed by Lotus Blast, the skill's range increases by 1%. Received Lotus Blast level 2. All stats increased by 20. Removed all negative effects, healed all wounds. Activate Lotus Blast. Itsuki clapped his hands in celebration. Firepower erupted like a waterfall of flames pouring down on the wood spirit. Its body was swallowed by the ferocious flame. He nodded approvingly. Lotus Blast, not bad. Itsuki stood amidst the devastated space covered in thick smoke. This power, even using only 1/3 of my magic, will make cleaning up small fry calamity beasts much easier from now on. But I didn't expect Super Simulation could recover my magic even when it hit 0. He paused when he saw a sparkling green karma stone on the ground. What's that? Outside, the receptionist worried. It's been almost 3 minutes since that rookie entered, but he shows no sign of coming out. We should quickly call a rescue team. The system displayed a red warning, currently challenging dungeon level 10. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time, 2 minutes 9 seconds. Ageha was surprised. I didn't think he'd lose to a level 10 calamity beast, but but defeating it in 3 minutes is impossible. The notification turned green. New record achieved. Everyone present was shocked. No way. He defeated it, but there's still less than 3 minutes left. Notification update. Challenge successful. Dungeon level 10. Challenger, Itsuki. Challenge time 2 minutes 14 seconds. New clearance record set. Itsuki stepped out from the spatial gate. His appearance ragged after struggling in the jaws of death. Those who had looked down on him now had to rub their eyes. He's really alive. Is that green liquid calamity beast blood? He's a full minute faster than Kazunari Satsumi. That was a level 10 calamity beast. How is that possible? And that rookie is level 0. Are you kidding me? Itsuki walked up to Nento. Nento-san, will you officially take me as your disciple? He smiled confidently, bowing in formal greeting. Master. Nento was very proud. Well done, truly my disciple. Ageha thought in surprise. Dad is happy. It's been so long since I've seen him like this. Murmurs rose. He's Nento's disciple. No wonder he could break Kazunari Satsumi's record. Someone jealous criticized. But even as his disciple, if he can't level up, he's just trash. The receptionist presented a wooden box, her face blushing. This is a gift for setting the record. Please accept it, and I'm sorry for being rude earlier. Itsuki was surprised. A gift. He didn't mind taking the box. It's fine. For a level 0 rookie to challenge a dungeon like that, anyone would think it's reckless. Even if a complete stranger like me died, it wouldn't concern you. But the fact that you tried to stop me shows you were worried. Thank you. Her face turned even redder. It's nothing. Ageha reminded. Hey Itsuki, we're going to leave you behind. You seem excited. Don't get carried away just because you became Dad's disciple. Itsuki wondered. Yeah, it seems like this level is just for me. Should we increase the difficulty? Nento revealed. With your current ability, you can try higher level dungeons now. Itsuki was amazed. Higher level dungeon. He explained as they walked. Level isn't the only factor determining a calamity beast's strength. The most important factor is race. Races without intelligence, moving only on instinct, are easy to deal with. But there are races with intelligence equal to or even surpassing humans. They are troublesome existences incomparable to ordinary calamity beasts. Ageha added, basically, awakened and calamity beasts are almost the same type of creature, but it said that currently only we humans possess occupations. In other words, stats will differ depending on race. A high-level dungeon contains powerful calamity beasts like that or ones with intelligence. The difficulty is several times that of a normal dungeon, and since most high-level dungeons in the northern continent are located in the North B district, that's your next destination. Any other question? Itsuki frowned, thinking, so the one I just defeated had no intelligence, and it didn't scream when attacked, meaning it doesn't feel pain, he asked. If it's an intelligent calamity beast, it will feel pain, right? Ageha beside him sensed killing intent, thinking, what's this terrifying aura? What the hell is he thinking? News about Itsuki spread quickly, people discussed. Did you hear? Nento-sen plans to have him challenge a high-level dungeon. If it's the guy who broke Kazunari Satsumi's record, he'll be fine. High-level dungeons are completely different from normal ones. Most importantly, the dungeons in North B District are almost under that man's control. Every awakened who enters a high-level dungeon there disappears. Rumor is they're killed by that man. Someone was surprised. You mean Kinoshita Ryuji? While the other person was clueless. Who's that? Does Kinoshita Ryuji think he's a king or something? The friend next to him panikedly covered his mouth, signaling to be quiet. SHH, if he hears you'll die too. Just who is he? At that moment in a luxurious room, the son of the North B District leader, Kinoshita Ryuji, was sitting, with a servant meticulously polishing his bodyguard's shoe heels below. Someone behind asked, when will you depart, sir? He replied contemptuously, all dungeons in North B District are under my control. I'll go whenever I feel like. Kinoshita Ryuji sneered. Lining up is for commoner. On Itsuki's side, he had sat down to rest with Nento and his daughter on a bench under the shade of a cool tree. Curiously, he handed the karma stone to Nento, recounting, this is from back then. Nento was curious. You've seen a karma stone before. Itsuki didn't hide it, admitting, yes, after defeating the calamity beast in the dungeon, this dropped no different. He held up the karma stone to examine it. Back then it was green. Ageha glanced in surprise at the stone in Itsuki's hand. A mid-grade karma stone. Something like that appeared in a rookie dungeon. Itsuki, still confused after hearing so much. What exactly is a karma stone? Ageha suddenly remembered. That's right, you're new. Let me explain. She gave Itsuki a crash course. Another name for karma stone is experience stone. In short, after a calamity beast or an awakened dies, an intangible substance called karma, or you could say experience points, is released from the body. When you absorb that, you level up. Karma stones are stones that contain karma within them. Using karma stones to absorb karma is one way to level up. Ageha was puzzled, but it's strange, karma stones don't drop often. Why was it in this dungeon? Nento had the answer. It seems to be due to the influence of Itsuki's talent. The other two exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. His talent. He explained, normally, the karma of the defeated is absorbed by the victor. However, even after defeating 2 calamity beasts, Itsuki didn't level up. In other words, he didn't absorb it. But karma, once manifested, doesn't simply disappear without reason. If I'm not mistaken, the karma from the monster that attacked the school was absorbed by the awakened present there, meaning it was absorbed by us. On the other hand, the dungeon is a sealed space. Itsuki couldn't absorb the karma generated there, and there was no other container for it. That's why it solidified into a mass and became a karma stone. Ageha was curious. He really can't level up. If he doesn't level up, then how do his stats increase? Itsuki hesitated. That matter. Nento's demeanor turned serious, reminding, Ageha, an awaken's talent is a secret. It must never be revealed to others. Have you forgotten? Ageha knew she had committed a major taboo, hurriedly apologizing. I'm sorry. Nento gave Itsuki full authority. I'll leave it to you to decide whether to sell that karma stone or keep it. I have a meeting with the Supreme Command of the 5 continents, so I'll be leaving for a while. In the meantime, Ageha will look after you. But before I go, there are a few things I want you to remember. Nento carefully instructed. First, keep our relationship a secret. Second, don't tell anyone about your talent. Third, until I return, conquer at least 6 high-level sub-dungeons. Fourth, if you believe something is right, give it your all. No matter what happens, I will always support you from behind. Trusting and supported by him, Itsuki obediently replied, Yes, master. In the North B district, a dispute had broken out. The two sides argued loudly. We were here first, why won't you let us in? This sub-dungeon was reserved by the Kinoshita family's son. Go home. The other party didn't care. So what? Just because he has a bit of money, he thinks he can do whatever he wants. That guy hasn't even arrived yet. You could at least let us in first. The guy kept ranting, unaware of the danger approaching. I don't know how rich that brat is, but if you don't let me in, I'll report you to the Awakened Association. As soon as he finished speaking, this person was punched flying far away. The one who struck was a tall, muscular young man, Auga. His arm bulged with solid muscles. A sharp thorn shot towards him. Auga leaned to dodge. The attacker was stunned. Impossible. My rank B skill, Earth Thorn, has no effect. Auga growled scornfully, not even enough to scratch an itch. He was terrified. Earth Thorn is a skill that can pierce anything. This guy must be a monster. Both his hands were already gripped tightly by Auga. Auga exerted force, crushing his opponent's wrists. His face took a punch from Auga, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. This horrified the onlookers. Those two were level 7 and level 8 and were killed instantly without being able to do anything. That big guy is way too strong. Someone knew his background. That's one of the 4 pillars under Kinoshita Ryuji, a level 12 metal elementalist. Auga declared, I won't spare anyone who dares to enter a sub-dungeon without Ryuji's permission. If you deliberately oppose me, I'll make sure you end up just like these two. His hand was still squeezing the guy's neck. These guys will rot right here. Don't even think about helping. His companion reminded, Auga, don't overdo it. The guild's supervisors are watching. If you beat up a weak student, I'll get reported to the teacher. Auga immediately let go, dropping the guy to the ground. The guy was just in time to be caught by Itsuki in a bloody state. Itsuki's presence made everyone curious. Who's that guy? Didn't he hear not to help them? A level 0, he's done for. A beautiful woman next to him had a feeling, like I've seen him somewhere before. Auga's face darkened. Hey rookie, I said no one passes here without Ryuji's permission. If you don't want to end up like those two, obediently go home. Itsuki uttered, I see, so I have to defeat you to enter the sub-dungeon. Ageha was on the comm. I'll contact the North B District Administrator. This kind of selfishness can't be allowed. Itsuki declined, no need. Master told me if I think something is right, I should give it my all. He handed the injured person over to her to watch. Please take care of those people. Killing intent emanated from Itsuki, making someone cautious. This guy, just who is he? His information was all hidden. Itsuki, humanity level undetermined occupation. Extinction user talent, supreme skill, private stats, private. Auga was surprised. Even though he's level 0, he faces me without trembling. Is it because of the rare occupation? He felt something was off. Wait, why do I feel pressure? Even with a rare occupation, I'm still 12 levels ahead. The stat difference is insurmountable. This guy's info displayed. Auga, humanity level 12 occupation. Metal elementalist second tier talent. Effect after metallizing while stationary, defense plus 50% skill. Metallized stats. Attack 110, speed 100, defense 250, magic 145, total 605. Auga was stunned by his opponent's action. His eyes showed unconcealable shock. In his pupils reflected the image of Itsuki charging forward. A punch struck him squarely, strong and precise. The scene horrified the witnesses. So fast. Is he really level 0? Even at level 8, I'm not sure I could keep up. Itsuki's fist smoked because his face had turned to metal. He was surprised. He blocked it with metal eyes. Aoga's 2 arms were covered in metallic transformation, tapping them together, fast. But the punches lacked power. Itsuki dodged backward. He realized, to successfully ambush an enemy over 10 levels higher, I really need to boost my speed with Thunder Shockwave. Itsuki's info updated. Itsuki, humanity level undetermined occupation. Extinction user talent, Supreme Nirvana skills, Super Simulation rank Z, Thunder Shockwave level 1, Dark Ice Secret level 2, Lotus Blast level 2 stats, Attack 250, Speed 250, Defense 250, Magic 250, Total 1000. Detected rank C skill, Metal Eyes. Super Simulation activated, Analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki was surprised. A skill threatening enough to activate Super Simulation. I need to get serious. Itsuki charged again. Normal attacks can't break Metal Eyes' defense, so I'll just aim for the fleshy parts. Aoga stomped his foot firmly on the ground as a base. His body had already metalized, his attitude utterly contemptuous. A weakling with neither strength nor speed. Itsuki's plan was half successful. He thought, that's my fastest speed. Aoga was careless. Itsuki boosted his speed with Thunder Shockwave, lightning covering his body. He raised his fist. See the new skill. Aoga was shocked. Lightning element, Itsuki vowed. I won't give you a chance to metalize. Simulation increased to 59%. Itsuki unleashed a barrage of punches on him. The others were dumbfounded. How can that guy use a skill from another occupation? He's so fast my eyes can't keep up. Can that level 0 really defeat Aoga? Aoga was now gritting his teeth, trying to endure the pain. This is bad, I have no chance to metalize. Even though he's level 0, why is he so fast? At this rate, I'll lose. Aoga needed help, damn it, I can't even call out. You guys, don't just watch, save me. Since it had come to this, he had no choice but to try that move. His entire body erupted with a powerful surge of energy. His body had completely metalized. Itsuki was surprised. This guy, he metalized his entire body. Info update. Analysis progress of rank C skill metalize, 88%. Aoga growled, I'm very grateful. I've never succeeded in metalizing my whole body before, but thanks to your pressure, I did it now. He smiled, looking at his current result. A metalized part increases defense by 50%, and my talent adds another 50% defense when stationary. In other words, my current defense exceeds 500. I was planning to cut you in half, but as a reward for helping me successfully perform the new skill, I'll let you die a quick death. 2 spectators discussed. Level 12 with over 500 defense. No one at the same level can break his defense. He really is a monster. I thought the level 0 would win. Itsuki smiled calmly and asked, if I'm not mistaken, metalizing the entire body consumes a huge amount of magic. If you dumped all your stat points into defense, your magic couldn't be that high. Progress reached 99%. Aoga was annoyed. What nonsense are you spouting? He had to admit Itsuki's intuition was sharp. Lotus had already enveloped him. Itsuki reassured, don't worry, I won't use a boring tactic like draining your magic to 0. I'll end this right now. Progress update. Analysis progress 100%. Ajaha glanced at that flower. Here it comes. That blue lotus. Itsuki is about to become stronger again. The onlookers were surprised to see the flower like a closed bud. A lotus. Is this a level 0 skill? It doesn't look like an attack skill, but how can he defeat Aoga with something like that? Notification update. Analysis of metalize complete. Acquired skill. True penetration sphere level 1. Activation effect. Fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at 1 ms and penetrates all enemies in its path, ignoring all defense stats. Passive effect. Each time this sphere defeats an enemy with higher defense than the user, its flight speed increases by 100%, current increase, 0%. Itsuki assessed, ignores defense. If this hits, I can definitely deal damage. The problem is the flight speed is only 1 ms. Even a normal person could dodge. Timing is extremely important. If my opponent is that stationary sandbag, I don't even need to calculate the timing. He declared that absolute defense he's so proud of. I'll crush it to pieces. System reminder, received true penetration sphere level 1. All stats increased by 10. Removed all negative effects, healed all wounds. New stats, attack 260 plus 10, speed 260 plus 10, defense 260 plus 10, magic 260 plus 10, total 1040 plus 40. Itsuki was pointing towards the true penetration sphere floating within the flower. He himself was anticipating. Try dodging this. System notification. Activate true penetration sphere. The onlookers murmured excitedly. That's a skill I've never seen before. So this is the extinction user, said to be the most mysterious of the 4 occupations. Can a skill unleashed by a level 0 extinction user penetrate the defense of that level 12 defense specialist? That confident look, it must be an extremely terrifying move. The true penetration sphere flashed, a halo of light radiating around. It hovered in midair. Those guys fell silent, not seeing any reaction from Auga. Someone was curious. Just a tiny sphere, that's it. Are you kidding me? So disappointing. Auga sneered. You think you can make me move and nullify my talent effect with just a tiny sphere like that? How naive. He walked up to the true penetration sphere, confidently declaring, if this is your trump card, then you're about to die miserably. But he froze when he saw the sphere pass through his body. In an instant, fresh blood gushed from the wound. Itsuki coldly reminded, I told you to dodge. Since you're human, I only took your right arm. If you were a calamity beast, I would have aimed for the neck. Auga writhed and fell, clutching his severed arm, screaming in pain. My arm. Itsuki glanced at the people behind, calling, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and take him to the hospital. Can't you hear? Seeing they weren't moving, Itsuki repeated, his voice icy. I said get lost. They silently carried Auga away from the scene. Those who remained cheered and celebrated. He won. He really won. Well done, serves him right. Immediately, 2 people came to invite him. Want to team up with us? We're 3 so we can quickly conquer the sub-dungeon. No, team up with me. There are only 2 of us, so more experience points to share. They fell into an argument over him. Another person interjected. All 3 of you are members of Auga, really planning to challenge yourselves at the Blazing Rock Execution Grounds. The Calamity Beasts there have defensive capabilities on par with that guy. The person next to him replied, we have a priestess. We can recover your magic and let you fire that sphere infinite. Itsuki thought in surprise, their defense equals Auga's. Even better. True penetration sphere, its flight speed increases every time it defeats an enemy with higher defense than me. I can increase the sphere's flight speed in this sub-dungeon. The 2 groups looked at Itsuki expectantly. Quick, say it. Which side will you choose? He refused both, used to acting alone. I'll go alone. Some behind couldn't believe their ears. Challenging a high-level sub-dungeon level 15 alone. He got arrogant after defeating Auga. The 2 who were rejected said disappointedly, I admit he's strong, but he's too conceited now. Someone left. Seems we don't meet his standards. We'll go find someone else. Choha kindly reminded, all calamity beasts here have defensive capabilities on par with Auga. We saw you have a skill to defeat them, but can you sustain the magic consumption? Itsuki calmly reassured. It's fine, don't worry. She blushed in embarrassment, stubbornly scolding softly. Who's worried? I'm just asking because if you die here, Dad will blame me. I'm going to take care of the injured now. Do whatever you want. Choha still wasn't fully at ease, adding, also, the Stone Tribe has no intelligence, but they move in groups, so be careful about your magic consumption. Itsuki replied, all right. Then he proceeded to the sub-dungeon gate. The notification from the touchscreen appeared as he connected his bracelet to the scanner, awakened Itsuki's request approved. Upon entering the sub-dungeon, he already had the answer. There really are more than I thought. Inside was a dry, rocky wasteland. Itsuki glanced at the calamity beasts inside, truly a high-level sub-dungeon. The stats and levels of the calamity beasts are much higher than before. Notification update. Stone Statue 927, Stone Tribe, level 9 second-tier talent. Convert all magic into defense stats. Attack 115, speed 50, defense 295, magic 0, total 460. He used True Penetration Sphere to attack the first stone statue charging at him, to see if these guys met the skill's internal criteria. True Penetration Sphere activated. It bloomed like a flower with eye-catching color. The sphere shot towards the stone statue, piercing right through it. Notification displayed. Defeated stone statue level 9. True Penetration Sphere's speed increased by 100%. Itsuki sighed in relief, just as I thought. He continued acting like before, sweeping through with True Penetration Sphere. 2 more giant stone statues charged fiercely in succession. Itsuki calmly dealt with them. These guys are very slow and don't know how to dodge. They're perfect fodder for True Penetration Sphere. By the time the whole group fell, notification displayed. Defeated stone statue level 9. True Penetration Sphere's speed increased by 100%. Progress update. Magic 110-260. Itsuki estimated, 1 True Penetration Sphere costs 50 magic, so I have about 2 shots left. Only 2 uses left and the boss hasn't even appeared. That leaves 3. If that's the case, he decided, I have to take down 2 at once with a single True Penetration Sphere. Itsuki leapt high, aiming down at the stone statue below. His whole body plunged downward, throwing the sphere forward. His eyes flashed with dangerous red light. Receiving the blooming flower containing the True Penetration Sphere, lightning shot from it, carrying the enlarged True Penetration Sphere down. Soon, the remaining stone statue was destroyed. Notification displayed. Defeated stone statue level 9. True Penetration Sphere's speed increased by 100%. Itsuki lay down exhausted, panting heavily, sweat pouring like rain, feeling drained even before his magic was depleted. So tired, I hope someday I can get a recovery skill. After resting enough, Itsuki sat up to check the system. Now its velocity is 5 ms, it can even catch up to running target. While he was absent-mindedly checking info, a giant stone above was ambushing him from overhead. One of its blows slammed down, shaking the ground. It had activated its rank B skill, Gigantify. Its info displayed: Giant Stone Man 28, Stone Tribe, level 15 second tier talent. Convert all magic into defense stats. Attack 239, speed 60, defense 478, magic 0, total 777. The giant stone's size amazed Itsuki. It's so huge. He immediately activated Thunder Shockwave, adding 50% speed. Quick as lightning, Itsuki climbed onto the giant stone. He was a bit uncertain inside. Can a single True Penetration Sphere take down something like this? That's why he had to aim for its weak point. Maybe if I aim for the head. Taking advantage of the giant stone's inattention, Itsuki threw the True Penetration Sphere at its exposed head. Seeing the giant stone turn towards him, he hurriedly retreated. Not good. True Penetration Sphere is too small. Even if it penetrates, it won't deal much damage. Its fist was closing and dangerously close to Itsuki's body. He tensed up. This is bad. I can't dodge midair. To withstand this blow, Itsuki activated Dark Ice Wall. The collision caused an explosive shockwave there. He was blasted into the rock wall behind, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and spat out. This brutish giant is tougher than I thought. New notification update. Detected skill Gigantify. Super simulation activated. Analysis progress 1%. This made Itsuki happy. So it's this big because of a skill, then it's easier. On Ryoji's side, his bodyguard Tanky had received a call. He was shocked. What did you say? Ryoji frowned, displeased, reminding, I told you not to make noise in front of me. He bowed an apology. Sorry, this is completely unexpected news, sir. The guy continued, what is it? Tanky reported, it seems someone defeated Auga and forcibly entered the sub-dungeon. The wine glass in Ryoji's hand was crushed. His voice filled with anger rang out. What did he do? He always boasted that no one under level 30 could break his defense. Could it be an awakened over level 30 has come? Tanky replied, the number of falling stone pillars has increased sharply recently, so all awakened above level 30 are busy dealing with them. They don't have time to come here. Besides, the main challengers at the Blazing Rock Execution Grounds are all rookies around level 10. The guy refuted, impossible for a level 0 to defeat Auga. He begged, exactly. Of course, if you give me more time, I'll investigate further. Ryoji stood up, saying calmly, that's not necessary. Even if the opponent is level 30, you're still here, aren't you? The Blazing Rock Execution Grounds are famous for tenacious calamity beasts, and conquering it takes an extreme amount of time. Even if we depart for there now, we'll still be in time, right? Tanky hesitated. But without knowing the opponent's identity, we should proceed cautiously. The guy was unhappy, annoyed, reminding, I said we're going now. Don't make me say it twice. That aura made him break out in a cold sweat, obeying. Yes. Ryoji changed clothes while declaring bitterly, I'll make them regret opposing the Kinoshita family. Inside the sub-dungeon, when progress reached 100%, Itsuki knew it was time for revenge. Finally, I don't have to run around like a mouse anymore. The lotus flower enveloped his body into a tightly sealed bud. Notification displayed. Analysis of rank B skill, Gigantify complete. Itsuki was surprised, didn't get a new skill. True Penetration Sphere leveled up to 2. Let's see if it has any new effects. System reminder, True Penetration Sphere level 2 active effect. Fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at 5 ms, penetrates all enemies in its path and ignores their defense. New effect after activation. User can adjust the size of the sphere by consuming additional magic. Passive effect, each time True Penetration Sphere defeats an enemy with higher defense than the user, its flight speed increases by 200%. Maximum flight speed can increase up to 500%. He realized the passive effect increased from 100% to 200%. Moreover, now he could adjust the size of True Penetration Sphere with magic. Itsuki was eager, let's try it right now. New info update, received True Penetration Sphere level 2. All stats increased by 20, removed all negative effects and healed all wounds. Stats, attack 280 plus 20 speed, 280 plus 20 defense, 280 plus 20, magic, 280 plus 20 total, 1120 plus 80. The lotus flower, infused with Itsuki's energy, became colossal, nurturing the largest True Penetration Sphere he could currently create by expending all his magic. The flower bud gradually bloomed, bringing with it a powerful surge of energy. The energy beam pierced straight through the giant stone's body, tearing it into fragments of rubble. Itsuki marveled. Maybe I overdid it a bit. Current magic is now 0-280. After the giant stone was destroyed, a new notification appeared. Defeated Giant Stone Man level 15. True penetration sphere's speed increased by 200%. Itsuki was utterly astonished. Consumed all my magic. Didn't expect to release a true penetration sphere that big. He estimated the sphere's flight speed is now 7 ms. If I complete this subdungeon 2 more times, it'll be as fast as a car. The system displayed true penetration sphere level 2 active effect. Fires a perfect sphere along a fixed trajectory. The sphere flies at 5 ms, penetrates all enemies in its path and ignores their defense. After activation, the user can adjust the sphere's size by consuming additional magic. Passive effect: each time true penetration sphere defeats an enemy with higher defense than the user, its flight speed increases by 200%. Current flight speed increase, 700%. Itsuki discovered, wait, the active effect is actually quite useful, isn't it? Lotus Blast Intrinsic expands the range of all skills, so that means true penetration sphere's flight distance will increase too. Lotus Blast info displayed. Passive effect: each time a living creature level 1 or above is defeated by Lotus Blast, the range of all your own skills increases by 1%. Itsuki deduced, so if I keep increasing Lotus Blast's passive effect, someday I'll be able to defeat calamity beasts from thousands, even tens of thousands of meters away. Outside the subdungeon gate, the notification had turned green. Challenge successful. Subdungeon level 15. Challenger, Itsuki. Time, 3 minutes 1 second. New clearance record set. Everyone present was shocked. 3 minutes 1 second. Impossible. Even a team of 5 takes over 10 minutes. Did he kill the calamity beast in one hit? To think he broke Kazunari Satsumi's record of 3 minutes 19 seconds. What kind of monster is he? He's coming out. Seeing Itsuki still at the same level, they were even more shocked. Why is he still level 0? Is the notification window glitched? He's not even injured, his clothes are just a bit dirty. There's no way he conquered. Ageha silently admired. This time he also completed it unscathed. To think he broke Jin's record. She composed her face, putting on a stern expression to remind him. That was too fast. Itsuki had no way to explain either. It was pretty weak for a mid-sized calamity beast, so its defense was very thin. I managed to defeat it. He noticed the green butterfly flying beside her. What's this butterfly? She introduced, its name is Green Leaf. My awakened occupation is Spirit Summoner. This child is my spirit. Itsuki was surprised. Green Leaf, this is my first time seeing a spirit. It's beautiful. He couldn't help asking. I've always wondered, but how many types of awakened occupations are there? Ageha was quite surprised. You don't know, that's common knowledge. She held up 3 fingers. Occupations are divided into 4 types. You've probably seen 3 of them. Once again, Ageha gave Itsuki a crash course. First is the Elementalist. They possess the power to control the 7 elements: fire, water, wood, metal, earth, wind, and lightning. Elementalist is the most common occupation among awakened. It's also the occupation with the highest basic combat strength. She mentioned Hikaru Oishi. That guy from earlier is also that type. Second is the Spirit Summoner. They can summon spirits that obey them absolutely. Info about the butterfly displayed. Green Leaf, rank B, level 15 skill. Hidden stats, hidden. Next to it was her info. Ageha, humanity level 6 occupation. Spirit Summoner, 2nd tier talent. Hidden spirit, hidden stats, hidden. She revealed, a spirit will always be by its master's side. A spirit summoner from the moment they are born. After speaking, Ageha asked, do you have any other questions? Itsuki realized, her level is lower than her spirit's. Is she really a veteran awake? She sighed, this person really doesn't know what tact is. Ageha admitted, that's right. Spirits absorb experience and level up, so basically they have higher levels than their master. Itsuki deduced, if that's the case, when fighting a spirit summoner, it's best to target their master. Ageha thought fearfully, that dark aura is leaking out again. What the hell? Itsuki needed more information. What about the other occupations? You've only introduced 2. She answered, the third is the mysterious occupation, with scarce information at present. Ageha revealed, your occupation, the extinction user. She added, the reason it's mysterious is that each extinction user has a different ability, but your Blue Lotus. Others might be able to control their body size at will or create infinite clones. There are also extinction users who can stretch their bodies like rubber. Ordinary occupational skills are divided into 4 ranks from C to S, however. Extinction users only possess Z-rank skills, outside that normal classification system. The reason extinction users are considered special is because they possess unique skills. If an enemy learns your skill, the extinction user loses their greatest weapon. That's why Dad scolded me for asking about your skill. Even so, you're an abnormal existence even among extinction users. From what I've confirmed, you can use at least 3 skills, and 2 of them are things only elementalists can use. Itsuki thought to himself, my master isn't here. If she keeps talking about me like this, it's not good. He continued the topic. What about the last occupation? I've never seen it. Ageha pondered. The last occupation is, I'll tell you after I see it. That's your punishment for not telling me anything about yourself. Itsuki didn't press her further. All right. Ageha suddenly remembered. That's right. The student you saved is fine now. By the way, what do you plan to do after this? He revealed, I plan to conquer this sub-dungeon a few more times. She reminded him, you really don't know anything, do you? Sub-dungeons have cooldown times. This place has a long cooldown, so you can re-enter it earliest in 2 days. Only now did Itsuki realize, there's a cooldown. No wonder Kinoshita Ryuji monopolizes this sub-dungeon. If I can't strengthen True Penetration Sphere's intrinsic, I'll boost Lotus Blast. He asked, is there a sub-dungeon that contains a large number of Calamity Beasts? Ageha brought good news. A sub-dungeon with many Calamity Beasts. There is one. The Calamity Beast levels in that sub-dungeon aren't too high, but the numbers are huge. Even the lowest estimate is around 100 Locust-type Calamity Beasts. Many awakened have retreated upon seeing that number. She was curious, without an AoE skill, what do you plan to do? AoE is Area of Effect Attack. He answered, of course I'll go. He thought to himself, speaking of which, I still haven't used Lotus Blast in front of her. She doesn't know I have an AoE skill. Ageha was helpless. Seriously, for someone without an AoE skill like you, it'll be very difficult, you know? Itsuki calmly reassured. It's fine, don't worry. Those behind who heard this were afraid. That guy, he plans to go to the Locust Wilderness. Does he have no fear? Forget it, if Kinoshita Ryuji learns about this, he'll definitely come. They decided, let's leave here before getting dragged into the fight. When Ryuji arrived, the place was deserted. No one's here. Tenki confirmed, yes, it seems the target has gone elsewhere. Ryuji's face darkened. Only 30 minutes since then, and he already conquered the blazing rock execution ground. He worried, hard to believe, but it seems so. What should we do now? Ryuji could only curse. Damn it, daring to make a fool of me. He ordered, if he used a skill, he must have left traces of magic. Contact the hounds and track him down. From this moment, I've taken a grudge. We must capture him alive. I'll make him taste living hell. In a deserted alley, Charles was hiding there, thinking, I never heard Kinoshita Ryuji had such a powerful guy beside him. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken this assassination request. He panted heavily, hiding behind a wall. If I didn't have the Earth escape technique, I'd have been killed by him. Charles tried peeking out. Since I've come this far, it should be safe. Right behind, a death dog with a disgusting mouth charged forward. It bit down hard on Charles's neck, not letting go. Behind the death dog's master, Sark Lee, stepped forward, commanding, seems you have something to say. Death dog, loosen up a bit. Charles murmured weakly, how did you find me? Sark Lee revealed so he could die with his eyes closed. My nose is sharp. The scent of death you guys give off. I can smell it. Charles begged in fear, please, don't kill me. Sark Lee refused, can't do that. Lord Kinoshita will vent his anger on me. Besides, Death Dog hasn't eaten human flesh in a long time, you know. He ordered the Death Dog, eat, it's feeding time. It opened its mouth and lunged towards tonight's feast. After eating, the Death Dog had a breakthrough. Sark Lee happily stroked its thick fur, finally leveled up. System notification, Death Dog rank B level 16 skills. Death Aura rank C sends all magic traces in the area to identify and track the magic source. Death Claw's Desire rank B, after the spirit dies, its revival time is significantly reduced. Stats, attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, magic 150. Then he made a call to report, this side is done. Sark Lee received new news, seriously injured. That stubborn Auga. Did someone hit his weak point? Understood, I'll be right there. He left, let's go, Death God. New prey has appeared. Itsuki was currently at the Locust Lands. He looked at the golden field before him, curiously asking, is this the place? The endless wheat fields, stretching as far as the eye can see, really have that many locusts. Ageha explained, calamity beasts tend to choose environments they prefer when invading this world. So, deducing the type of calamity beast based on the environment is one of the essential skills for an awakened. He confirmed, understood. Itsuki looked around. There's not even a reception desk here. She helplessly revealed, that's right. This sub-dungeon's danger level is too high, so they even considered dismantling. He was puzzled. It has a lower level than the blazing rock execution grounds. Why dismantle the reception desk to that extent? Ageha answered. In a normal sub-dungeon, if you can't win, you can run away. But here the calamity beasts are extremely aggressive and abnormally numerous. If you let your guard down even a little, you'll be surrounded by countless locusts and eaten alive. She stated the conclusion, down to the bone marrow. Itsuki was only focused on one thing, so there really are many calamity beasts here. Perfect. Ageha was surprised. What, do you want to die that badly? He was serious. I'm not desperate enough to be eaten alive by bugs and die. She watched Itsuki step inside the sub-dungeon, thinking, based on his attitude, he'll probably be fine. Ajiha lowered her eyes, sadly uttering, he entered the sub-dungeon on his own and I warned him my utmost. If anything happens, it's his own responsibility. She suddenly remembered something important. Wait, what should I do? I forgot to tell him that the locusts keep appearing continuously until he defeats the boss. I need to go inside and inform Itsuki. Suddenly, she sensed someone stepping up behind her. Charles, along with his death dog, had come here searching. He smirked and asked the girl, I'm looking for someone. Itsuki, inside the sub-dungeon, looking at the vast, quiet wheat field before him, assessed. It's quite desolate here. He clapped his hands to make noise. Wake up, you bugs. I've come to exterminate you. The locusts heard the noise and flew out. Itsuki was relaxed. Their levels are surprisingly low. They meet Lotus Blast's condition, so it's fine. A dense swarm of locusts flew over. They were locust fiends, insect tribe, stats hidden, no talent. Itsuki remarked, there really are a lot. He created a fiery Lotus Blast, but that's even better. If they gather, it's less trouble for me. Once they enter Lotus Blast's range, I'll crush them all at once. Waiting until the locust swarm drew near densely, Itsuki decided, now activate Lotus Blast. A flash of light erupted in the dark space. A series of notifications popped up as the explosion burst forth, incinerating them. Defeated Locust Fiend level 1 with Lotus Blast. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Itsuki stood amidst thick dust smoke, having wiped out the first wave without breaking a sweat. Notification update. Lotus Blast level 2 active effect. Consumes magic to cause explosion damage to enemies within a 10.5 m diameter range. Power is proportional to magic consumed. Passive effect. Each time a living creature level 1 or above is defeated by the skill Lotus Blast, the range of all skills increases by 1%. He deduced, currently 110%. 110% means I killed 110 at once. Ha with Calamity Beasts at this level, spending 10% magic for 10% firepower is fine. Considering remaining magic and recovery speed during battle, I can probably fire about 10 more shots. Even if each time I defeat 100 enemies, I can increase total skill range by 1000%. Looking at the upgraded magic notification, Itsuki assessed, magic 252-8. If this sub-dungeon didn't have a cooldown, things would be much smoother. He curiously looked at the bracelet on his wrist. Strange, the challenge success notification didn't appear. A reminder notification, detected rank C skill, Mother's Will, super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. Itsuki cautiously turned to look. There are still enemies. Larger locusts swarmed around him. Itsuki hurriedly activated a layer of dark ice secret to protect himself, inwardly astonished. Mother's Will is the skill of the boss here. I was careless, thought there was no boss here. He was alert. Lucky I can increase skill range with Lotus Blast again. But the problem is I don't know where the boss is. Itsuki activated Lotus Blast. If that's the case, I'll just wipe out the small fry until the boss reveals itself. A second explosion burst as the locusts were hit. Notification update. Defeated Locust Fiend level 1 with Lotus Blast. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Current increase, 220%. Itsuki rejoiced inwardly. Now Lotus Blast's range is 16 m. The effect is amazing. He continued reading the notification. Lotus Blast level 2 active effect. Consumes magic to cause explosion damage to enemies within a 16 m diameter range. Power is proportional to magic consumed. Itsuki impatiently looked at the sea of locusts before him. I've eliminated 110 small fry, but the boss still hasn't appeared. Another dense swarm of locusts approached. Itsuki saw them flying up from cracks in the ground. They've appeared again. Notification update. Analysis progress 27%. He knew I can only use Lotus Blast 9 more times. Current magic reached 232-8. Itsuki continued using Lotus Blast. No matter how many times you appear, I will erase you all. Fiery flames blazed, heat radiating around. After the third attack, he reaped a series of results from small accumulations. Defeated Locust Fiend level 1 with Lotus Blast. Range of all skills increased by 1%. Itsuki added 7 more Lotus Blasts to attack. Flames of incineration swept across the area. New info update. Active effect. Consumes magic to cause explosion damage to enemies within a 54.5 m diameter range. Power is proportional to magic consumed. Passive effect. Each time a living creature level 1 or above is defeated by the skill Lotus Blast, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Current increase, 990%. Itsuki wondered, I've defeated the Horde 9 times, until now and increased Lotus Blast's range by 990%. But I only have enough magic for one more Lotus Blast. But why is magic 5280? Looking at the locust swarm flying over like a storm, he was astonished. don't they have an end? And the boss shows no sign of appearing either. One way is to withdraw from the sub-dungeon and challenge again after the analysis is complete. But Itsuki frowned disdainfully. Only the incompetent do that. He continued creating Lotus Blast. No matter how many there are, I'll exterminate them all. Fiery power surged violently from the giant lotus placed in the center. Itsuki was almost drained of strength with this move. Seeing them flying over blackening the sky, he panicked. Still more, and the number hasn't decreased at all. When progress reached 91%, Itsuki realized, what's going on? From the first wave, every calamity beast that appeared was level 1, their bodies also small as if just born. He awoke with a start, I see. The boss's ability is infinite reproduction. Locust Mother information displayed. Locust Queen 279, Insect Tribe, level 13 first-tier talent. Characteristic of laying a large number of Locust Fiend eggs. Skill, mothers will rank C, remote control of hatched Locust Fiends, maximum 110. Itsuki understood the principle. If it reproduces infinitely, then no matter how hard I try, it's useless. Unless I defeat the boss, I'm out of magic. But when progress inched from 98% to 99%, Itsuki was confident it should finish analyzing soon. When analysis progress reached 100%, the Lotus created a sphere surrounding him. New info update. Analysis of mothers will complete. Acquired Magic Sense Level 1. Magic Sense Level 1 active effect. After activation, continuously consumes mana to sense mana flow within a 100 m diameter range. Effective range expanded to 1100 m thanks to Lotus Blast's passive effect. Passive effect. When detecting an enemy unit, recover 10% of your own mana. Itsuki was amazed. A scouting skill with Lotus Blast's intrinsic. The effective range is over 1000 m now. Moreover, I can recover magic each time I sense an enemy. He couldn't hide the joy surging in his heart. This is the perfect passive effect for this sub-dungeon. Ignoring the boss and continuing to hunt small fry isn't bad either. But I've kept Ageha waiting, so I need to finish this sub-dungeon now. System reminder. Received Magic Sense Level 1. All stats increased. Removed all negative effects, healed all wounds. New stats, attack 290 plus 10, speed 290 plus 10, defense 290 plus 10, magic 290 plus 10, total 1160 plus 40. Itsuki placed his hand on the barrier. The lotus flower turned red. Locate the boss's position with magic sense. Sensing waves spread out in rings radiating in all directions. Finally, the Locust Queen's location was found. Itsuki opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "There you are." He created a true penetration sphere to destroy it. A sphere carrying dark energy emanated. Itsuki said calmly, "Try using your children as a shield." Lotus Blast shot out a huge lightning source towards the target. He was confident, useless. With Lotus Blast's intrinsic applied to True Penetration Sphere's current flight distance will definitely reach it. A reminder notification. True Penetration Sphere range. 120 m. The True Penetration Sphere plunged straight into the ground. The Locust Queen hurriedly flew out of its hiding place. Itsuki charged from behind, not letting it escape. He smiled coldly. Checkmate. A thrust pierced through the Locust Mother. Green slime splattered everywhere. The child locusts flew chaotically in the sky like headless chickens. Itsuki saw, losing their queen threw them into chaos. He activated Dark Ice Secret, fiery power blazing on his arm. "Don't worry, I'll send you to meet your mother soon." After a sweeping attack, Itsuki estimated, with all skill ranges increased by 10%, Lotus Blast's explosion range is 65.5 m, and True Penetration Sphere's flight distance has also increased. True Penetration Sphere's current flight distance is 131 m. Reward update notification. Lotus Blast Level 2. Active effect. Consumes magic to cause explosion damage to enemies within a 65.5 m diameter range. Power is proportional to magic consumed. Passive effect. Each time a living creature level 1 or above is defeated by the skill Lotus Blast, the range of all skills increases by 1%. Current increase, 12-10%. True Penetration Sphere flight distance, 131 m. Itsuki picked up a Karma Stone. This truly is a bountiful harvest. Once the cooldown is over, I'll challenge it again. And this time I'll push Lotus Blast's passive effect to 5 digits. The notification outside the gate displayed. New record achieved. Challenge time, 17 minutes 7 seconds. Itsuki was surprised. Took 17 minutes. Ageha must be very worried. She'll probably act cold again when I return safely. But she's actually very kind and considerate. But her dishonesty is also quite cute. He cheerfully stepped out of the gate. "I'm back. Sorry for making you worry." Itsuki fell silent, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he saw the scene before him. Ageha at this moment was being held up by the throat by Charles. He asked with interest. Itsuki went in alone and came out safely from this sub-dungeon. You're the one Kinoshita Ryuji is hunting, aren't you? He continued, perfect timing. I was just about to make her spill information about you. But even in this state, she won't say anything. She's more stubborn than most men. Itsuki demanded coldly, let go of that filthy hand. If you do, I'll just beat you up once and let you go. Charles sneered, don't get cocky, you level 0 rook. Itsuki used extremely fast speed, raising his fist and charging straight at. Charles hastily ordered, too fast. Death Dog charge, use your head to block one of his punches. System notification, detected spirit rank B, Death Dog, super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. From this, Itsuki saw, this dog is a spirit, meaning the hat guy is a spirit summoner. Charles had the answer in his head. He has no wasted movements, and his speed is terrifyingly fast. No wonder even Auga lost. He probably didn't even have time to metalize. He said calmly, but I have Death Dog and a hostage. Ajaha's throat was squeezed painfully by Charles. She groaned softly. Itsuki, worried for her safety, called out loudly, Ajaha. Analysis progress was reaching 34%. The Death Dog broke free from Itsuki's restraint, ferociously charging. Charles confidently thought, Death's bite force can crush defenses with stats under 300. The best he can hope for is to just lose an arm. But reality was far from expectations. Charles was astonished. What? Itsuki had activated Dark Ice Secret, covering his arm, his other hand creating a true penetration sphere. Lotus Blast placed right under the Death Dog's throat. The true penetration sphere shot straight through its head. He recalled the saying, without their spirit, a spirit summoner is basically weak. Analysis progress had reached 77%. Charles was curious. This guy is a rookie, so he doesn't know that spirits can revive. Death possesses rank B skill, Death Claw's Desire, which can shorten its revival time. Seeing the Death Dog behind charging again, he gloated. Just be careless and become Death's food. Itsuki had activated Magic Sense, sensing waves spreading as progress reached 89%. He considered continuously activating Magic Sense, since getting it seems to have been the right choice. Progress was rising to 91%. Itsuki spun around, delivering a powerful kick to the Death Dog. He glanced at Charles behind, thinking, almost done analyzing. If the Blue Lotus appears because of super simulation, he might suspect. His strength and speed surpass Death's, and he even has a scouting skill. I can't even ambush like this. He used Ajaha to threaten. Resist anymore, and this woman is done for. Itsuki's plan was, I want to complete the analysis without the Blue Lotus appearing. Reminder notification. Analysis progress 100%. Analysis of Death Dog complete. Acquired Spirit Devour level 2. Spirit Devour level 2 active effect. By directly touching a spirit rank H or below, you can make it your own. Passive effect. Number of spirits usable, 0-2. Itsuki was surprised, so I can steal spirits. I finished analyzing without the Blue Lotus appearing. Reminder notification. Receive Spirit Devour level 2. All stats increased by 20. Since super simulation was not fully activated, removal of negative effects and wound recovery did not occur. New stats. Attack 310 plus 20 speed, 310 plus 20 defense, 310 plus 20 magic, 310 plus 20. He speculated, so there's a price for skipping the Blue Lotus and losing the recovery effect. But since I recovered from the sub-dungeon earlier, even without recovery, I can still go almost all out. This skill seems to let me steal others' spirits. Looking at the Death Dog opening its mouth and charging, Itsuki had a new plan. The lotus flower bloomed in his palm. If that's the case, Itsuki slammed the flower onto the Death Dog's head. I'll take your dog. The entire Death Dog was controlled by some kind of power. He lined, lifting his leg to kick hard towards it. A kick sent the Death Dog crashing to the ground. Charles angrily cursed, useless dog, what did I feed you all that experience for? He increased the force of the grip on Ajaha's neck. Hey, resist anymore and I'll slit this woman's throat. Ajaha didn't want to affect Itsuki, whispered softly, don't worry about me. Itsuki raised both hands in surrender. Fine, don't touch her. Charles reminded, if you had behaved like this from the start, this woman wouldn't have suffered. Itsuki coldly asked, why are you targeting me? I remember I haven't made enemies with you. He answered, still trying to dig for information. I guess I can tell you, since you'll meet him anyway. Kinoshita Ryuji is extremely angry with you for arbitrarily entering the North B district area without permission. I'm the Houndman Charles and I'm here to capture you under his order. Itsuki noted the grudge. Kinoshita Ryuji again. That guy. I need to meet him personally and settle this. Charles reminded, you'll meet him soon enough. Once your body is bitten apart, death is about to tear your legs off. If you value this woman's life, this time don't use that strange ice layer to protect yourself. He ordered Death, bite his legs off for me. Itsuki gave the command, Death, prove you're worthy of being my spirit. The Death Dog immediately bit down hard, on the arm squeezing Ajaha's throat. Itsuki quickly rushed over, catching the dying woman in his arms. Charles screamed in pain, Damn it, why did you attack me, your master? A lotus flower seal appeared on the death dog's forehead. Itsuki gently stroked it. Good job. He formally declared, I'll return the pain Ajaha endured 100-fold. No, I'll repay it 1,000-fold. Charles now knew fear, stammering. Wait, hear me out. I was just following Ryoji's orders. I had no choice. That's right, let's team up. I'll lure Ryoji out for you. Itsuki replied, that's a good proposal. He inwardly rejoiced at buying time. Tricked you. Charles shot a spike straight at his opponent. Die, brat. Itsuki lunged to dodge, but I prefer to kill Kinoshita Ryoji myself. He ordered death, make him endure Ajaha's pain. Charles was scared to tears, begging, it was an accident, I'm sorry, give me another chance. The death dog bared its fangs, slowly advancing towards him. Charles tried to wake it. Death, have you forgotten? I'm your master, I fed you so much. The death dog opened its large mouth towards him. When it finished dealing with Charles, Itsuki asked gloomily, you've been following me since I left the sub-dungeon, haven't you? Itsuki turned to look behind. How long are you going to hide? Why don't you show yourself? Over there, someone was hiding carefully. Iberia shyly stepped out, asking, you noticed? Itsuki's voice was still as cold as ever. Are you that guy's teammate? He was startled by the misunderstanding. No, I'm not an enemy. Please let me explain. Itsuki didn't bother anymore. Fine, I don't have time to talk to you. Death, when you're done eating, follow me. Seeing the death dog obey Itsuki so obediently, Iberia held on to hope, even making a mad dog like that obey. This person might be able to save. He followed outside, walking beside Itsuki and introducing, my name is Iberia, and your fight earlier was amazing, though there were some close calls. Itsuki didn't answer. Iberia continued, you're the mysterious guy who took down Auga, right? He requested, can you help with something? I'll reward you if you want. I can even pay with magic stones or weapons, how about that? But Itsuki ignored him and walked straight ahead, surprising Iberia. What the hell? Wouldn't everyone be happy if I pay in full? Did the old man trick me? Back then his father had said, just like in the desert, a simple cup of water is more valuable than treasure. Rewards need finesse. Give a sword to one craving revenge. Give medicine to one injured. For them, that is a worthy reward. This reasoning made Iberia realize, I understand. He followed behind, calling, you walked here, right? You can't move quickly while carrying an injured person, and the nearest hospital is dozens of kilometers away. If you dawdle like this, that woman will die. Iberia took out a roll of healing bandage. I also have a recovery roll. Seeing Itsuki stop, he was half successful, adding, I can save her. Itsuki turned back, eagerly asking, really? He answered, I can't fully restore her, but I can save her life. Itsuki placed Ajaha on the ground for Iberia to bandage. He worried, is it okay to use it over clothes? He explained, this isn't a normal bandage. It's a rare tool, made from Shadow Tribe bandage strips and Kodama Tribe skin. Itsuki didn't understand. What's a tool? Iberia realized he used a slightly difficult term. At your level, you just awakened. It's natural you don't know. He introduced, modern weapons are ineffective against calamity beasts. That's why you can't fight them with firepower. But blacksmiths can create special tools to counter calamity beasts using calamity beast parts. Tools are divided into 4 levels depending on the blacksmith's skill and materials, including common, rare, epic, unique. Common tools, not much different from ordinary weapons, except they can damage calamity beasts and awaken. Rare tools enhance some stats for the owner. Example, see sword rare, increases magic speed. Epic tools not only boost stats but also have special abilities. Example, blood sword epic, increases attack power, special effect. Absorbs blood, raising the sword's temperature and reducing the enemy's self-recovery ability by 50%. Unique tools, the ultimate goal every blacksmith yearns for. Skyrockets stats and has powerful effects. Currently only 102 unique tools exist. Example, Holy Sword unique, increases attack speed. Unique effect, increases infinite amount of mana contained within the Holy Sword, allowing unlimited skill usage. Blacksmiths themselves don't have much combat power and there aren't many of them, but because they can forge tools, they are respected by all awake. Itsuki was curious, so your dad is a blacksmith, he said proudly, not an ordinary blacksmith. Many blacksmiths can't even make a single unique tool in their lifetime. Currently only 10 such items exist across the 5 continents, and 3 of them were made by that old man from my house. That's why people call him the Forging King of the Northern Continent. Seeing Itsuki turn his back, Iberia wondered, are you listening? Hey, I put all my heart into explaining, don't ignore me. Itsuki was taking out an item. This is the crossbow that guy Charles used earlier. He stepped over to observe. He's not surprised at all hearing my dad's name. Any awakened would cling to me immediately. With this, I can reduce the frequency of using true penetration sphere and lower the risk of exposing my hand. Iberia assessed the item in Itsuki's hand. It's a rare tool, he said disappointedly. Too bad it doesn't have any arrows. he revealed, but ranged weapons like this can assimilate ordinary ammunition into tool ammunition, so you don't need to worry about arrows. Info about the item displayed: Hunter's crossbow, rare speed +50. Watching it disappear from his hand, Itsuki was surprised. Disappeared. Iberia saw his doubtful expression and explained, that's another function of tools. Once it bonds with its owner, it's stored away and you can summon it whenever you need to use it. Itsuki politely said, quite convenient, thank you for treating her. If you need help with anything, tell me. Once I'm done here, I have to go find Kinoshita. Iberia gossiped, hearing that name now, I thought I misheard. Daring to fight Kinoshita Ryuji in North B District is really bold. Itsuki sighed and asked, what, you want me to give up? Iberia denied, no, if it's Kinoshita Ryuji, then we have a common goal. Itsuki wondered, you've angered him too. He evasively mentioned another issue. Not exactly, but I want you to team up with me to participate in the preliminary round of the National Salvation Alliance tournament the day after tomorrow. Itsuki thought in surprise, preliminary round, the dog mentioned that. I heard only the top 10 get to enter the main tournament. I've been too busy these past few days preparing for that. He asked suspiciously, what does the preliminary round have to do with Kinoshita Ryuji? He confirmed, the preliminary rounds are held by continent, and the location for the northern continent is in North B District. As the son of the district administrator, Kinoshita Ryuji is clearly aiming for the main tournament. Actually, his older brother is also a savior, so if he doesn't make top 10, it would be a disgrace to the Kinoshita family. That's why he's monopolizing all the sub-dungeons in North B District to level up. Itsuki didn't understand. Why team up with someone like me? He explained very simply, because you're strong. My instinct says if we team up, we'll definitely pass the preliminary round. Itsuki reminded, you're younger than me, right? You'll have many opportunities in the future, so why must it be this year? He hesitated. Why? Iberia recounted, since I was little, I've watched that old man from my house create tools. Every completed work was like a perfect masterpiece of art, and my admiration for him just grew. So I always dreamed that one day I would become an awakened and fight calamity beasts with equipment made by my own dad. Then a month ago, I finally awakened, thrilled. I asked my dad to make a tool for me, but he refused, saying only saviors can use my tools. He continued, even so, I kept begging. And finally, he set a condition. If you pass this year's preliminary round, I'll give you a masterpiece. That's why I absolutely must win this year's preliminary round. Itsuki was curious. With such a great dad, there should be many people wanting to team up. You don't need to team up with a level 0 like me. Iberia answered, my dad thought so too. That's why. Before I left, he said, listen, pass the preliminary round on your own strength. If you rely on strong teammates, I won't give it to you. Itsuki admired, your dad is strict. He helplessly added, based on my information, most promising candidates have already been bribed by Kinoshita. The rest are loners who don't like teaming up or already have teams, so there's no one else to ask. But 2 days ago, I heard about someone who defeated one of the 4 pillars and even broke a record. I searched for information, and that's how I found. Itsuki interrupted, all right, I don't care about teaming up, but first I want to take her to the hospital. Iberia understood. I'll go with you. From now on, we're teammates. He was rambling about the name. We should think of a team name too. You're Itsuki and I'm Iberia. How about Ibaton? Doesn't sound like a shop name. eBay isn't great either. Or Tenria. Itsuki picked Ajaha up in his arms, exasperated. Oh god, this guy talks more than Rim. He only now noticed, speaking of which, how are Ryger and Seo? They became awakened too, right? Are they participating in the preliminary round? Behind, Iberia was still enthusiastically talking. Since both our names have the letter I, how about double I? The person he remembered was currently training. Seo on the opposite side frowned and asked, are you sick? Rimu denied. No, maybe someone's talking about me. Probably Itsu. Seo worried, how long has it been since that attack? I didn't think we'd be apart this long. I wonder if he's okay. Rimu sidled up to tease her, making her blush. You're so weird. If you're that worried about Itsuki, why didn't you go see him after he defeated the Calamity Beast? Seo, too embarrassed, suddenly ambushed him. Rimu retorted, ambushing is dirty play. Seo didn't care about dirty or not. We're training to fight, aren't we? You were careless, right? A person stepped over. They greeted happily. Master, he sternly reminded, the national tournament preliminary round starts the day after tomorrow. There's no time for fooling around. Seo was delighted. Finally another awakened to spar with. I'm so tired of fighting Rimu. Her info displayed. Seo Hisaragi, Humanity Level 11 Occupation. Water Elementalist First Year Talent. Hidden Stats. Attack 110, Speed 160, Defense 125, Magic 160, Total 555. Rimu replied, I've never been to North B District. Heard it's a bustling city. Exciting to see it firsthand. His info appeared. Horino Rimu's Humanity Level 10 Occupation. Elementalist second-tier talent. Hidden stats. Attack 100, Speed 100, Defense 100, Magic 183, Total 483. On Ryoji's side, he was checking the suitcase of karma stones before him, then casually asked, "Where's that hound? Being this late isn't like him." Tenki worried. Could something have happened? Ryoji was furious upon hearing this. Again, those useless underlings. He crushed the karma stone in his hand, receiving experience. He waited for instructions. Should we send subordinates to search? He answered. Forget him. The preliminary round is top priority. If I lose, the old man will lock me in an isolation room. By the way, what about the thing I requested? Tenki reported. Out of 3113 candidates in the northern continent, we've persuaded 887. As requested, all are level 5 or higher. He praised, well done, you really are a trustworthy subordinate. Tenki watched Ryoji absorbing the karma stone's power, said, this is the last magic stone. He was in the process of leveling up, lightning flaring around his body. Ryoji confidently said, to crush the commoners, this is more than enough. His info displayed, Kinoshita Ryoji, Humanity Level 12 Occupation, Lightning Elementalist Second-Tier Talent, Hidden Stats, Attack 135, Speed 168, Defense 130, Magic 170, Total 603. On Itsuki's side, he had just come out and proceeded to teleport. When he met Nento, Itsuki apologized. I'm sorry, Master, for putting Ageha in such danger. He answered, what could we do? I can eliminate him if you want. He declined the offer. No, leave it to me. Nento was pleased to see Itsuki so independent. Very good. Tell me the whole story later. Iberia beside them thought joyfully. So the Supreme Commander of the Northern Continent is his master. No wonder he wasn't surprised when I mentioned my dad. Nento is a mysterious person. I should ask for his autograph later. Currently they were in the hospital room. Ageha was treated and resting on the bed recuperating. Itsuki spoke up to inform, and that's why I decided to participate in the National Salvation Alliance tournament preliminary round together with Iberia, so I wasn't hindering. He inquired about her condition. I understand. How are you feeling, Ageha? She glanced at the butterfly perched on her finger. Green leaf restored me, so I've recovered. This is thanks to Iberia treating me with a rare tool. Nento turned to ask in surprise. You possess a wood spirit bandage tool made by Aiden, so you're his son, correct? Iberia thought in surprise. He not only knows about the tool, but also about my dad. I should behave properly as the son of the Forging King. He proudly pointed to himself to introduce. That's right, I am Aiden's father. Itsuki reminded, you said it backward. Iberia blushed in embarrassment, hurriedly corrected. Sorry, Aiden is my father. Nento didn't mind the earlier slip-up, cleared his throat and said, anyway, thank you for saving my daughter. After the preliminary round ends, let me take Itsuki to greet Aiden with. I suppose you two need to prepare for the tournament. You two can go now. Tomorrow Ageha and I will also be watching. Itsuki replied, yes. Iberia vowed, please rest assured. I will definitely show everyone that we can pass the preliminary round. Ageha could tell her dad really liked Itsuki. Back when it was Kazunari and me, Dad always took me to meetings. He explained the reason. Itsuki has a powerful self-destructive desire when facing calamity beasts due to psychological trauma from childhood. But that desire only weakens when there are people he wants to protect by his side. That's why I leave you by his side. Ageha pondered this, become his close friend, become his weakness, and then become the person he wants to protect. The person Itsuki wants to protect. Before leaving, Nento reminded, by the way, regarding the calamity beast attack at the school, it's been confirmed it wasn't an accident but a premeditated plan. What did you say? The number of traitors siding with the calamity beasts is increasing. Although scales differ, there have also been attacks targeting supreme commanders in other continents. As of now, humanity's future is pitch black. He firmly believed Itsuki will definitely destroy it and become the light of hope. The next day at North B District, the National Salvation Alliance tournament preliminary round. Itsuki stepped into the arena, looking at the dense crowd around him. He was quite surprised. There are more people than I thought. Iberia answered. I heard that as soon as news spread that Nento would come to watch, people who originally didn't plan to participate suddenly changed their minds. The number of participants jumped from about 3,000 to nearly 5,000. Ryoji's face darkened upon learning this. Nento, that old man, too many variables have appeared. Tenki reassured. Rest assured. They're just a mixed bunch who decided to join at the last minute. They won't have time to form teams, so we still have the advantage in numbers. Tell those we recruited to wear a red band around their right arm so we know they're on our side. Coincidentally, Rimu and Seiya were also present here. Rimu asked, are red bands trending? Should I wear one too, since Nento is here to watch? Seiya added, perhaps Itsuki too. Saoryu Fujiwara, the announcer for the national tournament preliminary round, stepped forward to announce, everyone, I will explain the rules before the preliminary round begins. He explained the competition rules. The preliminary round competition venue is divided into two areas, inner region and outer region. In the first stage of the preliminary round, you will start from the four main directions of the outer region. First, you will compete based on the amount of time needed to enter the inner region. The moment you enter the inner region, your ranking will be recorded on your bracelet, and only the top 300 will advance to round 2. Rimu looked in surprise at what was on his wrist. The bracelet has that function, Seo thought anxiously. Eliminating thousands of people in the first round is brutal. Saoryu Fujiwara continued announcing, "You are allowed to bring 2 tools, team up with anyone, use anything you like. Results are what matter. After round 1 ends, rankings will be announced, and rules for round 2 will also be announced." Iberia suddenly exclaimed, "Itsuki, look there." He and his companions attracted everyone's attention. It was Kinoshita Ryoji. He ordered, "Understood. Anyone running ahead of me, blocking the way, kill." Iberia whispered, "Those beside him are probably candidates he bribed. For now, let's just enter the inner region as quickly as possible. Once Kinoshita enters the inner region and lets his guard down, we'll ambush." He was startled, eyes wide in astonishment at Itsuki's next action. He stepped over to them, reminding, "I heard everything." 2 guys in the team spoke up. "Who are you? Be careful. This guy isn't wearing a red band." Saoryu Fujiwara declared. Then round 1 begins. The number of young people wanting to join the Salvation Alliance is increasing, very gratifying. But numbers are meaningless without quality. Nakira beside him commented, "Our time had fewer candidates below level 15. He added, "Quite few." His info displayed, Nakira, Red Heaven Star Stone, other info hidden. Saoryu Fujiwara recalled, "The year you participated, there were only 2 people, right?" He answered, "That's why I said it'll be boring if there aren't rookies like Kazunari Satsumi." "Hope there are," he said calmly. "Don't be foolish. A once-in-a-century genius like that doesn't just appear." Nakira turned to ask Nento, "I heard in the northern continent there's a student who, right after awakening, defeated a level 8 bone soldier and became your disciple. Is that true?" Saoryu Fujiwara was stunned. Defeated a level 8 right after awakening. Impossible. Yet Nento confirmed, "Indeed it's true." He asked with interest, "Is that person also among them?" Saoryu Fujiwara thought to himself, the second disciple acknowledged by Nento after Kazunari Satsumi. He must have sky-high talent. He pondered while looking at the screen, curiously asking, "Who is it?" Then he paid attention to each person. Rimu level 10, Golden Elementalist, ordinary second-tier talent, not him. Seo level 11 holds a first-tier talent, but she's a Water Elementalist leaning support, probably not either. Must be this girl, Habin Hana, Wood Elementalist, but she has an abnormally high level of 16. Seeing Nento still motionless, Saoryu Fujiwara doubted. No, but Hana is the candidate with the highest level. Nakira was surprised. This time there's a level 0 candidate. He added, "Every year there are people who participate out of curiosity, but get crushed immediately and withdraw." Ryoji was mocking, "A level 0 candidate? Seriously?" Tanky beside him disdainfully asked, "Lost your way, kid." He took out the guy's weapon and put it on his arm. Ryoji's smile gradually became strained. "That's Charles's. Who the hell are you?" Itsuki asked gloomily. "You're looking for me, aren't you?" He realized this low-level brat is the one who took down Auga. "Are you kidding me? I see. You came here under someone's orders to annoy me, right?" Ryoji ordered his underlings. "Drive him out." Tanky obeyed. "Leave it to us. We'll make him regret insulting you." They surrounded Itsuki in the middle, planning to bully the weak with numbers. But he had already teleported away. "I'm not free to talk with trash like you." Then landed in front of Nakira, silently assessing, 2 level 6 and 2 level 7, don't need to look to know the result. If you beg for your life now, you might survive. Iberia braced himself. "I can take down one, but no matter how strong Itsuki is, taking down 4 at once." He touched the box at his waist. "Means I have no choice but to use that." Honda stepped in front of him, disdainfully saying, "I thought there'd be some tough opponents waiting, but turns out it's just a level 0 piece of trash." Itsuki gloomily stepped forward, ordering him, "Move." At first, this guy was dumbfounded, because it was the first time someone treated him like that. Then Honda burst out laughing. The others joined in. Nakira rejoiced inwardly. "Good, I like that attitude." He declared, "If you're going to die, I'll save you." Honda reached out towards his head. "I'll smash your head to see what's inside." A punch straight to the face knocked out several of his teeth. Itsuki repeated one last time, "I said move." Nakira was astonished. An opponent with a higher level than himself, and he took him down in an instant. His companions were astonished. "Honda is level 7, how did that rookie?" The guy next to him reassured. He condensed a fireball in his hand. "Don't panic, he was just careless." He activated his rank B skill, full power fire, full force fire cannon, declaring, "I'll burn you to ashes." Seeing the firepower coming, Iberia was terrified. Too fast, I don't even have time to use a tool. Someone on their side worried. Isn't it a bit much for a level 0? Tamu wasn't scared. The preliminary round always has casualties. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for acting tough even though you're just level 0. When the flame in his hand died down, one guy spoke up. Hey, something's not right. The others were astonished. Within the brilliant flames, his dark ice wall shattered that flame into pieces. They were shocked. What? Iberia was surprised and happy. No way did he block all that Wideria fire magic. That's awesome. Itsuki reminded them coldly. Stay away from me. System reminder. Dark Ice Wall blocked a Fire Element rank B skill with Dark Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Attack 310, Speed 310, Defense 341, Magic 310, Total 1240 plus 31. He thought to himself, defense increased by 33. Need to confirm whether Dark Ice Wall's passive effect still activates when blocking the same skill from the same target more than once. Tamu panicked seeing Itsuki safe and sound. Is that his Ice Element skill? How is there a Water Elementalist here? How could he can use Ice skill? He challenged his opponent. Try using that move again. This time I won't block. He continued creating fireballs. Are you insulting me? A real man never says things twice. Itsuki calmly replied, yeah, I promise. He unleashed a stronger move. Rank B skill, Overheated Fire Cannon. This time I'll definitely finish you with my strongest move. A rolling stream of firepower slammed down where he stood, intense heat spreading, making Itsuki realize its firepower was stronger than before but still a fire element skill. Within the raging flames, his figure vanished. A companion reminded, you overdid it. Tamu was confident with this firepower. It can even take down a level 8. He thought regretfully, used up all my magic. This is the finishing blow. A bit wasteful on a level 0 opponent, but this show is over. Not long after gloating, Tamu fearfully stepped back. What? He appeared in front of him. So if it's a skill from the same person, Dark Ice Wall's passive doesn't activate anymore. I see. Itsuki leisurely uttered. Confirmed. Time to end this. Tamu fearfully sat down on the ground. He blocked my ultimate skill so easily. Impossible. Sama behind was creating firepower to counter. Yeah, that ice skill is strong, but I've found its weakness. He poured more energy to add firepower to block Itsuki. This guy's rank B skill is Chain Fire. When attacked by those fireballs, Itsuki realized, planning to overwhelm with numbers, activate Dark Ice Wall. Where he stood, firepower violently erupted into an explosion. Sama believed, even if he has a powerful skill, a level 0's magic has limits. If we can drain his magic until he can't create that ice wall anymore, we win. However, Itsuki's hand had already tightly grasped his hand, causing the flame to extinguish. Sama broke out in a cold sweat, couldn't believe it. What? He closed the distance in an instant. He wrapped his body in Dark Ice Wall, reminding, even after blocking many fireballs like that, the passive only activates once. Every muscle on his body tensed up. If your advantage is speed, ours is strength. Itsuki disdainfully asked, are you even using strength? First, he gave Sama a hook punch straight to the throat. You look miserable, so I'll make it easier. When he collapsed, Itsuki calculated mentally. 33 defense points added, not 234. So it's calculated based on the defense value before enhancement. System update. Dark Ice Wall blocked a Fire Element rank B skill with Dark Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Defense 310 plus 62 from Dark Ice Wall. Itsuki glanced at the remaining two more elementalists. Charge at me. I'll use you to increase Thunder Shockwave's passive effect. They thought the two of them were already taken down, no doubt about it. This guy's faking his stats. Let's just get out of here. He mocked, you think I'll let you go. The two of them charged simultaneously. Damn it, then I'll take you down. This isn't a fire attribute, don't think that trick will work. They used rank C skill, Silver Serpent, Rolling Lightning shot out. System update. Absorbed Lightning Element rank C skill with Thunder Shockwave, increasing speed by 5%. Attack 310, Speed 341, Defense 372, Magic 310, Total 1333. Heighten Akira was astonished. He's taking down Awakened higher level than himself like it's a joke. He pondered, who is he? Itsuki thought to himself, so Thunder Shockwave's passive is like Dark Ice Walls, doesn't increase further for skills from the same target. Iberia looked at the people collapsed on the ground, dazedly uttering, they're all down. He admired, I thought this would be a tough fight, didn't expect Itsuki to be this strong. What ability are you using? Tamu behind doubted, just who the hell are you? You can't be level 0. Iberia sneered, you're asking who we are. Itsuki was surprised. We. He solemnly introduced, we are Double E, remember that name, because someday we will be the strongest pair in the northern continent. He dragged Iberia away by the scruff. Forget that, let's just chase after Kinoshita. he cried out in protest. We were just getting into the groove. Tamo was speechless at this name. Double E, so lame. Ryoji's side thought, quite noisy. That level 0 guy must have been beaten down. But that crossbow is definitely Charles's. I'll have to investigate it later. No one in this northern continent could capture Charles except to save. He was lost in thought, veins bulging on his face in anger when he saw someone zip past. Kan had just overtaken. Ryoji thought smugly, another one overtaken. Unlike those muscle brains, I focused on speed. While gloating, his entire body was attacked by lightning. Kan fell to the ground, trying to look up, attacking us at max speed. What kind of monster? Ryoji timely landed on his head. He arrogantly announced, "That's the consequence of running ahead of me." Ryoji turned to remind the people behind, "Get yourselves together. I need to preserve stamina for round 2. Don't waste my time with trash like this." Nento observed the situation and asked, "Is that the son of the North B District Administrator, Kinoshita Ryoji?" Saoryu Fujiwara judged, "Quite arrogant. Don't know how he was raised. He was helpless, but he's not breaking the rules, so we can't do anything." Ryoji's side was recovering strength. "Thanks to them taking care of all the trouble, my stamina is almost recovered." The crowd standing behind didn't dare to step forward. Ryoji looked at the building ahead, confidently thinking, "With this I can pass round 2 easily. So ahead is the inner region, too easy now." Behind him, thunderous lightning came crashing down. Someone called Kinoshita. He startled, glancing behind, didn't expect a variable during this critical moment. Ryoji turned to look at the crowd behind and asked, "Who dares to call my name like that?" They panicked. "Not me. Don't look at me like that. I didn't do anything." Someone behind recognized. "It's him, the level 0 rook." They formed 2 rows to make way for him to step forward. Ryoji had a bad premonition. "Level 0, don't tell me." Seeing him approach, he had the answer. It really is him. Ryoji was annoyed at his subordinate's capability. Seriously, did he take them all down? Impossible. A level 6 and a level 7 couldn't handle it. He reasoned, "I see, he must have bribed them." Ryoji spoke up. "How long have you been following me, you level 0 trap?" Itsuki got straight to the point. "You're staying here until we settle this." Iberia secretly felt lucky. Basically, I was brought here by Itsuki. Every opponent we faced was defeated instantly. Without Itsuki, I would have been eliminated halfway. He turned his back, not giving him any regard. "I'm very busy, no time to mess with you. But I've prepared some opponents for you." He ordered his subordinates. "You guys deal with him." They looked down on him. "What, just for a level 0 brat? Calling Kinoshita by name. Get a grip, we'll teach you some manners. Don't worry, I'll show those 2 what hell is like." Iberia miscounted. 80, 78, 79. They have over 100 people. What should we do? Itsuki grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him close, instructing, "Cover your head." With that, he instantly teleported away from this place. Ryoji's collar was also pulled back by Itsuki. His entire body was thrown out, while Iberia was thrown inside. Ryoji was caught by his subordinates, while he was utterly astonished. He faced him. "Seems you didn't understand my word. Let me repeat, until we settle this, you are not allowed to go anywhere." Seo and Rimuru wearily entered the inner region. The display showed, "You rank 4, he ranks 5. Rimuru sat down to rest. "Those guys wearing red bands got involved in this too. They still haven't learned their lesson and are still trying to block our way." Seo added, "If we weren't sticking together, we probably would have been taken down before even setting foot." He was disappointed, "But I thought we were the fastest. Didn't expect there to be people faster than us." Here was Gakyujin 3rd place, he thought unhappily. Didn't expect to only be 3rd. Shin Akagami in 2nd place teased his opponent. "Are you hungry already? You just ate." She directed her gaze towards 1st place. "Most importantly, look at the person in 1st, Kana Hanyu, she's level 16. Seo thought to herself, Itsuki must be acting alone, and if he was hindered like us. Rimoru's mouth gaped in astonishment. "Look, is someone flying this way?" She frowned and looked in that direction upon hearing this. He fell with a thud. The system announced, "Iberia has reached the inner region, rank 6. Iberia now anxiously called out, "Itsuki." Rimuru was stunned. "Did that person just say Itsuki?" Seo confirmed. "Yes, I heard it too." They looked into the distance and saw his majestic back facing 100 people. Rimuru thought, "That back is unmistakable, it's Itsuki." In the pouring rain, he repeated, "I said until I settle this, I won't let you go anywhere." Saoryu Fujiwara was curious. That rookie is just 1 step away from the inner region. Why is he clinging to Kinoshita Ryoji? Ajaha's eyes drooped sadly, seeing his predicament. He suggested to heighten Akira, help him if he gets into trouble. He thought to himself, Itsuki just erupted with terrifying speed. Wonder if I could do that at that age. "Over there," Ryoji said gloomily. "You keep getting in my way time and time again. Get ready. What's about to start isn't just a battle, it's total humiliation for you." In other words, this is a 100 versus 1 gang. Itsuki didn't care about the round ranking. Passing the preliminary comes later. Right now, getting revenge for Ajaha is my top priority. Ryuji shouted an order. You guys kill him for me. Everyone activate your powers. Their momentum charged towards him, while Itsuki stood there calmly, the wind and rain making his coat flutter. A fire-type guy charged. I won't let anyone else take credit, I'll take your head. Rank C skill, Fire Fist. Seeing Itsuki use just one hand to block his attack, he was astonished. What? He counterattacked, punching straight into the opponent's face. This fire-type guy fell to the ground with a thud, teeth and lips all mixed together. The charging crowd stopped. He took him down with one punch, someone reassured. Don't panic, we have more people. We can't lose to an ordinary level 0. They regained momentum. Right, everyone charged together. Itsuki said calmly, even better. Dark Ice Wall blocked a Fire Element rank B skill with Dark Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. He created wide area damage with Fire Lotus Blast. Let's quickly end this show. Activate Lotus Blast. Streams of firepower radiated incredible heat, swirling around Itsuki's arm. One stream shot towards the crowd, blasting them backwards. Rimuru, who hadn't seen him in a long time, was astonished. That's Itsuki's skill. Seo and Iberia were speechless in shock. Gakuge noticed the commotion over there. What the hell is that explosion? Shin stroked the cat in her palm, unconcerned. An explosion of this scale is just a mosquito to me. Kana hugged her sword alone in a corner, seemingly pondering something. Saoryu Fujiwara looked at the shock there in horror. That explosion was performed by the level 0 boy. The firepower is one thing, but how can he use a skill that doesn't belong to his occupation? Nakira fell silent before that shocking sight. Ajaha thought to herself, didn't expect Itsuki to possess a wide area skill. That's why he was so confident in the Locust Lands. How many trump cards is he hiding? Itsuki calculated, 30% firepower should be enough. My opponents are human, so I have to hold back so they don't die. Ryuji stared blankly at the devastated scene before him. My side is all dead. The enemy remains intact. He coldly turned to settle accounts with him. Your turn is next. Ryuji staggered. We had over 100 people, and you took them all down in an instant. What are you? Why are you so obsessed with me? Itsuki found it really laughable. Obsessed? You're the one who targeted me first and severely injured my friend. Today I'll return the pain she endured to you. He burst out with power. I am the son of the prestigious Kinoshita family from North B District. All the sub-dungeons around here are mine. I don't need to struggle against calamity beasts. By using the karma stones provided by my family, I can easily reach levels ordinary people dare not even dream of. Our foundations are different. I will kill you, I will definitely win. Rank B skill, Purple Lightning Cannon activated. System notification, detected rank B skill, Purple Lightning Cannon. Super simulation activated, analysis progress, 1%. He charged straight into Ryuji, ramming into him. Ryuji hugged his stomach, trembling all over in pain, thinking. He dodged. This speed, is he really level 0? Can't win this. He needed help. What are you doing? Hurry and help me. Tanky understood, breaking the rules, but I don't need to care about face anymore. He was confident. Tanky is a level 35 awakened. Prepare to go to hell. Nento's side had preparations. Nakira excitedly cracked his knuckles to warm up. Understood. He sensed someone approaching from behind. Anti-magic, my magic sense is reacting. Someone is approaching at high speed. System notification, analysis progress, 19%. Of course, Itsuki saw it, and it wasn't just one person. A not-so-light tremor transmitted from in front of him. Itsuki calmly glanced at the situation there. He had already crushed Tanky beneath him in no time. A reminder, carry on. Itsuki continued the unfinished business from earlier, killing intent shrouding his body. He glanced at Ryuji at his feet. Seems your subordinates can't make. He fearfully stated his background. Wait, my dad is the administrator of North B District, and he is a member of the Salvation Alliance. Do you know the consequences of daring to touch me? He didn't care. Who cares about your dad? One punch knocked Ryuji unconscious. Itsuki felt relieved. With this, Ajaha has been avenged. She knew everything he did today was for her. Her face flushed with emotion. Saoryu Fujiwara was astonished. That young man really defeated Kinoshita Ryuji. Why is he looking over? Itsuki calculated silently. If I stop the analysis at 99% now, I can recover stamina when entering round 2 when simulation reaches 99%. System notification. Analysis pause. Behind him, Seo's voice called out, Itsuki. He was astonished hearing this voice. Itsuki turned to see Seo. She had been standing there waiting for him. Hurry inside. You'll be eliminated. Seo's voice was extremely gentle. He stepped inside to greet. Long time no see. System notification. Itsuki has entered the inner region, rank 7. Iberia and Rimu rushed over to hug him tightly. Itsuki, I missed you. You bastard, glad you're okay. The two of them looked at each other with sparks flying. Rimu asked unhappily, Who are you? Why are you crying over Itsuki? He said nonchalantly. Me. He proudly introduced. I am Itsuki's teammate, Iberia. Rimu angrily turned to yell at Itsuki. I never heard you would team up with someone else. Traitor, Seiya was amazed. It's rare for Itsuki to make friends. Iberia retorted, Itsuki is a traitor. Are you two a couple or something? What's your team name? He answered. Team name? Who cares about that? We're not kids. Do you have one? Iberia smugly blurted out. Of course, he coaxed. Tell me. Itsuki had to stop them. Stop before things get worse. But it was too late. Iberia revealed with a very proud attitude. It's double E, we really struggled to come up with that name. Well, this name made Rimu laugh hysterically. Team E, so bland. He was annoyed. What's so funny? It's a good name. Saoryu Fujiwara announced. The number of people entering the inner region has reached 500. Those who haven't arrived will be eliminated. Round 2 will begin soon. In round 2, you will fight calamity beasts alone in the testing area for 1 hour. Rimu was surprised. Alone, Iberia became serious. Finally, round 2. Height Nakira had waited so long for this scene. Finally, it's here. I've been waiting all this time. He truly anticipated. Let's see what's special about you. They moved to the round 2 venue. The arena was already packed with people. Rimu was curious. Round 2 takes place here, right? Iberia couldn't control his trembling. It's so dark and scary in here. Rimu teased. It's been a while, but you really are still level 0. Is your level fixed? Itsuki admitted. He wondered, so your stats don't increase either. How do you get stronger? Iberia added. I'm also curious how Itsuki is so strong even though he's level 0. Itsuki answered. About that, Master told me not to tell anyone. Seiya interjected. We were taught that extinction user skills are national security level. Seiya turned to Itsuki. Itsuki, you don't need to mind them. Saoryu Fujiwara appeared, asking, is everyone ready? Iberia was amazed, seeing him step forward. The crowd marveled, looking at them up high. That's Saoryu Fujiwara. He hosts the national tournament every year. Next to him is Height Nakira, a veteran of the river crossing war, the one with the strongest physique. And that masked person is the legendary Nento. It's a gathering of legends. He spoke up. Now I will explain the rules for round 2. Listen carefully. Many calamity beasts will appear in the challenge area. Defeat points based on difficulty. Notification displayed. Defeat calamity beast, difficult level, 1000 defeat points. Defeat points based on difficulty. Beginner level, 100, normal level, 500, difficult level, 1000, nightmare level, 5000. Saoryu Fujiwara continued explaining the rules. There is a 1-minute rest after defeating a calamity beast. After that, you will be forcibly moved to the next difficulty. Remaining rest time, 56 seconds. Gakuge was confident. I'll climb straight to nightmare level. His info displayed. Gakuge, humanity level 13 occupation. Earth elementalist second tier talent. Hidden stats, hidden. Itsuki suddenly spoke up. I have a question. The others murmured. This guy is level 0. How did he pass round 1? He must have been carried. Did you realize round 2 is solo and are starting to feel intimidated? Must be. Saoryu Fujiwara permitted. What is it? Ask freely. He didn't beat around the bush. Is nightmare level the highest difficulty? Height Nakira laughed upon hearing this. While he was stunned, mouth agape. The others immediately looked down on him. What are you boasting about? A level 0 won't stand a chance against a nightmare level calamity beast. I think he can't even defeat a beginner level 1, let alone nightmare. Gakuge also joined in. Must be a piece of trash who only knows how to show off. Saoryu seriously informed. Theoretically, calamity beast difficulty has no limit. You'll understand once you actually try to defeat a nightmare level beast. Itsuki replied, no limit, Rimu reminded. Thinking about that is useless. Nightmare level is at least level 10 or above. We'd be lucky to defeat difficult level. Saoryu continued. The points accumulated in the preliminary round can be added to the official national tournament. In other words, whether you can join the Salvation Alliance later depends greatly on today's performance. Rimu rejoiced. Points earned here also count for the main tournament. Itsuki secretly made a decision. I have no choice but to use that. Kazunari Satsumi's record is 115,000 points. I must use this opportunity to surpass. A reminder notification rang out. Everyone, enter the challenge area. The second preliminary round begins. He entered inside and felt. So this is the challenge area, not much different from a normal sub-dungeon. In the darkness, countless pairs of glowing red eyes stared at Itsuki. They stepped out. System reminder. Beginner level Calamity Beast. Calamity Hound level 1. 10 defeat points. 100. Itsuki rejoiced inwardly. Finally get to fight Calamity Beasts. System notification. Activate Dark Ice Wall. He planned to finish quickly. I can't raise my stats with these, so let's end it quickly. Itsuki's image was broadcast on the large screen. Saoryu asked Height Nakira with interest. You're observing him again, he answered. I also want to watch that girl Kana Hanyu fight. Heighten Akira, this young man is more interesting. His eyes didn't leave the screen. Here it comes. He was curious. Is there really something surprising? Inside, Itsuki wiped out the whole pack of Calamity Hounds in one go. System display. Time taken. 1 second. Points earned. 100. Saoryu was shocked. 1 second. Usually takes a few minutes. He said happily, I told you right. Heighten Akira, this young man is more interesting. I don't think a level 8 fire dragon is a threat. Nento stepped over to ask how the other candidates were doing. He said regretfully, sorry, we were too focused. I'll switch to multi-screen mode. This way we can observe the top 10 candidates simultaneously. Ageha saw through Nento's purpose. Dad, you're trying to divert attention away from Itsuki, aren't you? Saoryu observed briefly. Seems most other candidates are still fighting at beginner level. Seo used her water element ability to attack calamity beasts. Gakuge fought close combat, swinging his hammer to crush them one by one. Kana used her wood element ability to strangle the calamity beasts. Saoryu compared. Kana Hanyu is the only one keeping up with Itsuki. Ageha worriedly exclaimed, oh no, Itsuki is about to. He's being incinerated by the fire dragon's flame. Saoryu prepared to step forward. Did he use up all his stamina fighting the Calamity Hounds and has no strength to dodge? He'll be seriously injured if he takes that flame directly. Call the medical team. Heighten Akira had stopped him. Wait, observe a bit more. He was confident. With his earlier speed, dodging an attack like this would be a piece of cake. System notification. Activate Dark Ice Wall. His entire body was enveloped in Dark Ice Wall. Not a single injury. One slash caused the fire dragon's body to split in two. When it fell was also when the system updated. Time taken. 5 seconds. Points earned. 500. Saoryu was shocked, completely unscathed. That ice armor covers his whole body. He could have killed it instantly, but why did he bother taking the hit? System reminder. Dark Ice Wall blocked a Fire Element rank C skill with Dark Ice Wall, increasing defense by 10%. Itsuki calculated silently. I must maximize every opportunity to raise stats. He looked at his stats. Now my defense is 434. His info refreshed. Itsuki, humanity level undetermined occupation. Extinction user talent, Supreme Nirvana skills, Super Simulation rank Z, Thunder Shockwave level 1, Dark Ice Wall level 2, Lotus Blast level 2, True Penetration Sphere level 2, Magic Sense level, Devour level 1 stats, Attack 310, Speed 341, increased by Thunder Shockwave 30%, Defense 434, increased by Dark Ice Wall 40%, Magic 310 total, 1395. The screen displayed remaining rest time, 58 seconds. Skip rest. He pressed yes, inwardly expecting, let's test my defense against the next calamity beast. Heighten Akira knew that, at this difficulty, it tests the candidate's speed and combat senses. Saoryu confirmed, that's right. When a thunder rhino attacks, it conducts electrical energy through its horn, unleashing a dual physical and lightning attack. If he gets hit by that, his body will be pierced due to lack of defense stats, and will be paralyzed and unable to move due to lack of lightning resistance. To defeat the Thunder Rhino, he must use his speed to dodge and attack when it's exhausted. Seeing Itsuki's next action, he was startled in astonishment. Wait, what is he planning? Itsuki was currently touching the Thunder Rhino's horn. He tapped it lightly, checking. This horn is perfect for testing my defense. Lightning radiated from around the horn. Veins appeared on the Thunder Rhino's face, its mouth exhaling smoke. It used the horn to fling Itsuki back, his entire body thrown into the air. Ageha worriedly called out his name, Itsuki. Heighten Akira couldn't predict his moves. This young man, everything I do is hard to guess, but each time he produces results far beyond imagination. The spot where he was hovering suddenly exploded into pieces. System notification. Blocked a lightning element rank C skill with Thunder Shockwave, increasing speed by 5%. He realized, testing done. Seems attacks from level 10 or lower calamity beasts can't hurt me. Itsuki was no longer interested in playing with it. Time to end this. He activated Thunder Shockwave, speed plus 50%, zooming towards the Thunder Rhino. It arrogantly raised its head, ready to meet the enemy. Itsuki plunged down from above like a fired arrow. One hand covered in dark ice wall stabbed straight into the Thunder Rhino's head. System report. Time taken. 7 seconds. Points earned. 1,000. Heighten Akira smiled and commented, his total time so far is under 15 seconds. He's not only faster than I was in my youth, it feels like he's still not going all out. Saoryu worried, but next is lightning fast hand movements and sharp claws tearing enemies apart in an instant. A giant mouth spewing chains to swallow everything, and a massive body covered in armor-like hard shell. It possesses all those traits. The strongest and fiercest calamity beast in the preliminary round. the ultimate target of all candidates. Itsuki was facing a nightmare-level calamity beast, purgatory giant level 15 defeat points, 5,000. Itsuki activated True Penetration Sphere. The sphere pierced through its head. System update, defeated purgatory giant level 15. True Penetration Sphere's flight speed increased by 200%. Those watching this scene were stunned. He read the info, True Penetration Sphere flight speed, 9 ms total increase, 900%. Itsuki was interested. Next one. Saoryu had to change his view of this youth. Even a nightmare-level purgatory giant, he killed it in seconds. System display. Time taken, 3 seconds points earned, 5,000. Switch scene to Seo's location. That calamity beast opened its mouth, releasing a stream of energy. Seo had activated rank C skill, Water Bullet. She calculated silently. If I defeat the remaining 2, I can pass normal level. System update. Beginner level 1, completion progress, 80%. Gakuge confidently thought, I skipped the rest period. The first to reach normal level will definitely be me. The notification displayed, normal level completion progress, 0%. She estimated, I'll recover the magic consumed before proceeding, until normal level completion progress reaches 100%. An announcement rang out, conquered nightmare level. Time taken 21 seconds, rank 1. Seo cheered happily, that must be Itsuki. Gakuge was astonished. Someone faster than me, is it Kana? The mentioned person Kana was silent upon hearing this result. Itsuki had finished dealing with that calamity beast. Let's go to the next floor. Until now Saoryu Fujiwara still couldn't believe his eyes. He killed the purgatory giant in an instant, pierced through its armor. What is that dark sphere? Heighten Akira directed. Increase the difficulty. Let's see how far that brat can go. Reminder notification. Nightmare level stage 2. Purgatory giant level 15, 2 defeat points, 10,000. He looked disappointedly at the surrounding calamity beasts. I was wondering what would happen, but they just increased the number. The ferocious calamity beasts roared, shockwave sounds echoing out. Itsuki calculated, while it's roaring, I'll deal with one first. System reminder, activate True Penetration Sphere. The sphere pierced through one's head, accompanied by notification, defeated purgatory giant level 15. True Penetration Sphere flight speed increased 200%. True Penetration Sphere flight speed, 11 ms flight speed increase value, 1100%. Saoryu Fujiwara didn't understand. In one hit, what is that sphere? No limit in using it. Heighten Akira assessed. It is very strong, but that skill has a fatal weakness. He didn't quite understand. Weakness. Currently, Itsuki was facing the last calamity beast. He frowned comparing. This speed, it's faster than any calamity beast I've faced. Outside, Heighten Akira reasonably explained. Because of their massive bodies, people usually misunderstand they are very slow. But Saoryu Fujiwara wasn't enlightened. What are you trying to say? Inside, Itsuki was condensing a sphere. System reminder, activate True Penetration Sphere. The sphere was truly insignificant compared to the calamity beast's massive size. Heighten Akira continued. As a racial trait, they don't possess magic, but in return their other stats are significantly enhanced. Despite that giant body, it actually belongs to the speed type. Just as I predicted, it dodged the True Penetration Sphere. Calamity Beast info displayed. Purgatory Giant 1008, Giant Tribe level 15 second tier talent. Cannot use magic, but all stats increased by 25% skill. None stats. Attack, 320 speed, 300 defense, 320 magic, 940. Only now did Itsuki realize the situation had become dangerous. It dodged. Heighten Akira admitted. That dark sphere does deal massive damage, but its flight speed isn't too fast. He took advantage of its habit of roaring before launching an attack to strike first. That brat, his combat intuition is good. But if he can't increase that black sphere's flight speed, he probably can't pass this stage. One punch from the calamity beast sent Itsuki flying far away. He was hit and slammed into the rock wall behind, causing a tremor, thick dust billowing up. The rock wall behind dented. Itsuki tried to drag his aching body. It can dodge at mid-range. Saoryu outside speculated, knowing it wouldn't hit, but still tried using it, meaning he must be hiding another trump card. He thought to himself, is that really the case? They saw Itsuki's unusual expression, so why is he smiling? Because he now has a solution. Quick indeed, if that's the case, I'll close the distance. Immediately, Itsuki activated Thunder Shockwave. He was no longer in the same spot, but zooming towards the calamity beast. It ferociously raised its giant fist, preparing to smash down. One punch caused shockwaves to spread across an area, the ground cracking dozens of meters away. Ajaha covered her mouth in terror. She was genuinely worried for him. Saoryu urgently picked up the phone. This attack is completely different from the Thunder Rhinos. If hit directly, even he won't come out unscathed. Call the medical team quickly. This time it was Nento who stopped him. Wait, Height and Akira had also seen that punch's strength is indeed terrifying, but it's meaningless if it doesn't hit. When the Calamity Beast's fist lifted, the thick smoke kept them from seeing the situation clearly. Finally, when the smoke cleared, it panikedly looked down at the deep hole in the ground, not seeing anyone. Itsuki's voice rang out from behind, "Over here." It hurriedly turned to look instinctively. A true penetration sphere had already shot straight through the Calamity Beast's head. Itsuki had launched a surprise attack from behind to deliver this blow. Its massive body crashed to the ground. System notification: defeated Purgatory Giant level 15. True penetration sphere flight speed increased 200%. True penetration sphere flight speed 13 ms. Flight speed increase value 1300%. Time taken 12 seconds. Received 10,000 points. Saoryu teased Ajaha. Rare to see Ajaha become so agitated. She shyly avoided, "I was just praying for everyone's sake." Listen, if a young person carrying humanity's future dies, it would be a huge loss for us. His family would also be very sad. I just want everyone to be safe, that's all. I definitely didn't think Itsuki looked very cool defeating those Purgatory Giants or anything, because Itsuki would also react like that, so don't misunderstand. It's not like that either. Saoryu reminded, "Ajaha, compared to the last time we met, you've become more talkative." Nento was speechless hearing his comment about his daughter. Saoryu turned to ask Height and Akira, "By the way, how did you know Itsuki would dodge that attack?" Height and Akira answered, "That brat, his speed isn't too different from the Purgatory Giants. But when electricity ran through his body, his speed increased significantly. When that happened, the Purgatory Giant couldn't hit him. He was curious, he succeeded in defeating two, but there were some quite dangerous moments. With his current points, he definitely gets first place. If it were me, I'd stop here." But Itsuki was setting a goal. "If I want to surpass Kazunari Satsumi, the strongest human, I must keep attacking. I can't rest even for a second." System updated info on the Calamity Beast attacking Itsuki. Nightmare level stage 3, Purgatory Giant level 15, 3 defeat points, 15,000. He activated True Penetration Sphere as before, one lost its head. Itsuki counted silently, one down. Height and Akira admired. He chose to continue again. Truly someone I've set my eyes on. Saoryu Fujiwara suddenly remembered. "Speaking of which, you went straight to stage 3. He added, "You too." He compared, "Even for you, who possesses the strongest body, stage 3 was the limit. Wonder how Itsuki will handle this." Inside, Itsuki was facing the ferocious Calamity Beast. Its fist reached out trying to grab him, but Itsuki had already zoomed away. He was currently teleporting onto its head. "I'll boost speed with Thunder Shockwave and close the distance when jumping out behind it." When the True Penetration Sphere shot down, Itsuki counted, "That's the second one." System update: defeated Purgatory Giant level 15. True Penetration Sphere flight speed increased 200%. True Penetration Sphere flight speed 17 ms. Flight speed increase value 1700%. Itsuki considered dealing with the next Calamity Beast. The third one was. He was currently in its mouth, sharp teeth prepared to bite down. The Calamity Beast's mouth clamped down without a gap, but its head was gone in an instant. Itsuki inside was settling accounts. "Let's see me rip out your guts. Activate full power Lotus Blast." This Calamity Beast's mouth was emitting fiery light. Firepower burst out from inside. Its body exploded into fragments. System notification: defeated Purgatory Giant level 15 with Lotus Blast. Range of all skills increased by 1%, current increase 1101%. Time taken 13 seconds. Received 15,000 points. Saoryu Fujiwara couldn't believe his eyes. That's the skill that blew away many candidates in stage 1. Itsuki thought to himself, seeing the notification. Magic above 310. "My magic has completely bottomed out, but as long as Calamity Beasts keep appearing, Magic Sense's passive will replenish my magic." System display: Magic Sense level 1 passive effect. When sensing an enemy unit, recover 10% magic. Facing Itsuki were high-level Calamity Beasts. Nightmare level stage 4, Purgatory Giant level 15, 4 defeat points, 20,000 current magic. 124 310 sensed 4 enemy units, recovered 40% magic. Saoryu Fujiwara discussed. "Stage 4 has begun. If he clears this stage, he'll surpass you in the past." Height and Akira admitted, "That's right, only Kazunari passed stage 4, no one else has passed it. I want to see how far this kid can go." Inside the preliminary round, he was somersaulting to dodge the Calamity Beast's attack. Each time True Penetration Sphere's flight speed increased, Itsuki saw the pattern. Accuracy rate also increases. At this rate, if I raise the flight speed a bit faster, I'll be able to hit them without getting close. My magic has limits. I must not waste a single True Penetration Sphere. These Calamity Beasts were linked together by iron chain. He frowned upon discovering this point. iron chains. That calamity beast tilted its head to pull the chain, meaning the true penetration sphere, just thrown towards another's head, had missed. Its hand reached out towards Itsuki to grab him. When caught, he thought, "No, I can't get any leverage in this position." The calamity beast's hand tightened, trying to crush Itsuki. The bones inside him were squeezed tightly, hurting until he vomited blood, cracks appearing in his joints. Finished, it threw Itsuki hard, far away. He was covered in blood, falling to the ground with a thud. Saoryu Fujiwara worried. "Akira, hurry and help him." He was astonished, couldn't believe it. Is this as far as he goes? Heightened Akira recalled his own appearance back then, just like me back then. "Just as you were about to step in, I'll go save him." Nento stopped him again. "Wait." He had utmost faith. Itsuki hasn't given up yet. Saoryu Fujiwara spoke up indignantly. "Nento, this isn't the time to talk about whether he's given up or not." Ageha echoed. "That's right, if we don't rescue him, Itsuki will die." Heightened Akira added, "He's in a desperate situation." Nento calmly stood before everyone's criticism, "But I know he still has a trump card." Saoryu Fujiwara was astonished. "Trump card, how do you know?" He emphasized, "That's not the look of someone who's accepted their fate. Itsuki isn't one to give up easily. To kill it, I did everything possible to train myself. System display. Activate super simulation. Continue analysis." He recalled in the battle with Kinoshita Ryoji, super simulation had activated on his skill, but he decided to cancel it at the last moment. Analysis progress. 99% canceled the analysis to be prepared for a situation like this. When progress reached 100%, system reminder. Analysis of rank B skill. Purple lightning cannon complete. Acquired Thunder Break level 2. Ageha cheered happily. "Look, the blue lotus." Saoryu Fujiwara saw this for the first time, couldn't help being curious. Is that also one of his skills? But what good is that blue lotus in this situation? Heightened Akira doubtfully glanced at her expression. Ageha is very happy. Does she know something? Itsuki's side notification updated. Thunderbreak level 2 active effect. Can absorb lightning element attacks rank B and below into the body. When releasing absorbed lightning energy, own speed stat increases by 100%. Absorption capacity 0.5. Passive effect. Each time a lightning element rank B attack is absorbed, own speed stat increases by 10%. Current increase 15%. His hand was covered in a black layer of armor, fist clenched, proceeding to absorb power. System notification. Received Thunder Break level 2. Each stat increased by 20. Removed all negative effects and healed all wounds. The Calamity Beast's fist, slamming down, was blocked by the lotus. Itsuki had no time to play with it anymore. Enough warm-up. From now on I'll go all out. Info about his stats refreshed. Attack 330 plus 20 speed, 330 plus 20 defense, 330 plus 20, magic 330 plus 20, total 1320 plus 8. Saoryu Fujiwara was stunned. He was just beaten half to death, but recovered completely in seconds. That recovery power surpasses even a priestess. From that crazy wide area move to how many overpowered skills does he possess? When True Penetration Sphere flew through its head, system reminder, defeated Purgatory Giant level 15. True Penetration Sphere's flight speed increased 200%. Another one was killed, the same notification repeated. System display, successfully passed Nightmare level stage 4. Time taken 31 seconds. Defeat points 20,000. Looking at their corpses falling behind Itsuki's back, he was confident with his current strength. No matter how many Purgatory Giants appear, I will still win. Itsuki charged into a giant-slaying spree. System notification. Defeated Purgatory Giant level 15. True Penetration Sphere's flight speed increased 200%. The next True Penetration Sphere flew through a giant's head. True Penetration Sphere flight speed, 27 ms increase value, 2700%. The next one was pierced through the chest. Successfully passed Nightmare level stage 5. Time taken 57 seconds. Defeat points 25,000. The next one was pierced vertically from below upwards. Successfully passed Nightmare level stage 6. Time taken 1 minute 34 seconds. Defeat points 30,000. This scene was enough to scare the people watching through the screen. Looking at the pile of giants stacked high, someone couldn't help exclaiming, "This place is a mess." I'm starting to doubt who's the monster, Itsuki or the Purgatory Giants. Itsuki noticed, where's the next stage? Hey, Purgatory Giants aren't appearing. Saoryu Fujiwara hadn't regained his composure. Unbelievable. Can't believe what's happening before my eyes. He pressed the red control button at the side, then spoke into the mic to announce, "Itsuki, it's over. You've defeated all the Purgatory Giants we prepared." Looking at the pile of corpses forming a small mountain, Saoryu Fujiwara remarked, "You've taken down all the giant jailers we prepared." Itsuki couldn't believe it. "Did I wipe them all out?" Isn't there supposed to be no limit to the difficulty? He stepped over the pile of giant corpses as he walked. I don't remember how many I took down or how many points I earned. Since I've hit the limit, the gap between me and Kazunari Satsumi probably isn't that big anymore. Plus, I achieved another goal by increasing the flight speed of the Void Sphere. That's good too. The system announced, you have defeated 11 level 15 giant jailers. Flight speed of the Void Sphere increased by 1100%. Void Sphere flight speed, 38 ms total increase, 3800%. Itsuki compared, 38 ms is faster than a regular car. Suddenly, strange energy streams appeared behind him. Itsuki quickly glanced back, on high alert. Seeing no danger, he sighed in relief. I thought there was another one. Oh right, I completely forgot. Since I can't level up, the experience from the spirit beasts that died here will crystallize into karma stones. Behind him was a giant karma stone as tall as a person. Saoryu Fujiwara was startled. Is that a karma stone? Why is it appearing in the exam area? If it's blue, it contains at least 10,000 experience points. Nento revealed, since Itsuki cannot absorb experience points, any experience drops will crystallize into karma stones like that. Nakira realized, I thought his fixed level was because he was hiding his stats, but it turns out he really can't level up. Saoryu Fujiwara understood. If Itsuki teams up with someone and enters a dungeon, then that teammate could absorb all the experience. It's fortunate that child is human. If he were a spirit beast, I wouldn't dare imagine. He retrieved the karma stone. It shrank to a palm-sized form. Itsuki walked toward the gate. I've done what I needed to do. Time to go out. The heavy gate slowly swung open. Saoryu Fujiwara exclaimed joyfully, he's out. As Itsuki stepped out, the system displayed. Itsuki has completed the second preliminary round. Points earned, 106,600. Time elapsed, 3 minutes 55 seconds. Rank, first. He stepped up to him and offered, Itsuki, I observed your performance. You truly have potential. Would you like to come with me? I guarantee I'll recommend an advisor worthy of. Itsuki refused without hesitation. I appreciate the offer, but I already have a master, so it's not necessary. Saoryu Fujiwara asked suspiciously, don't you understand? What does having a master matter? No ordinary person can guide a young talent like you. Coming with me would be far better. I have connections and resources. Nakira reminded him. He said he doesn't need it. If you push it, you'll just make him dislike you. He stubbornly insisted, do you think I'll give up that easily? Are you going to let Itsuki's talent be ruined by someone else? Itsuki had an impression of him. Back then, he dealt with Kinishida's men. Nakira said casually, don't worry about that. I just dealt with some rule breakers. Besides, he is Nento's disciple, so there's no more reason to persuade him. Right, Saoryu Fujiwara was shocked. What did you say, disciple of who? Itsuki said politely to him, thank you for that time, sir. He still couldn't believe his ears. Itsuki is Nento's disciple. Nento confirmed from behind. Yeah, that's right. He froze so that monster who suddenly appeared is Nento's disciple. Itsuki finally had time to greet Nento, master. He was very pleased with today's performance. Well done. I observed your performance very clearly. Are you hurt anywhere? If so, I'll have Ageha heal you. Ageha muttered in annoyance. He was even planning to challenge the 7th stage. It's best he didn't bring any injuries back. Itsuki explained, not hurt, but I'm almost out of stamina. I'll be fine after a little rest. Saoryu Fujiwara had balanced his mindset more. If he's Nento's disciple, then it makes sense. Another disciple of his also wiped out all the calamity spirit beasts we had prepared. Do you know who that person is? Kazunari Satsumi reached the 6th stage too. Saoryu Fujiwara denied. No. The 4th stage was the highest back then, so we later raised it to the 6th. But if that still isn't enough, we'll probably have to raise it to the 8th. He calmly instructed, just sit down and observe with the other candidates. The second round is just beginning. Inside the qualifier on Rimourou's side, the 2nd stage progress reached 100%. He was shaking with exhaustion from fighting the Thunder Rhino. I can't lift my arms anymore. The Nightmare stage seems a bit out of reach. The system announced, Horino Rimorou ends the 2nd stage challenge. Time elapsed, 17 minutes 17 seconds. Points earned, 1600. Seo's side was also exhausting her strength, 2nd stage progress 100%. She wearily lifted the Thunder Rhino encased in water. Without high damage skills, I'm just trying to suffocate it by trapping it in a water sphere with no holes. But this method takes too long and my mana is almost depleted. The next difficulty is impossible. When her energy finally ran out, the system announced, Seo ends the 2nd stage challenge. Time elapsed, 19 minutes 1 second. Points earned, 1600. Itsuki was surprised. Rimorou and Seo are giving up at the 2nd stage. I thought they could continue. Saoryu reminded him, don't think everyone is as strong as you. Most candidates can't even clear the normal stage. Those two defeated the Thunder Rhino that quickly. They'll definitely be in the top 10. He wondered they should have failed, so why aren't they coming out yet? He answered, Unless severely injured or under special circumstances, you cannot leave the exam area. However, you are an exception. Heighten Akira watched the screen with interest. It seems another candidate has climbed to the nightmare stage. He predicted, with his rare ritual tool, Gakuge will probably take down at least one giant jailer. The spirit caller Shinakagami has also come this far. Truly impressive skill. As the giant near Shin prepared to attack her, it suddenly froze. In an instant, Shin's cat pulled the other giant over, redirecting it toward the one attacking her. They began tearing into each other. Itsuki asked suspiciously, "Can spirit beasts change form? Can Ajaha's jade leaf do that?" Ajaha denied. "No, this is the first time I've seen one with transformation ability. Spirit beasts have many types. Their abilities are truly full of mysteries. Be especially careful if you ever encounter any spirit callers from now on." He thought of the Death Hound. Up close, spirit beasts look quite strong. I've neglected the Death Hound I took from Charles all this time, but from now on, I'll pour all dropped experience points into it. He thought to himself, Seiyo and Rimuru have given up. No need to stay here anymore. Time to go. But Itsuki had to change his mind when he saw that Iberia's battle still wasn't over. Looking at his mysterious armor, Itsuki was surprised. "Iberia, what is that armor from your father?" He thought to himself, "This is the strongest epic grade tool the old man made for me." The system displayed information. Dragon armor, epic grade, attack speed plus 100. Epic effect. After 1 minute equipped, attack and speed plus 20. Maximum stack limit, 15 minutes. Iberia understood clearly. This tool has a spirit and chooses its master. I had to get into a lot of trouble to obtain it. Plus 20 attack and speed per minute equipped, but equipping it for over 15 minutes incurs insane penalties. Must finish within 15 minutes. A notification displayed. Stats increased. Current, attack plus 120, speed plus 120. He speculated. The notification about conquering the nightmare stage earlier must have been Itsuki-san pushing himself so as not to hold him back. His victory fueled Iberia's strength. He shot toward the giant. One of Iberia's feet stomped down on its face. He was determined not to disgrace Itsuki. After all, we're Team E. Watching from outside, he smiled and exclaimed, "He's really going all out, huh?" A mechanical announcement sounded. The second round has ended. Saoryu Fujiwara declared, "Only the top 10 by total points will advance to the national tournament finals. Additionally, the top 2 will receive special rewards at the final." Gakuge lay flat on the ground resting, supremely confident. "Besides Kana, no one has more points than me. That special reward is definitely mine." Saoryu Fujiwara announced, now announcing the top 10. The scoreboard displayed, first, Itsuki with 3 minutes 55 seconds, total points over 100,000. Second, Kana with 23 minutes 43 seconds, nearly 17,000 points. Third, Gakuge with 24 minutes 15 seconds, total nearly 7,000 points. Fourth, Iberia with 27 minutes 59 seconds, total points equal to Gakuge, followed by Shinakagami, Rimuru, and Seiyo in that order. The others were astonished. Over 100,000 points. Even that lantern guy only got about 60,000. With points like that, winning the national championship would be easy, right? Each giant jailer is probably 5,000 points. How many did he kill to get 100,000? Gakuge was shocked reading the rankings. "What? I'm third. Who is this Itsuki guy? Never heard of him." Kana exclaimed, "Itsuki, I really want to have a sword match with him." Seiyo was dejected. "The gap with Itsuki is so huge. I guess I'm just not suited for close combat profession." Saoryu Fujiwara cheered happily. The regional qualifiers have concluded. The national rankings are in. Itsuki is leading in first place, a full 65,000 points ahead of second. Ajaha glanced at the masked Nento, regretful. "Wish I could see his expression, but I can feel Dad must be very happy. Humanity's new sun is shining brighter and brighter." Iberia heard the news and was thrilled. Over 100,000 points. Knew Itsuki would take first. "But I put on a performance worthy of Team E." Next to him lay the corpse of a giant. Itsuki walked over and praised. "Yeah, you did great. Really surprised me." Iberia's eyes began to swim, but he still smiled and replied, "Right." In the arena, Saoryu Fujiwara officially declared, "The 21st National Salvation Alliance Tournament preliminary rounds have concluded." Itsuki carried the unconscious Iberia away from the qualifier area. At this time, in a luxurious room in Southern Continent Army 1, an old man sat motionless with his eyes closed. Kiori asked, not very pleased, "We were dragged all the way out here at the crack of dawn just to watch an old man meditate." The person next to him warned him to watch his mouth. "That is the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Southern Continent. He has the ability to foresee the future. He is a prophet." The person they were waiting for was the Southern Continent's Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Balger. Kiori was unclear about something. Then why is a barrier always erected before the announcement is made? If he can truly foresee the future, tell us where the points will drop before it happens. He explained, it's true that Elder Balger can only foresee a small part of the future, but he is still a figure of great stature for humanity, the only one who can stand equal to the Northern Continent's Supreme Commander-in-Chief, Nento. Suddenly Balger's eyes flew open, sweat pouring down his aged face. He shouted, it's him, for his prophecies are 100% accurate. Balger slumped, muttering, the Northern Continent. Two disciples stepped forward to support him. Elder Balger, are you all right? Balger murmured weakly. The Northern Continent is in danger. He uttered in terror. A massive spirit beast assault is about to land on the Northern Continent, including several over level 100. Night fell. Outside was a scene of peace. He checked his stats. Finally, my total stats have surpassed 1500. His information updated. Itsuki human level not fixed. Profession annihilator. Talent supreme nirvana. Skills, Super Imitation Rank Z Lightning Burst, Lightning Shockwave LV, 2 Black Ice Wall LV, 2 Lotus Explosion LV, 2 Void Sphere LV, 2 Mana Sense LV, 1 Spirit Devour LV, 1 Stats. Attack 330 Speed, 380 plus 35% from Lightning Shockwave Defense, 462 plus 40% from Black Ice Wall Mana, 330 total, 1502. Itsuki remembered, I heard you get 50 stat points each time you level up. The system reminded, level up, received 50 stat points. Please decide where to allocate. He calculated, 1500 is probably around level 30 for a normal awakened. Speed and defense can be increased infinitely through skill passives. When a notification updated, speed plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Itsuki thought about mana. My mana also regenerates infinitely thanks to Mana Sense's passive, but attack is the only thing with no way to increase, no method at all. A voice sounded from behind. Dinner's ready. He turned to look. Rimuru, wearing an apron, called to him. Itsuki, I cooked lots of dishes you like. Seiya was beside him. He secretly felt happy. This is good enough for now. Super Imitation might eventually copy a skill that boosts attack stat. They gathered around the lavish meal, Nento sitting at the head. Itsuki remarked, it's been a long time since I've had a home-cooked meal from Rimuru. Itsuki glanced around. Where's Iberia? Still sleeping. Ageha reported, I treated him earlier and all his injuries are gone. But it seems he pushed himself to the absolute limit, so he's still sound asleep. Rimuru added, still, I'm amazed. The nightmare stage that even I and Seiyo couldn't clear, yet a level 0 like him managed to conquer. Seiyo HMPH head, he's misunderstood. Did my cooking move you so much you made a sound? She reminded. Behind him appeared a person with a gloomy demeanor. Rimuru looked back. Is there something behind me? He saw that person was starving to the point of madness. Food, give me food. Rimuru fell back in his chair, frightened. Seeing Iberia eat like a starved tiger, he put his hands on his hips and scolded. Scared me to death. Sneaking up like that gives me a heart attack. And why are you eating in someone else's seat? He finished a huge bowl of rice, his face still lower. Rimuru was frightened a second time. What's wrong? Are you mad at me? He looked like a child licking his lips as he said happily, so good. He sighed in relief. Back to normal now. You should be grateful for my cooking skills. Iberia smiled brightly and asked, did you cook this? Why don't you quit being an awakened and become a chef instead? You have more talent in cooking. Hearing this, Rimuru looked annoyed again. Is that a compliment? Nento suddenly spoke. You two also want to become saviors. Right, then I have a question for you. He posed the question to the two. What is the most frightening thing? Rimuru stroked his chin in thought. The most frightening thing is probably things opposite to what I'm hopping for. My dream is to become a savior, save lots of money, travel the world while young, and enjoy delicious food. The opposite would be aging. Once you get old, you won't have the energy to travel anymore, and your sense of taste might even worsen to the point you can't distinguish different flavors. He shook his head vigorously, grimacing as he said, just thinking about it gives me the chill. Nento turned his attention to Seiyo. How about you? She recounted. Me, I was born into a family of doctors and grew up in a hospital. In my memory, since I was little, I saw many people suffer from all kinds of illnesses, major and minor. Some patients died right in front of the little girl. She continued, it became a trauma for me. So even a cold or fever makes me feel incredibly scared. Itsuki understood the reason, so that's why she ran away that day. Just because I sneezed a little. He recalled her actions that day and her fearful expression. Nento spoke up. Awakened individuals have a lifespan about twice that of normal people and almost never get sick. You can say goodbye to the things you fear. Iberia saw him glance his way and panicked. My turn. He hesitated. The thing I used to fear most was not being able to pass the prelim. Right now, I fear not being able to fight alongside Itsuki anymore. Iberia asked curiously, Itsuki, what's the thing you fear most? Itsuki replied, Why are you suddenly asking me? Seo looked at him thinking, I wonder if he's afraid of anything. He urged from his side, come on, tell us. It's not that you aren't afraid of anything, right? Rimuru was curious. Can't imagine what Itsuki could possibly fear. Itsuki opened up. After my parents passed away, I was truly worried about how I would continue living. Helplessness, anger, sadness, hunger. My body was consumed by those negative emotions until Seo and Rimuru appeared before me. Back then they came to ask about and care for the little boy Itsuki. Why are you sitting here crying all alone? The sky is so beautiful. It's a waste to keep your head down. Seo sat down and asked, do you have a cold? Should we go to the hospital? While Rimuru held a lunchbox in his hand, eat something and all your worries will disappear. Itsuki said emotionally. The warmth I received from the two of them pulled me out of that negative world. After that, I met my master, Ajaha, and Iberia too. Like gaining more comrades, everyone present looked gently at Itsuki. He compared, or rather like my family from before. I haven't felt this sense of security in a long time. Sometimes I wish this moment could last forever more than anything else. I've always feared having to live all alone. Ajaha blushed, thinking to herself, Itsuki's current aura, it's very calm and peaceful. It's completely different from the hair-raising feeling from before. Iberia moved, hugged him tightly. Itsuki, I will absolutely never leave you. Itsuki denied. No, that's not what I meant. Nento explained. The reason I asked was to confirm whether, when you two become saviors and face real danger, you would regret choosing this path or not. For a savior, regret is the one thing you must absolutely never allow to happen. Remember this well, a death without regret is the goal of every savior. They said in unison. Yes, I will engrave that in my heart. He stood up, left one last sentence, and departed. Then hurry up and finish your meal, then go rest. Seo and Rimuru must return to the northern B district tomorrow. The next morning, they saw their two friends off. Iberia waved goodbye. Next time, treat me to your home cooking again. Rimuru agreed immediately. Sure, leave it to me, as long as you don't cause trouble for Itsuki. Seo waved farewell. Then see you at the national tournament. Watching him sniffling beside him, Itsuki was curious. Since when did you and Rimuru get so close? Nento turned back and urged, we should head back too. He suddenly remembered, come to think of it, there's something I wanted to ask Seo. I guess I can ask during the national tournament. Seeing someone running from the distance, Itsuki was surprised. Ajaha, why does she look so rushed? Nento asked, what's the matter? She was panting heavily as she delivered the news urgently. There's a top-secret report from the southern continent. He had a bad premonition. What report? Ajaha couldn't speak freely here. This confidential information has a very high security clearance. It can only be disclosed to saviors above level 50 and continent command. Nento permitted, it's fine, go ahead and say it. It's okay to tell these two as well, go on. Ajaha got straight to the point. A new prophecy has been issued by the southern continent commander, Elder Balger. It seems a large-scale calamity spirit beast assault will occur in the northern continent within the next 3 days. Itsuki was shocked. Elder Balger, is that prophecy reliable? From what Iberia knew, Elder Balger is the most renowned prophet across all 5 continents. His prophecies are almost certain future. Ajaha suggested, so Dad, you should leave the northern continent quickly. He speculated, there must be some reason for the calamity spirit beasts to launch such a large-scale attack. It's very likely their target this time is me, the northern continent's supreme commander. Therefore, if I stay here, I will definitely be perfect bait. Ajaha disagreed. You were never a combat specialist to begin with. If you know you're the target, there's no reason to stay and take such a risk. For now, just evacuate to the central continent. Itsuki agreed. I agree with Ajaha too. If you're short on people, I'll stay and fight. He refused to listen to advice. My decision is made. No need to say more. Itsuki, I need you to do something else instead. He asked about the other matter. What about protecting you, master? Nothing is more important than that. Nento brought up Iberia's father. Aiden is the most outstanding toolmaker across all 5 continents. It would be terrible if anything happened to him. I want you and Iberia to be responsible for protecting Aiden. I'll also dispatch Awaken from here to assist you. Iberia was surprised, mobilizing a special combat force just for my old man, and he was similar. Master, are you trying to get yourself off the battlefield? Seeing his children unhappy, Nento instructed Ajaha. I also have 3 requests for you. He issued a series of orders. First, announce this coming attack to the residents of the northern continent and request Awakened under level 50 to evacuate civilians to safety. Next, notify all Awakened in the northern continent above level 50 and order them to prepare to deal with the calamity spirit beasts at any time. Finally, tell Height Nakira to come here. In this sparsely populated northern District 1 area, we won't have to worry about civilian casualties during the fight. Here, we will confront them head-on. The next day, Ajaha came to report on progress. Father, I have arranged everything as you instructed. Height Nakira should arrive soon. Nento apologized. I'm sorry for the trouble. Ajaha was sad and didn't want to talk. He read her mood. Are you worried? Even though Aiden already has experienced guards. In that case, I'll just wipe out the small fry and lure out the boss. Ajaha admitted, that's just like you, Dad. You've seen through everything. He revealed the prophecy stated that a calamity beast of level 100 or higher will appear this time. Revealing all our trump cards is unavoidable. The reason I specifically assigned Itsuki there is because with his abilities, if he participates in a battle against such a high-level calamity spirit beast, she understood, fighting in his style, his abilities would be exposed to them and they would act to eliminate Itsuki at all costs. Ajaha, I understand, so to prevent that from happening. Nento added, correct, but there's another reason. Looking at his battles so far, it seems Itsuki is lacking in attack power. There are rumors that Aiden possesses a tool that increases attack power. If he can absorb that tool from attack to defense to mana, Nento predicted, a perfect awakened possessing everything will be born. Day 1 of the prophecy, 8:00 p.m. In every district of the northern continent, the curtain rose on the assault as stone pillars rained down. Northern B district, Itsuki sped up his run, asking Iberia who was close behind. It's already 8:00 p.m. How much farther to your house? He estimated. Probably about another 100 km. He urged it wouldn't be strange for a spirit beast to attack suddenly. We need to get to Iberia's father urgent. He pointed in terror toward a direction. Itsuki, look over there. His footsteps halted. It was. A dark cloud covering the sky appeared, and a stream of firepower slammed down from it. Iberia screamed, stone pillars. The attack has started, and the pillars are falling right on the urban area. They could only watch helplessly as the stone pillar crashed down toward the high-rise building. Itsuki thought anxiously. The information was just announced, so the residents are probably still in the process of evacuating. If spirit beasts come at a time like this, with the city in panic, heavy casualties are unavoidable. A spirit beast was approaching. Everyone run, stone pillars, just as Elder Balger prophesied. Damn, it's too early. Iberia was frantic. The barrier is starting to form. If we abandon the people here, there will be many casualties, but if we go to help, it will interfere with the mission. He calculated. Iberia was very tired from the long journey, but he hadn't asked to rest even once. He must be very worried about his father. If I suggest saving the civilians, he would definitely refuse. Yet Iberia requested, Itsuki, go assist. The spirit beasts inside the barrier are at least level 20. Without high-level awakened, many people will die. He agreed, understood. Changing plans will eliminate the spirit beasts inside the city first. In the city, the giant foot of a spirit beast stomped down, making a thunderous sound. It was a level 21 blazing skeleton, its entire body blazing with fire. Yama opposite it encouraged everyone. 3 level 15s and 1 level 16, this will be tough. But facing a level 20 spirit beast, we still have a chance of winning. He had a C-rank skill, Stone Shield. Yama now forced himself to calm down to direct. Don't break formation, I'll block its attacks. Just as its fire attack came, he yelled, everyone, find an opening and counterattack. One of its punches sent Yama flying backward. The impact caused the wall behind him to crack. Yama groaned, impossible. The others became desperate. Even him, the one with the highest defense among us, was killed instantly, so we definitely have no chance. Someone panicked. What should we do? Someone had already started running. What do you mean, what should we do? Run. Fighting something like that is suicide. A teammate shouted, hey, watch out. Namkai sneered coldly. You should worry about yourselves first. He only now sensed the imminent danger behind. Namkai extended a palm toward it while begging, please, I'll do anything, don't kill me. He had the C-rank skill, water cannon. Namkai looked at the crater in front of him, thinking, when did this thing get behind me? That's why I ended up saying those pathetic words. But this is the end now. Anyway, I'm a water elementalist, the natural enemy of fire attribute calamity spirit beasts. The others cautiously approached to check. Did he really succeed? To be sure, I'll finish it off. Namkai stopped them. Don't interfere. I alone will defeat the spirit beast. I must be the one to finish it. The spirit beast revived, fiery power blazing all over its body. He panicked, looking back at his teammates, urging, it revived, hurry up and kill it. Seeing the sea of fire surging toward them, they felt their end had come. What kind of giant flame is this? We're done for. At the critical moment, Itsuki appeared, using black ice wall to form a shield blocking the flames. Iberia stood behind him and announced, leave this place to Team E. Itsuki directed, Iberia, don't worry. I'll handle this one. You evacuate the civilians. He smiled brightly and replied, yes, sir. The system displayed. Black ice wall, defense plus 10% for blocking a B-rank fire elemental skill with black ice wall. The people present chattered excitedly, blocking a giant flame so easily. Are you two saviors? Itsuki answered. We're not saviors yet, but one day I'll become a savior even stronger than Kazunari. Namkai still had a condescending attitude. a savior stronger than Kazunari, a brat talking big. Iberia criticized, "What the hell are you all doing letting a kid save you?" He stubbornly said, "Nobody asked for help. I was going to defeat it myself anyway." The person beside him was shocked. "Not saviors. Can an ordinary awakened face that spirit beast? Is that ice armor surrounding his body a tool?" Itsuki thought to himself, "Speaking of which, Master told me something before we left." Nento reminded him, "The void sphere you unleash is incredibly powerful but takes time to chant. And compared to truly powerful calamity spirit beasts, its flight speed isn't what you'd call fast. If you miss your first shot, they'll be on guard, making it even harder to hit. So try to avoid using that move in future battles. Keep it as a trump card for truly critical moments. Listen carefully. Only use that void sphere when you're confident you can take down your opponent." He assessed the situation here. "I can't use the void sphere in front of this crowd." The group behind was still chatting. "The rescuer is an awakened. He's wearing such cool armor. He's a high-level awake." Itsuki charged forward for close combat. "If that's the case, I'll have to defeat it with brute force." Lightning enveloped Itsuki's fist. The system updated. Lightning shockwave activated. He teleported to its head, and the entire spirit beast was sent flying backward. It crashed heavily to the ground, its body trying to get up. Itsuki wouldn't give it a chance. His entire body enlarged as black ice wall covered him. He jumped down from above onto the spirit beast's head. The stomp caused the ground to shake, the shockwaves spreading out. Everyone witnessing this doubted their life. The spirit beast is being completely overwhelmed. Wasn't it supposed to be very strong? Someone speculated. "I saw that awaken's face. He looks at most 18. The spirit beast must have been heavily injured beforehand." Someone was sweating bullets. "Are you kidding me? A level 21 blazing skeleton can't even fight back. What kind of monster is this guy?" Not seeing Itsuki in front anymore, he wondered, where did that young man go? Someone from behind recounted. Right after defeating the spirit beast, he went somewhere with that blonde-haired young man. Namkai stepped forward to claim credit. "The reason a level 0 like him could do that much is because I had already whittled the blazing skeleton's health down to its limit." His friend marveled. "Even me, a level 15, couldn't follow that speed with my eyes, let alone the strength to send the blazing skeleton flying with bare hands. That level 0 guy he could compare to a level 30. Itsuki was still not very satisfied with his earlier performance. Even against a spirit beast of that level, an instant kill was impossible. This won't do at all. I must find a way to increase my attack power by any means necessary. The system updated his stats. Attack, 330 speed, 760 due to lightning shockwave activation, defense, 495, plus 50% due to black ice wall activation mana, restored 10% mana upon detecting an enemy unit. Day 1, 10:30 p.m., Iberia ran after Itsuki, excitedly exclaiming, "Amazing, Itsuki-san, your speed just now, my eyes couldn't even keep up." Itsuki tersely replied, "Even if you're fast, without strength it's meaningless." They stopped at a safe spot. Iberia, panting, hesitantly said, "I never thought about that before." "If you want to increase your power, there's an effective way," Itsuki said, prompting Iberia to ask curiously, "An effective way?" Iberia confidently declared, "My old man's warehouse is full of tools. There must be some devices that boost attack power. Itsuki-san is very strong and is Izumi Nento's disciple, so he'll likely be willing to give you one." Saying that, he couldn't help but fantasize, muttering with a perverse grin at the thought of Itsuki-san equipping such a device. Itsuki shivered and asked, "What kind of creepy smile is that? What the hell are you imagining?" Iberia promisingly said, "Let's get out of here. Once we're home, I'll ask the old man to prepare a suitable device for you." Itsuki, a bit distracted, pondered. He thought he'd been holding back his speed on the way here, but even so, with Iberia's speed, keeping up was probably all he could manage. With that thought, he suddenly stepped forward and hoisted Iberia sideways. Iberia jerked in alarm, shouting, "Itsuki-san, what are you doing?" Itsuki calmly replied, "If you're tired, don't force it. At this rate, if you run into a spirit beast, you won't have the strength to fight." Without further words, he grabbed Iberia and leaped up. Iberia groaned in dizziness. "I'm not ready yet." "You're too fast," Iberia said as Itsuki didn't slow, adding casually, "We've delayed too long, hang on." Prophecy Day 1, 11:05 p.m. Under a clear moon and cool breeze, deep in the forest stood a wooden house. Soon Itsuki and Iberia arrived. Iberia stretched and complained nonstop. "Finally here. I thought my arms were going to fall off." Itsuki observed the house for a moment, then asked Iberia, "Why do you live so deep in the woods? The city would be safer." He answered confidently, "My old man says it's too noisy in the city to focus on craft." "Don't be fooled by this shabby wooden house. Its defenses aren't to be underestimated. My old man set dozens of traps around it." Hearing this, Itsuki realized inwardly why he sensed faint fluctuations of magical energy. he quietly activated his mana sense. Iberia led the way and smugly warned, "Don't worry, if you follow me you won't trigger the traps, just stick close." Itsuki didn't say it aloud but thought, "I don't need you. I can dodge them with my mana sensing." As Iberia strolled ahead, Itsuki hesitated to warn him, "Hey, over there," but Iberia didn't hear. Inwardly, he was spreading his peacock tail, silently pleased to be leading. Hidden beneath the leaves on the ground was a small switch, and Iberia, unguarded, accidentally stepped on it. Realizing he'd triggered a trap, he panicked, shouting, "Oh no, I got too excited and forgot there were traps here." Itsuki, helpless, incredulously asked, "Is this really your house?" The ground began to tremble violently. Iberia cursed loudly, "This is bad, this is the most annoying trap." At that moment, Itsuki also noticed the magical fluctuations growing stronger. From the ground emerged a humanoid device, an epic iron golem, attack 500, speed 300, defense 500, mana 200. Seeing it, Itsuki involuntarily exclaimed in astonishment, "He even has a humanoid device." At that moment, the iron golem threw a powerful punch at Iberia, who hadn't had time to compose himself and counterattack. Itsuki quickly moved in to shove him aside, confronting the iron golem head-on. He forcefully threw a punch to block its blow, but he couldn't hold out long. He was knocked far away, and Itsuki had to scrape along the ground to stay upright. Still, he couldn't help thinking that even a single device had higher attack power than him, because it was a device made to protect Iberia's father. He couldn't destroy it with the piercing kick. This is really troublesome. Tense, Itsuki immediately turned to ask Iberia, "Iberia, is there any way to stop it?" He quickly replied in coordination, "Aim at the crystal on its chest. It's its power source. If you destroy that, it won't be able to move anymore." Hearing this, Itsuki glanced at the iron golem and immediately spotted the crystal he mentioned. Wasting no time, Itsuki activated Thunder Shock 3. His body was instantly shrouded in flickering electric arcs. He said confidently and loudly, "If you know the weak point, it's easy. Even if I'm weaker, I'm faster." With that, he suddenly unleashed a powerful bolt of electricity toward the iron golem. As it repeatedly brought its iron hand down to attack him, he easily dodged cleanly. Seizing the moment, while the iron golem was focused on attacking with no defense, Itsuki nimbly ran behind it to disrupt its reflexes, then took the opportunity to remove the crystal from its chest. The iron golem lost its power source and, as expected, fell motionless. When Itsuki, relieved, held the crystal up and asked Iberia, "Is this enough?" a shadow suddenly appeared behind him, eyes glowing red and staring as it prepared to slash with a sword. Iberia immediately shouted to stop it. "Stop, Yusuke-san." Sensing something was wrong, Itsuki turned his head just as the sword was coming down. The man froze his swing at Iberia's shout just in time. Itsuki looked at the sword about to touch his face and wondered anxiously when the man had appeared. Bokudo Yusuke finally spoke properly, explaining, "Iberia, I thought some bandits were sneaking in." Itsuki kept staring at him, thinking, while being targeted, I didn't sense any mana fluctuations at all. Bokudo looked back at him and asked, "Who is this?" Seeing him sheath his sword in an instant, Itsuki was even more surprised, thinking the sword disappeared. Iberia then stepped in front of Itsuki, smiling as he introduced him to Bokudo. "This is my friend Tenma Itsuki. He's rank 0 but very strong. We're a team called." Before Iberia finished, Itsuki lightly placed a hand on his shoulder and cut to the important question. "More importantly, where's your father?" Upon hearing that, Iberia asked Bokudo, "Right, where's my old man?" Bokudo honestly replied, unaware someone was approaching, "The master is at the back, but be careful. He seems to be in a bad mood." Aiden approached with a grim face without making a sound. Seeing him, Iberia immediately boasted, "Dad, listen, I've passed the preliminaries." He reminded him of their prior agreement. "I also cleared the nightmare class and ranked 4th in the region. As you promised, let me freely choose a device." But without a word, Aiden slapped Iberia hard. He stood there stinging, eyes watering, clutching his face and angrily asking, "Hey, why did you hit me, Dad?" Aiden, furious and reddening, veins bulging, barked, "Hand over the dragon armor. Did you steal it?" Iberia stubbornly shouted back, "So what? I only borrowed the epic device for a little while. Did you have to hit me like that?" Aiden, still angry, pointed and warned him, "If you wear the dragon armor too long, something irreversible will happen. If you use it again without permission, I won't go easy on you next time." Iberia angrily threw the bag to the ground and snapped, "Fine, I get it. I won't ever use your device again," then walked away. While Itsuki was still dazed watching Iberia leave, Aiden called to him, "Yes, I'm Tenma Itsuki, pleased to meet you." Itsuki startled and turned back, getting straight to the point. A prophecy had foretold a large-scale attack by disastrous spirit beasts on the northern continent, so my master ordered me to escort Aiden-san. As he was about to continue, Aiden cut him off curtly, "I've heard about that." There was a hint of contempt in Aiden's tone as he said plainly to Itsuki, "For For someone strict who rarely takes disciples like him, why would he accept a seemingly ordinary teenager as an apprentice? But then he suddenly froze, eyes widening in shock as he cried, "Wait, your rank, it's fixed." Aiden glanced at his ability stats in disbelief. Tenma Itsuki, human, fixed rank 0. Occupation, annihilator. Skill, hidden. Stats, hidden. Aiden looked at Itsuki in astonishment and asked loudly, "Are you using a device to hide your stats?" "Not exactly," Itsuki replied. He pondered for a moment, then said, "I see. No wonder Nento Izumi wanted that device." Aiden stepped closer to Itsuki. "Your master is very calculating. He always expects something in return. He told me to have you escort me, but I heard nothing about any reward." Itsuki was surprised when Aiden continued. "He contacted me and said that in exchange for you escorting me, I should give you a certain device. Your master said that. It's fine, even without a device I'll still keep you safe." But Aiden immediately stopped him and curiously asked, "No, I have plenty. Giving you one wouldn't be a problem. I'm just curious why he insisted on that junk." Itsuki asked in surprise, "Junk?" Aiden recalled when the device was created and grew excited. Originally, it was a masterpiece designed to unlock an attacker's power to the absolute limit, the unique critical crystal. Critical, attack power doubles on a critical hit. Critical rate, 99%. Unique effect. The user's attacks always trigger critical hits. Aiden was startled when a crack suddenly appeared on the device. He took the device out and explained further. The device's grade became undefined and a mysterious effect was added, the faulty critical crystal. Grade, undefined. Effect, attack power multiplies by 10 on a critical hit. Critical rate, 0%, but it gains 1% each time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Fault effect. The critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up, so any hard-earned critical rate is lost on level up. It's completely useless for a normal awakenee. Exactly, that's why I refused when he asked for this junk, but looking at your stats, I understand why now. Itsuki held the device in his hand. He studied the item intently while Aiden continued, "You're quite special. I don't know how you grow stronger, but because you don't level up, this device suits you very well." Power from the device erupted around Itsuki, so intense that he couldn't help but cry out, veins standing out across his face. "Because you keep defeating spirit beasts, your critical rate will gradually reach 100%, and then your attacks will be multiplied by tenfold in the future." World-abolishing Iron Fist equipped, critical crystal, critical rate 0%. When the power subsided, Itsuki returned to normal and pondered strategy. The critical rate only increases when I defeat enemies with higher attack stats. That's tricky. I'll devise a counterplan after we get through this sweep. Faulty critical crystal, grade undefined, effect. Attack power multiplies by 10 on critical hits. Critical rate 0%, gains 1% each time an enemy with higher attack power is defeated. Fault, critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up. Aiden looked at him seriously. "It seems it's been equipped correctly. It really fits you. Honestly, I've had a lot of trouble with low attack power. This will help a lot. Thank you, Aiden." Saying that, he turned and walked away, waving his hand. "I make devices and people use them to fight the disastrous spirit beasts. We're both working for humanity's survival. No need to thank me. Unless someone already knew my location, there's no way the spirit beasts would attack such a remote place. For now, you should rest." But after only a few steps, a violent noise erupted behind Aiden, making him startled. A gigantic meteor hurtled straight down toward the forest where they were sheltering. It created a tremendous pressure that forced everyone to shield their faces and fall back. Iberia immediately ran out, panicked and shouted, "What is that? What's happening?" He went pale, scarcely believing his eyes. A barrier. A layer of barrier had appeared before them. Why was there a barrier here? Aiden pondered. Only the commanders of the 5 continents knew his location. Was the falling pillar random? Or Bokudo immediately went on high alert, spreading his arms to shield everyone and retreating. The spirit beasts are coming this way. Itsuki stared at the barrier with cold eyes. He could sense something approaching at an astonishing speed. From afar came the pounding footsteps of spirit beasts, 6 of them. They charged with terrifying speed. No, 8. As soon as they arrived, the spirit beasts lunged to attack. Demon Venom Claw, 3088. Demon Claw Speed, level 14, they're here. But in an instant, he parried the spirit beast's blow with a cold gaze. Itsuki immediately drove his blade through the beast's body. Blood spattered as he activated the black ice shield. The beast fell instantly, but the others kept surging forward to attack. He nimbly dodged the spirit beast's attacks. Against enemies of this level, no matter how many there are, he could wipe them out instantly with the Lotus Assault. Across the way, Bokudo continued fighting the pack relentlessly. Yusuke can withstand the shock from the Lotus Assault, but Itsuki glanced toward the wooden house behind them, worried. Aiden and Iberia are hiding just inside. If I use Lotus Assault carelessly, they could be affected by the blast. Then he accelerated like lightning, darting straight through the beasts in front of him. In an instant, they were all slain. Maybe I'm truly suited to solo play. Suddenly, Itsuki looked deeper into the forest and became alert again, mana fluctuations, and this one was stronger than the previous beasts. Higher-level spirit beasts were approaching. Twin-horned guardian beast 815, demon horn speed level 24. A hellscape unfolded, lava boiling, monsters writhing amid a blazing abyss. A demon lord sat aloft, his darkness and authority enveloping the space. We have teleported the vanguard first, including the low-level slaves, to the human world. Who among the 8 demon lords shall lead the main force? A cold voice echoed through the space. Thanks to the eye I left when I descended to the human world last time, I've sensed the presence of someone important. Capture him. Another demon lord with a deformed face and 9 eyes, Enmaraku Yama, one of the 8 great demon lords, smelled terrifying. Shall we assign this to one of the 8 demon lords? The demon lord aloft issued a cold command, and Enmaraku immediately knelt to obey. A demon lord class being might destroy the eye I left. I'll assign this to a demon general, so be it. He continued, his terrifying gaze sweeping around. I will grant full command of the main force to Enshokuma, the food beast commander. A giant food beast appeared. They typically eat stone, and it's been a long time since it tasted living flesh. I suspect it's starving. A shout rang out that made Itsuki jump. It was Iberia's voice. A spirit beast has broken into the house. A monster lunged straight at him. Itsuki quickly raised both hands in front of him. The system displayed. Twin-horned guardian beast 815, demon horn race level 24. He frowned tightly and told himself that if it had come to this, he'd have to use that move. The demon swung at Itsuki. He quickly ducked, raising his hand to form a sphere of energy, as he thought that its attack power was probably higher than his, so defeating it could raise his critical rate. The system popped up again. Faulty critical crystal, grade, undefined, effect. Attack power multiplies by 10 on a critical hit. Critical rate, 0%. Gains 1% each time an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Fault, critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up. A stream of dark purple light shot straight into the sky, activating the orb-piercing sphere. The system announced, critical rate plus 1%. Itsuki clenched his fist and pondered. It really had increased, just as he thought. A monster slowly materialized behind him. A notification appeared. Faulty critical crystal, critical rate 1%. Itsuki shouted, Yusuk, I'll deal with the spirit beast that broke into the house, take care of the rest. He slashed hard at the monster as he called, leave it to me. Itsuki lunged toward the wooden house. He shoved the door open with force. Inside, Iberia leaned against the wall gasping, his body covered in wounds. It's useless. Without dragon armor, I can't win. A claw swiped straight at him. Iberia murmured, if it's come to this. The monster raked its claw at him. Iberia screamed and cried, Itsuki, save me. But the one who appeared was Aiden, who struck the monster's head with his hammer. Iberia stared at him in bewilderment, an old man with a non-combat profession, yet he wasn't afraid of spirit beasts. Aiden hoisted the hammer on his shoulder and said to the monster, you're tough, aren't you? The monster turned angrily toward Aiden. He stood calmly, waiting for the monster's attack. I'll leave the rest to you. He called Tenma. At that moment, Itsuki appeared just before the monster's strike could hit Aiden. Itsuki grabbed the monster's wrist. The system displayed. Activated black ice strike. A long blade materialized in Itsuki's hand, and he swiftly drove it through the monster's body. Itsuki stood and said to Aiden, sorry I'm late, took a bit to deal with those outside. Aiden calmly asked, how are things out there? Itsuki looked up and sensed no more mana fluctuations outside. Then he answered, I think Yusuk has cleared the spirit beast. Aiden and Iberia stepped outside. Seeing the monsters strewn about the ground, he exclaimed in amazement, Yusuk did it all alone. Yusuk looked up to survey and warned everyone not to be complacent. Unless they destroy that barrier, spirit beasts will keep spawning endlessly from within it, and over time they'll only grow stronger. He turned to Itsuki and said, I plan to destroy that barrier and clear as many spirit beasts along the way as possible, but if any slip through, you'll die. Itsuki went dark-faced and snapped back angrily, no, I will be the one to go inside and handle the spirit beasts. Yusuk, stay here to protect Aiden and Iberia. Aiden watched in silent astonishment. That look, no hint of fear, only a burning desire to fight. He spoke up, will entrust the barrier's destruction to Tenma. Yusuk questioned, if it's a continent barrier, the beasts inside will be at least level 25. Are you sure you can handle this? Itsuki was wrapped in a pale white mana and affirmed, I'm sure. Then he dashed off, a flash of lightning and Itsuki's figure vanished. Itsuki thought, finally I can fight to my heart's content. Iberia stayed behind and shouted, if Itsuki goes, I go too. Fine, Yusuk, watch over my old man. Aiden ordered coldly, you stay out of it. He immediately objected, why, we're a team. Aiden explained. Stop with this team act, it's ridiculous. You and Tenma live in completely different worlds. Iberia yelled, haven't we come so far together? What do you mean different worlds? Aiden replied loudly. A team is to support each other and make up for each other's flaws. He declared sternly, but what can you even contribute? You're a burden at this rate. Aiden continued, making Iberia freeze in fear. You'll get Tenma killed. He brushed past Iberia and said, and of course, I'm not only talking about you, Tenma is special. No one of this generation stands on the same level as him. He said coldly, have you seen the look in his eyes when he faces spirit beasts? That look is full of hatred. On Itsuki's side, the system appeared. Mana sensing detected 5 enemy units, restore 50% of users' mana. Itsuki sneered inwardly. 5 spirit beasts, they must have just emerged from the barrier. Thanks to that my mana is fully restored. A monster lunged out to block Itsuki's path. He didn't flinch. Charging forward, he shouted, get out of my way. An explosion erupted, smoke and fire billowing. The system announced, Lotus Assault activated, defeated 5 enemies with Lotus Assault. Overall skill scale plus 5%, currently plus 1106%. Critical rate 1%, faulty critical rate 2%. Itsuki continued to envelop his body in mana as he ran, thinking, the twin-horned guardian beast's defense is too high. It took 80% of my mana just to kill it with Lotus Assault, but I won't let any of them touch Iberia or the other. Iberia saw the explosion from afar. Yusuke quickly stepped in front of him, blocking the shockwave and exclaiming in surprise, where did that explosion come from? Iberia replied loudly, that's Itsuki's skill. He must have encountered spirit beasts in the forest. Yusuke frowned thoughtfully. An explosion on that scale isn't something a low-level novice could produce. Could the reason Tenma can't level up be a negative effect from his talent? On Itsuki's side, he stood before a blue barrier and thought, so it's a green barrier. These spirit beasts are at a completely different level from what I've faced. The system announced, mana sensing activated. Itsuki muttered, surprised that the mana sensing was blocked. I can't measure the number or strength of the spirit beasts inside. He recalled, Master said you can judge the beasts inside a barrier by its color. Dim barrier, beast level 125. Green barrier, beast level 2650. Blue barrier, beast level 5175. Purple barrier, beast level 76+. Pink barrier, beast level 101+. Because it's green, the spirit beasts are level 2650. Itsuki looked at the mark on his hand and murmured that if he killed them all, a mountain of experience points would drop. He raised his hand, petals of light fell to the ground. The system appeared, summon familiar, Death Hound. The black dog howled long. An info panel appeared. Death Hound rank B, level 16 0%. Skill Death Aura rank C. Detects all traces of mana in the area to locate and track the source. Death Thirst rank B. Greatly reduces respawn time when the familiar dies. Attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150. Itsuki petted it and said, I'll give you all that experience. He continued on with it into the barrier, warning, don't you dare touch them until I order it. He declared coldly, all the spirit beasts here are my prey. In a garden, Prophecy Day 1, 11:30 p.m., a girl announced, Father, the escort Awakener has arrived. The blue-haired man with a long scar on his face bowed and said, Lord Izumi, from this moment I, first-rank Savior Kei Kairajima, will serve as your guard. He is a level 63 elemental wind mage, first-rank Savior Kei Kairajima. The man immediately replied, thank you for coming. The girl asked, besides him, 5 third-rank saviors and 3 second-rank saviors have also arrived. Has Akira Height not come yet? He answered, I've assigned him to watch the surrounding area. The girl tapped the notification glass. When we talked on the phone 6 hours ago, he said he was on his way, but when I tried calling back 1 and 3 hours later, I couldn't reach him. She continued, huge stone slabs have been falling across the northern province since 8 p.m. He may have run into trouble on the way. The man with the lantern on his head is Nento Izumi, he replied. A normal spirit beast wouldn't threaten him. After all, he's one of the 6 pillars of the special rank savior team. He said, try to contact him. Only special rank saviors can handle the spirit beasts appearing here. The girl answered immediately, understood. Kei suddenly spoke up, aren't you overestimating the special rank saviors? No matter how strong Wajin and Akira Heighten are, they're still human. He declared arrogantly, I don't believe there's such a huge gap between them and first-rank people like us. We might struggle a bit, but there's no way we couldn't defeat a spirit beast they can. Nento replied, confidence is good, but if you think you can stand on equal footing with a special rank. He continued, it seems you've never fought a truly powerful spirit beast. Suddenly, a gigantic fireball appeared in the sky. Kei immediately gripped his sword and shouted, it's a stone pillar, a spirit beast is coming. Nento stood and said calmly, finally arrived. The girl shouted, "Useless, you're no match for height." Kei replied arrogantly, "If not even a special rank can handle it, then it's not worth relying on one. Don't worry, we will wipe them out." He frowned and vowed to himself that he would prove a first rank could be as strong as a special rank. On Itsuki's side, the green barrier glowed ever brighter. He entered with the Death Hound. Itsuki walked while observing, and the scene inside the barrier wasn't much different from outside. He looked into the distance and thought that a certain aura here made him uncomfortable. The system announced, "Mana sensing activated." Itsuki pondered that he could sense mana fluctuations inside the barrier from here, but indeed he couldn't grasp the situation outside. Inside and outside the barrier seemed to be separate spaces. The system appeared again. Mana sensing detected 5 enemy units and restored 50% mana. Itsuki thought, "All right, I've roughly pinpointed the positions of the 5 enemies detected." He ordered the Death Hound, "Wait here. If you see any spirit beast run, you can eat it." It immediately sat obedient. Itsuki praised it. Good. The notification appeared. Activated Thunder Break, Thunder Shock III. He smiled faintly and shouted that he should take action. At that moment, 2 monsters came charging madly. A bolt of blue lightning struck straight at them. Itsuki appeared and quickly destroyed the monsters. The notification displayed, "Activated Dark Jade, Black Ice Wreath." Another lightning bolt pierced through another monster's body. The lightning continuously tore the monsters' bodies apart. Itsuki lunged straight at the large monster, barring its claw. He leaped high and formed a dark purple-black orb in his hand. The system announced, "Activated Piercing Orb." The orb was fired immediately, flying straight through the monster's body. He landed, a notification appeared. Critical rate plus 1%. Faulty critical crystal. Critical rate 3%. Itsuki thought, my critical rate increased again, now 3%. He ran straight toward the pillar of light at the center, pondering that statistically about 3 criticals occur per 100 hits. Maybe I'll soon see my first critical, even though this is the first time I've seen a pillar like this. He calculated silently. If I break the pillar, the barrier will disappear, right? 1 strike should be enough. The system suddenly appeared, detected 1 enemy unit, restored 10% mana. Itsuki instantly froze. There was still 1 more. He stopped. A bolt of lightning immediately wrapped around him. Black tendrils lashed straight toward Itsuki. They stabbed downward. He quickly leaned aside to dodge. Itsuki thought that if he hadn't detected the mana fluctuation and been on guard earlier, he would have been pierced moments ago. He looked toward the distant pillar of light and realized it had been hiding behind the stone pillar. A faint silhouette appeared. Itsuki judged it to be a different kind of spirit beast from the earlier ones, outside the green barrier. Iberia stared wide-eyed, still reeling from the explosion. Yusuke advised, even if Tenma can't stop all the spirit beasts, it's dangerous outside. Wait inside. He asked sadly, "Yusuke, will I really be the one to get Itsuki killed one day?" Yusuke replied at once, "Don't be dramatic, don't worry so much." Iberia hesitated, then admitted, "But on reflection, it seems I'm just a burden." He looked at the barrier and said, "The spirit beasts inside a green barrier are level 20 to 50. Are you confident you can beat a level 26 spirit beast?" Iberia bowed sadly. "I don't think so." Yusuke patted his shoulder. "Don't be too down. I'm not saying you're weak. When I was your age, I didn't even have the courage to enter a green barrier and fight spirit beasts." Iberia exclaimed in surprise, "Even you." Yusuke explained that the difference between beasts in a dark barrier and a green barrier isn't just level. Iberia asked what else. Yusuke said the beasts inside a dark barrier have no intelligence. They're simply creatures repeating endless loops of slaughter and destruction. He recalled a giant tiger and said they're strong but predictable. If you plan, there are many ways to kill them. Inside a green barrier, however, intelligent spirit beasts can exist like people. Inside the barrier, a monster slowly moved toward Itsuki and spoke coldly. "I missed." It seemed to have a sensing type skill. The system appeared. 4 Directions General 336, level 34. Yusuke said that among Tenma's generation few can handle beasts of that level. Itsuki scowled and muttered that, as he suspected, the beasts in this barrier are different from those he'd faced. Yusuke explained that the reason he is Tenma's burden isn't because he hasn't matured. It's simply that Tenma is too strong. Itsuki spoke coldly. "It sized up my skills in seconds, and moreover it speaks human language. Finally, I meet you, the intelligent spirit beast I've heard about." The monster sneered, "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you begging for mercy?" It looked at Itsuki and remarked, "I thought you were strong, but you're just a rank 0, a coward who trembles at my sight." He smiled and retorted, "I'm just excited. I've wanted to ask your kind something for a long time. Since you can speak, why not answer me?" It stepped forward and replied, "Very well. If that's your last wish, I will grant it." Flames burst from Itsuki's body. His eyes flared crimson as he shouted, "Do you know what pain is?" Hearing the declaration, the 4 Directions General sneered. A mere human dares to try to make me suffer. Don't be arrogant. He went on to declare proudly, causing pain is our sole privilege. Then the Four Directions general shot out razor-sharp tentacles that sliced through everything they touched. Meanwhile, Itsuki was trying to close the distance to it. Like lightning, he struck a surprise blow that pushed the Four Directions general back a short distance. Itsuki wondered internally whether it was down. No, its mana was surging even stronger. He keenly noticed that its tentacles had also become faster. However, Itsuki believed that, when it came to speed, he still had the advantage. Seizing a moment when he lost focus, it silently brought a tentacle around behind Itsuki to strike. Luckily, he dodged in time, cursing inwardly. Damn, my power is too weak. I couldn't even cut its head off, and my attacks barely dealt any damage. The Four Directions general was quite surprised. At this level, you shouldn't be able to be this fast. What is your true level? Still, he scoffed disdainfully. Whatever, no matter how fast you are, to me you're just an insect. As it attacked, it taunted continuously. Even if you hit me 100 times at full force, it wouldn't even itch. But if you take one hit from me, you'll die. Contrary to its nonchalance, Itsuki had to dodge the assault. Tentacles attacked from multiple directions, even from behind. He'd block one strike only to be hit from the flank. Eventually, he couldn't hold on and was knocked down hard. Itsuki was pressed by a tentacle against the tree trunk. Even so, he broke free and challenged it. If you can do it, then try. The Four Directions general immediately realized that state was just a speed boost skill of his. Let's see how long your mana will last. After observing, it judged silently that those tentacles weren't a skill, but part of its body. That's why super simulation didn't activate. He sighed inwardly, counting how many strikes that had been strike 18 or 19. It mocked, useless. Now Itsuki's mana is only 97 out of 330. Itsuki was in a desperate situation. He'd been spamming skills, his mana was nearly depleted and his stamina drained. If this continued, his speed would drop, so he'd pour everything into offense. So he calculated to increase his attack frequency. If he could land even one critical hit, he'd win. Then Itsuki used the faulty critical crystal, unknown rank effect, attack power multiplied by 10 on a critical. Critical rate 0%. It gains 1% when an enemy with higher attack power than the user is defeated. Error effect. Critical rate resets to 0 whenever the user levels up. He told himself to attack more, just keep swinging until a critical lands. I just need to keep punching. Then Itsuki tried to exploit an opening to strike directly at the Four Directions general. It immediately retaliated with a tentacle that stabbed into his abdomen. Meanwhile, the Four Directions general sneered, constantly lunging at me like this. What an idiot. It taunted further, what's the matter? Weren't you going to make me suffer? Seeing Itsuki still moving, the Four Directions general praised him. You're alive. It seems your defense stat is rather high. It appeared to be the trap he had set when it spoke. Finally, it's time. At that moment, the system displayed a notification from the faulty critical crystal. Your next attack will be a critical. Sure enough, Itsuki's punch hit with an utterly different destructive force. A horrible scream tore from its mouth. A single punch sent the Four Directions general flying. It couldn't believe it. What just happened? How did you suddenly punch so hard? He was just as surprised. It was stronger than he expected. Not only that, after the critical hit, a flood of emotions rose from deep in his chest. Satisfaction, focus, contentment. He'd never felt like this before. Also now, although blood was flowing from his abdomen, he felt no pain at all. More than that, Itsuki felt truly comfortable. Only then did he ask the Four Directions general, did you feel pain from that blow? It couldn't accept it. What's wrong with this one? Aren't humans lowly, fragile creatures? Clearly it's above level 40. Displaying fake stats is cheating. What are you doing? This time Itsuki mocked. Spirit beasts have never had any intelligence, so even when they die, they seldom scream. He smiled strangely. But a scream from a beast that can feel pain would surely be delightful to hear. The Four Directions general screamed in panic. Impossible. Are you going to crush my head? You are not human. As soon as it was dealt with, the critical rate immediately increased by 1%. Itsuki exhaled in relief. Finally done. The faulty critical crystal's critical rate rose to 4%. Suddenly he felt strange. Once the danger passed, that special sensation faded, and the pain from the wound began to come through. At the same time, the barrier turned transparent, meaning no spirit beasts remained inside. Itsuki thought to himself that if he broke this, only the stone pillar would be left. He then decisively threw a punch, softer than he thought. After a while, Itsuki grew tired and sat down. He told himself that before returning, he needed to check something. Then Itsuki muttered a call, T-letter 1ED. At once a beast appeared the moment he finished speaking. Appear. Itsuki gaped in amazement. You've grown bigger than before, haven't you? He was even more surprised, and Itsuki's mind shook. You've leveled up 3 ranks and gained 150 points. Details: Death Hound B rank level 19, 14.8%. Death Chi skill C rank. Detects all traces of magic in the area, pinpoints locations and traces their origin. Death Desire B rank. Greatly shortens resurrection cooldown after a spirit's death in battle. Attack 250, speed 250, defense 150, mana 150, 150 points unallocated. He brightened noticeably, so when you level up your body also grows. I'm not imagining it then. Itsuki guessed to himself that if you gain dozens more levels, how big will you become? He looked forward to it. Scene shift to the Izumi residence on the first day of prophecy at 11:35 p.m. Darkness enveloped the forest along with a thick oppressive dark aura. Iberia pointed at the sky in utter shock and said to Yasuke, the barrier, "It's gone." Itsuki really did it. Yasuke gazed thoughtfully at the changing atmosphere. He destroyed that silver barrier in just about 10 minutes. Perhaps there weren't any monsters smart enough inside, but even so that speed was unbelievable. At the very least Itsuki was now far stronger than before. Back to Itsuki, he sat slumped against the cliffside, his breathing growing faint. After a long journey and consecutive battles, his body was nearly depleted of stamina. Having lost too much blood, he had truly reached his limit. Despite his severe injuries, Itsuki clung desperately to the shoulder of his familiar. "Zu, can you track mana traces right? Follow my mana flow and take me back to Iberia." The loyal black wolf let out a deep growl, then dashed through the dense forest canopy under the silent night. At the same moment, Yasuke froze in full alert upon hearing the echoing howl, the roar of a calamity beast. But the barrier was already destroyed, wasn't it? Wise. Sensing imminent danger, Yasuke immediately turned and shouted to protect his teammate. "Iberia, get back to your room now." Iberia stood frozen, her face filled with worry. She whispered, "That howl, I've heard it somewhere before." From the deep darkness, a massive black shadow with razor-sharp claws lunged forward at terrifying speed. Yasuke drew his greatsword, taking a stance full of killing intent in the darkness. "It's getting closer. I don't know where it came from, but if it's a calamity beast, I'll chop its corpse to pieces." A clash erupted. Yasuke swung his sword fiercely at the monster, leaping toward him. Iberia suddenly cried out in astonishment. That's the wolf Itsuki turned into his familiar the other day. Seeing Yasuke about to deliver a finishing blow, she hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Wait, Yasuke. That's Itsuki's familiar." The razor-sharp blade tore through the air, narrowly missing the black wolf charging toward. Yasuke halted stunned as he looked down at Itsuki's unconscious body, lying right beside the monster, his own familiar. Yasuke began thinking more deeply about the abnormalities in this young man. Only the user of a familiar can command it right. Combat power far surpassing his peers, a level that never increases, and he even possesses skills from multiple professions. Iberia rushed over, tears welling up. "Are you okay?" Seeing the pool of blood on the ground, Iberia panicked and lifted her friend's head. "What happened here? There's so much blood." Itsuki faintly moved his lips, his voice weak as a whisper. "Let me rest for a bit." Itsuki's eyes closed, causing Iberia to break down. She wailed, "What do we do?" "Itsuki, hoo-hoo." Yasuke checked Itsuki's condition, then said coldly but reassuringly, "He's not dead yet, so no need to cry like that." Iberia stopped crying, looked up at Yasuke with eyes full of hope. "Yasuke, he's still alive." Yasuke pointed at Itsuki's faintly rising and falling chest. "Look, he's still breathing normally." "Iberia, you have Kodama bandages, right? Those wounds need immediate treatment." Iberia replied, "Yes, I'll handle." In the quiet room, Itsuki lay motionless, wrapped in bandages. Iberia silently resolved. "It's true, I may never catch up to Itsuki in combat strength, but I have something only I can do." She recalled the nature of her magic. Her profession was wind mage, one who controls air and currents. It was a versatile class capable of both combat and support. But her status window revealed her special talent: second rank healing focus effect, attack damage from wind system, reduced by 50%, but recovery speed of wind system healing skills, increased by 50%, a low-tier second rank talent that could only heal herself or ally. Iberia stared at her own hands, eyes burning with determination. "I used to hate it, so I never used this skill even once, but for Itsuki, I'll use it as many times as needed." A burst of green mana exploded around Iberia. The system announced activating C-rank skill healing window. Warm light enveloped Itsuki. Iberia silently prayed, "Please recover quickly for our duo to Itsuki." At the same time, in the vicinity of the residence, at 11:35 p.m., a massive purple barrier was deployed from a newly fallen stone steel. An extremely powerful strike crashed down, shattering every defensive layer. Kairajima lay pathetically in the gray smoke. Ageha could only cry out in despair. "Kairajima." Ageha hurriedly used healing magic on Kairajima and urged, "I'll heal you right away." "What's the situation outside?" Kairajima could only weakly utter, "Run." Kairajima's face distorted in terror as he looked at the colossal shadow behind it, size, defense, power, speed. Everything was on a completely different level. Even a special class savior couldn't stand against it. Humanity had no way to defeat a monster like this. An overwhelming entity appeared, towering warrior unit, No 14 Ox Tribe level 81. In the moment of despair, Nento appeared standing protectively. In front of them, Kairajima shouted, Ajaha run. The monster growled upon seeing the new opponent. That bizarre outfit. You're Izumi Nento, aren't you? It laughed arrogantly as it prepared to attack, meeting the target like this. What luck in that case, we don't even need to bother Enshokuma. Nento calmly replied, so your target really is me then, that's a relief. Boom, an earth-shaking collision, erupted white light, blanketing the entire area. Ajaha screamed in panic, father. While Kairajima despaired, it's over, everything's over. As the dust settled, Nento stood firm, looking at the figure that had just appeared. You're late. A man with blazing red eyes, radiating murderous intent, revealed himself, Akira Heighten. Akira Heighten stepped forward, shielding Nento. Sorry, leave this one to me. The monster laughed mockingly. Haha, I don't know where you crawled out from, but you've got a big mouth. Kairajima desperately warned in panic, be careful. That thing is incredibly strong. Without a word, Akira Heighten concentrated power into his fist. Whoosh, a strike that tore through space. Black blood sprayed as the monster exploded. Kairajima's eyes widened, completely stunned by the horrifying sight. Looking at the back of the one who struck, he exclaimed, so this is the power of a special class savior. Kairajima trembled as he realized the truth. I used to think special class were still just humans, but this is no longer human, a monster with power far beyond common sense. Ajaha rejoiced, we did it, so we've overcome the crisis, right? Akira Heighten coldly replied, no, this is when things truly begin. Immediately the sky turned ominous. On the first day of prophecy at 11:40 p.m., the barrier near the Izumi Nento residence shifted from purple to red. A colossal furry creature appeared amid flames within the red barrier. How would Enshokuma torment humanity? A demon with blazing fiery hair laughed maniacally. I really want to see that scene right here. He was Fire Demon King level 37. A pure white monster roared behind him. He continued, you agree too, right? The other was White Demon level 49. A masked authoritative figure commanded, don't do anything unnecessary. Our mission is to capture that one. If we fail, you know the consequences. The commanding figure revealed himself, Bone General Grave, King level 87. The fire demon asked, puzzled, why were we sent to the same barrier as Enshokuma instead of the target? The Bone General calmly explained, if all three of us were in one barrier, it would turn purple and attract attention. The red barrier created by Enshokuma will draw in powerful humans nearby, and that way we can complete Ringa's mission without interference. One of the 8 great demon kings, Enshokuma. The demon kings looked toward the residence, while Enshokuma drew attention, head straight to the destination. Do you know where the destination is? The demon king affirmed, it's fine. Ringa will guide us through the demon eye left in the human world. Of course he can see the coordinates of the demon eye and even peek at what it's seeing. And right now that demon eye is in the same place as our target. The clock struck the first day of prophecy at 11:35 p.m. Itsuki lay motionless. In his subconscious, he saw his younger self standing before his mother. Mom, I finally found a calamity beast that can feel pain just like us. Young Itsuki smiled brightly, full of innocence. I crushed its head, now your revenge will. The mother looked at him with sorrowful eyes. No, Itsuki. She gently taught, there are things more important than revenge. Itsuki was stunned, something more important than wiping out all calamity beasts. The mother smiled tenderly. Strength isn't for revenge, it's to protect the people you love. Itsuki bowed his head. Darkness enveloped the boy. That's impossible. He screamed in pain. I will never forgive the calamity beasts that killed father and mother. Young Itsuki's eyes suddenly blazed red with hatred. I will definitely wipe them all out. The mother silently looked away, her face filled with heartache at the path of hatred her son had chosen. She gave a sad smile and gradually faded away. It's time for mother to go. Where are you going, Mom? I still have so much I want to say to you. She gently touched his cheek one last time. Itsuki, please don't let hatred consume you. Young Itsuki wailed, reaching his small hands into the air. Mom. But those hands only managed to brush the fatting specks of light, vanishing into nothingness. Itsuki's face was stunned. Tears streamed endlessly as he realized his mother had truly left forever. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from the darkness in his mind, crying over the dead. Typical behavior of weak creatures. Itsuki gritted his teeth, his eyes instantly blazing red with rage. You bastard. He roared, full of hatred at the shadow enveloping his soul. A powerful demon appeared amid a sea of blood. The demon of destruction sneered. Finally awake, huh? Seems like you only turn into a child when you're with. Itsuki tensed, killing intent exploding around his body. You scum. He charged at the enemy in the illusion with a deafening roar. I'll kill you. The mysterious figure easily countered. He whispered menacingly. Calm down, I'll let you feel it again soon enough. He delivered a fatal blow to his mind, true despair. Itsuki screamed in utter desperation as he was flung back. Ringa, I'll kill you no matter what happens. Back to reality, Itsuki suddenly woke up drenched in sweat, as if he'd just fought a battle. He looked around and saw Iberia slumped asleep on the bed. He thought to himself, is this a dream? His eyes weren't injured, yet they hurt so much. Why? At this point, Itsuki seemed to realize something. Oh right. My wounds have healed. I was in critical condition. Was it Iberia who used Kodama bandages to heal me? He fell asleep in a place like this. Oh, he did say he was going to rest a bit. I should make sure Zoo doesn't bark so he can sleep peacefully. Thinking this, Itsuki turned to signal the wolf. But upon seeing its master awake, Zoo barked loudly in joy. This made Itsuki's face darken. Damn it, he muttered inwardly. And sure enough, it woke Iberia, who instinctively shouted in a dazed, calamity beast, I have to protect Itsuki. Itsuki groggily opened his eyes, looking at the faint wind swirling around. A little wind like this wouldn't even scare a calamity beast. Iberia cheered excitedly upon seeing him move. You're awake, Itsuki. He rushed over and hugged Itsuki tightly, making him awkwardly think. Inwardly, thank goodness, it seems my healing really worked. He's hugging me like always whenever he's excited. How long was I out? Iberia let go and answered, not long, probably about 3 hours. Itsuki calculated 3 hours, so it's around 3:00 a.m. on the second day of prophecy now. Are Yasuk and Aiden safe? Iberia smiled brightly to reassure him. Yeah, no calamity beasts appeared after that. Itsuki, still dazed, remembered the voice in his dream. Don't worry, I'll let you feel it again soon enough. Even though it was just a dream, those words haunted him. They felt too real to be a dream. The calamity beasts are definitely plotting something. The clock struck the second day of prophecy at 3:30 a.m. Itsuki woke from his coma. He stood up resolutely. Can't let my guard down. Iberia looked at him admiringly. Great, you seem fully recovered. Itsuki quickly headed for the door, not forgetting to instruct. Master said reinforcements would arrive soon. I'll go check on Yasu. On the way, Iberia curiously asked about the black wolf. Itsuki, what's the name of that death wolf familiar? Is it just Zoo, dead house? Iberia eagerly suggested. You don't know. Familiar users can give them any name they want me to come up with a really cool one for it. I'm great at naming. Itsuki replied curtly. I'm not a familiar user. Iberia pouted in disappointment. Oh darn, I really wanted to name it. Itsuki broke out in a cold sweat, thinking inwardly, no way, I'm letting him name it. Itsuki glanced at the golem statue in the yard, silently assessing his healed wounds. Kodama bandages alone couldn't have healed me this fast. Looks like Iberia finally used his real power. Itsuki looked at Iberia in surprise. I thought you never used your skills, turns out you're a healer. Iberia awkwardly replied. No, I can use attack skills too, they're just really weak. Turning to Yasuk standing beside the charred monster corpse, Itsuki asked thoughtfully. Yasuk, did any awakeners come here after I passed out? Yasuk narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Itsuki. Why are you asking that? Itsuki explained. Master said they'd send nearby awakeners here. It's been a day, they should be here by now. Before he could finish, the swordsman replied. But this place is deep in the forest, you wouldn't get here so fast without Ajaha guiding. Itsuki pondered, eyes sharp with unease. That makes sense, but I still have a really bad feeling. He stared deep into the dark forest, where black chi was slowly spreading, as if something evil was drawing closer. Meanwhile, not far away, a group of trainees was racing through the forest at full speed. One boy running breathlessly asked, Kobayashi, how much farther to the target? Kobayashi replied, just a few more kilometers, we're almost there. Another member running excitedly said, complete this mission, and finally I'll go from trainee to third-rank savior. The brown-haired guy replied wearily, but honestly, this place is way too remote. Is the best blacksmith in North Continent really living in a place like this? Suddenly, the pink-haired girl in the group leaped into the air shouting, stop right now. The whole group immediately halted, weapons ready in the dark forest path, thick with killing intent. The brown-haired guy turned back warily, asking his teammate, what's wrong? Did you sense something strange? She replied, something's coming from ahead. From the gloomy darkness, two towering shadows appeared, blocking their path. They've spotted us. The trainee group drew weapons in unison, shouting to steady themselves. Calamity beasts, prepare for battle. But the one who appeared was a demon king with a mocking smile. Where are you little ones rushing off to? Don't tell me you're... He closed in with his eerie red eyes, barring sharp fangs. You're also heading to the same place as us, aren't you? The outcome of the rookie group's encounter with the two bosses went exactly as expected. The swordsman of the group was engulfed in roaring flames by the fire demon. A look of disdain crossed the demon's face as he spoke. I didn't expect a mere fireball to do this much. Humanity truly is a weak species. That said, he turned to his companion and asked, hey, white demon, are you finished? Beside him, the white demon's fist had already crushed another member of the group. His fist was still stained with the blood of his victim. The fire demon walked over, clicking his tongue. They look just like flattened dumplings. You really are a cruel one. Not far away, the only girl in the group witnessed the scene and screamed. There isn't even a barrier nearby. Where the hell did you monsters crawl out? In response, the fire demon flashed a grin. Well, we had to travel quite a long distance to get here. The pink-haired girl seemed to accept her fate, biting her lip hard and not daring to look forward anymore. However, at that moment, the demon general spoke up from behind. Guardian, you are not allowed to kill them. The fire demon began to complain. It's been so long since I've had any fun. Don't interfere when I'm enjoying myself. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden chill filled the air. Instantly, the fire demon's body was frozen solid, leaving him dazed. The one who struck was, of course, the demon general. If you dare to ignore an order again, the punishment won't be this gentle. At this point, the fire demon didn't dare to be defiant. He quickly lowered his voice and pleaded, I understand. Please release the spell or my body will. Without letting him say another word, the ice on his body slowly began to thaw. The fire demon quickly erupted in flames to dispel the cold. I thought I was going to freeze to death, he muttered. Meanwhile, a flicker of hope rose within the pink-haired girl as she wondered, are they going to spare me? On this side, the fire demon crossed his arms and continued. We're just not allowed to kill the target and the owner of the demon eye, right? Does this woman have some kind of special power too? The demon general shook his head. It's not that. I just want to test the new ability Lord Linga bestowed upon me. Hearing them talk like that, the pink-haired girl flinched, her face turning pale. But before she could react, a stream of black smoke suddenly shot from the demon general's palm and invaded her body, making her let out a tragic scream. Yet very quickly, only a few seconds later, her body became strangely quiet. The fire demon walked over curiously to observe and asked, What's this? Is she dead after all? The demon general explained. She is undergoing the demonization process. Sure enough, right after those words, the girl's eyes snapped open. A powerful aura began to radiate from her. The fire demon didn't seem to understand what the demonization process was, so the demon general explained. Humans who undergo demonization will become completely submissive to Lord Linga. In other words, this woman is now one of us. Up ahead, the demonization process seemed to have finished. The pink-haired girl immediately knelt and pleaded, Lord Malice King, please give your order. The demon general quickly issued several commands. You will hide your identity and act secretly within the human community until the day Lord Linga descends. After that, you will report that your team was attacked by spirit beasts in the forest, and you were the only survivor thanks to the sacrifice of your comrades. If you understand, set off immediately. After about 2 seconds of silence, the pink-haired girl seemed to return to her original state. She gasped in horror, then hurriedly turned and ran away from the place in a panic. Watching her retreating back, the fire demon still didn't understand. Making them follow our orders is all well and good, but what's the use of recruiting someone that weak? At this, the demon general shared a part of the plan. It's not just her. 10,000 people have already been demonized, including awakened ones. When Lord Linga unifies this world, they will play a vital role. Now stop talking nonsense and follow me. This mission is far more important. With that, they quickly departed. Time passed until the second day of the prophecy at 3:05 a.m. The swordsman Yasuk was explaining the robot in front of him. The stats of the Iron Golem are equal to an awakened person 30 times over, so this will make up for our lack of manpower. Iberia noted with admiration, I don't think we'd need this if Itsuki and Yasuk were here. Yasuk seemed to remember something and asked, speaking of which, where did Itsuki go? Iberia replied with a smile. He went to the forge. He said he wanted to ask the old man to do something with the critical strike crystal. The scene shifts to the inside of the forge. The old man Aiden asked the protagonist, you said you landed a critical hit while fighting the spirit beast. What was your critical rate at that time? The protagonist replied, it was 3% at first, but after I defeated that thing, it increased to 4%. Iberia admired Itsuki's luck. You landed a critical hit with only 3%. That really is lucky. Itsuki nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too sometimes. After that critical hit, I couldn't help but increase my focus. I entered a strange state that made me feel like an all-powerful being. Was that also an effect of the critical strike crystal? The old blacksmith suddenly flinched and turned to ask. A sensation that made you sharp enough to sense everything around you, yet you were still calm enough to remain completely unfazed. The protagonist stroked his chin and nodded again. Yes, that's the feeling. Aiden paused his blacksmithing work and marveled. Incredible. You entered the state of selflessness. The state of selflessness occurs when you are completely focused on a single task. It's a state where your sense of time is warped, while your concentration and euphoria reach their peak. In short, it means being in a state of extreme focus, like an artist who forgets to eat because they are so immersed in their work, or an athlete whose body moves instinctively as if it has its own will during a match, or a student who loses track of time while solving a difficult math problem. Those are all signs of selflessness. When an awakened enters the state of selflessness, they are not only focused, but their senses are incredibly sharp. At the same time, their stats and skill effects increase to 120% of their original value. Hearing him say that, Itsuki couldn't help but be surprised. I've never heard teachers or other awakened talk about this. Besides, I've never met anyone who entered the state of selflessness. Upon hearing this, Aiden scolded him. What the hell do you think selflessness is? Only a few people can achieve it. It requires the skill of the awakened themselves, a clear mind, and extreme luck. If even one of those factors is missing, entering the flow state is impossible. Itsuki bowed his head slightly. He didn't expect the conditions to be so strict. Old man Aiden continued to enlighten him. It's no exaggeration to say that entering the state of selflessness is the boundary between a genius and an ordinary person. Among the awakened of the 5 continents, including Wajante, there isn't a single person who can enter the state of selflessness at will. The first time I entered selflessness was 2 years after becoming an awakened. 2 years is quite early, but you did it only a month after awakening. At this point, a sound suddenly rang out, interrupting their conversation. Wait, did you hear something? Aiden asked. And Itsuki's face darkened as well. He explained, 3 entities with massive mana signatures are approaching. Old man Aiden speculated. It seems they are the awakened sent by Nento Izumi to serve as my guard. Contrary to his speculation, Itsuki sensed something unusual about the energy. That's not right. This violent and jagged wave. It feels more like a spirit beast than an awakened. Without a moment's hesitation, Itsuki immediately requested, Aiden, go back to your room. He himself ran out to check. As he went, he thought, I cleared out the spirit beasts inside the barrier, and there's no sign of a new stone pillar falling nearby. I hope this is just my imagination. Outside, Iberia saw him come out and spoke up cheerfully. Itsuki, you're finally out. What's wrong? You look very tense. Itsuki slowly recounted what he had discovered. I sense a mana wave that's spot on. It could be a spirit beast. The other 2 didn't seem to believe Itsuki's discovery. No stone pillar has appeared around here, so it probably isn't. Even if it's a spirit beast, we've reactivated the iron golem. We can easily destroy any ordinary spirit beast. However, as if to refute his words, the body of the iron golem was suddenly sent flying past Itsuki. A deep indentation appeared on its chest, causing the robot to immediately lose its combat capability. Iberia screamed. The iron golem was defeated before it could even react. Itsuki and Yasuke immediately entered a combat stance. The arrivals were none other than the Demon General's group. Among them, the fire demon saw that Itsuki's group only had 3 people and said arrogantly, only 3 people, this will be a piece of cake. Shifting to Itsuki's perspective, just by looking at the 3 monster entities in front of him, he had a preliminary assessment. They were on a completely different level compared to the ones inside the barrier, especially their later. He had never felt such an overwhelming mana wave before. Unaware of his thoughts, the Demon General ordered his 2 companions. I will go kidnap the target. I'll leave the rest to you 2. Make sure you don't damage the demon eye. The fire demon answered almost immediately, his tone confident as if this were an easy task. Yeah, don't worry about it. On this side, the group became even more panicked as they saw the 3 of them talking to each other. The target is Aiden. Are the spirit beasts communicating? I won't let you pass, everyone shouted. Yet in the blink of an eye, the Demon General's body bypassed all 3 of them, before the group could even realize. Yasuke hurriedly turned his head and gasped in shock, since when did? Itsuki was also startled by the Demon General's speed. But there was no time for much thought. The whole group hurriedly rushed in the direction of the Demon General to block him. I'll stop you. No matter what, you won't get near Aiden. In response to the group's reaction, the Demon General swung his hand. Instantly, a massive wall of ice rose up, separating the 2 sides. The swordsman Yasuke was a bit surprised by this ability. He tried swinging his sword at the wall, only to find that the ice wall was incredibly hard. While he was off guard, the white demon swung his fist and lunged from behind. A warning voice rang out, Yasuke, behind you. Hearing this, Yasuke flinched and hurriedly turned around, raising the sword in his hand, just in time to block the white demon's punch. However, the force of it sent his body flying backward. Itsuki's face became worried as he saw that. However, his opponent was the fire demon, who was also prepared to launch an attack. You don't have time to worry about others. With that, he used the A-rank skill, Crimson Flame Bullet, firing a scorching fireball toward Itsuki. Itsuki immediately activated his Black Ice Wall skill to block the attack, while also requesting, Iberia, leave this place quick. Iberia knew he couldn't help much, so he could only turn and run for his life. Returning to the battle, although Itsuki blocked that fireball, both of his arms were burned black. The system issued a notification. A rank skill, Crimson Flame Bullet detected. Activating Super Simulation Analysis Process, 1%. Looking at this notification, Itsuki's face turned pale. His skill is A rank. I could have dodged it with Thunder Shock, but I was too confident in my black ice wall. Up ahead, the fire demon seemed to read his thoughts and teased. Did you really think that thin sliver of ice could block my fire? How foolish. That said, he also felt a bit of panic internally. Wait a minute. Did I go too far? What if this one is the demon eye? But very quickly, he realized that Itsuki's level was only 0. So he flashed a sly grin. Level 0, and he's just a human, a member of an inferior race. He can't possibly be the demon eye. I can burn him to ashes without a second thought. Itsuki began to summon the Death Hound to assist in the fight. This made the fire demon burst into laughter. You intend to make it 2 against 1 by summoning a familiar. Even if you summon 10 more pests like that, you wouldn't stand a chance. He spoke while launching another attack. On this side, Itsuki had no intention of using the Death Hound to fight from the start. He turned to his companion and said, I leave the protection of Aiden to you. Go now. At the same time, the attack exploded. However, it seemed both Itsuki and the Death Hound managed to dodge it. The fire demon looked in the direction the Death Hound was going and speculated, that familiar. Is it heading toward the target? Do you really think you can face me alone? At these words, the protagonist felt a bit of secret joy. This guy completely underestimates me. If I keep pretending to be weak, he won't kill me right away. This buys me time to analyze, but I don't think I can keep playing the coward in front of a spirit beast anymore. With that thought, he also broke into a smile. That's right, you got a problem with that. After all, you look pretty pathetic yourself. Itsuki's expression was clearly arrogant as he said that. This seemed to make the fire demon go crazy. Such an arrogant, low-life human. I was going to play with you for a bit, but I've changed my mind. I'll turn you into ash this instant. He roared loudly and launched an even more violent attack than before. However, Itsuki was still able to dodge with his own speed. He noted, the size increased, but the speed didn't. He's a long-range elementalist, relying solely on skill. If I can close the gap, I'll definitely win this match. Thinking this, Itsuki rushed forward at his fastest speed. That speed made the fire demon's heart skip a beat. What, this speed? He closed the gap in the blink of an eye. However, it's still not enough. He flashed a sly grin. Sure enough, just as Itsuki drew near and unleashed a kick, it was blocked by a red shield. In that moment, Itsuki's face froze. His look of surprise delighted the fire demon. Did you think I didn't know my own weaknesses? No sooner had he spoken than he launched another attack that sent the protagonist's body flying back. After the collision, Itsuki quickly regained his stance. Internally, he reminded himself, that's right, my opponent is an intelligent spirit beast. How could I have been so careless? Up ahead, the fire demon didn't hold back his praise. With that speed, you're not level 0, are you? You completely fooled me. From his perspective, Itsuki was struggling to stand up once more. Seeing this, the monster smirked and said, still want to fight? Wouldn't it be easier if you just stayed down and died? In response to these words, he only received a cold statement from the boy. Since it's an A-rank skill, it really does take time to analyze. According to the system notification, the analysis progress is at 81%. The second day of the prophecy at 3:14 a.m., the demon general successfully infiltrated the house. At this moment, he was questioning Aiden. Aiden Hild, I heard you've crafted 3 unique artifacts, 16 epic artifacts, and countless rare ones. You are the most talented blacksmith among humans. Without letting him say more, Aiden interrupted him, summarizing his achievements. Summarizing my achievements like that, are you planning to kill me? In response, the demon general tried to reassure the old man. Calm down. As long as you are useful, I have no reason to deal with you. On this side, Aiden spoke in a voice full of irony. I see. Unfortunately, I'm not the type who likes to be told what to do. As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed a dagger from the table, and immediately turned it toward himself, as if to take his own life. But how could the demon general let him achieve his goal so easily? Just before the dagger touched Aiden's face, his body was frozen solid. This caused Aiden's plan to fail. His eyes were bloodshot with rage. He encased my body in ice in an instant. This must be at least an A-rank skill. Opposite him, the demon general seemed to see through Aiden's thoughts. He coldly reminded him, give it up. Whether you live or die is for me to decide. Elsewhere, the hiding Iberia was sweating with anxiety. At this rate, my father will be kidnapped. What should I do? Should I ambush him? While the boy was still thinking from outside, the death hound summoned by Itsuki rushed in to attack the demon general. As it drew near the opponent, it jumped up, opening its mouth wide to attack. Unfortunately, the demon general had sensed it long ago. In a single second, the death hound's body was frozen midair, and it fell with a thud to the ground. Having done this, he even scolded his two companions outside. What are those two doing out there, letting a familiar get through like this? Seeing this, Aiden felt a flicker of hope. A familiar, have reinforcements arrived? Contrary to what he thought, Iberia's face was dark with tension. He thought to himself, even a familiar that strong couldn't get near him, so there's no way I can win against him. I should head to Itsuki's position. If I do that, then surely. Thinking this, he suddenly remembered Aiden's shout from some day before. You'll harm Itsuki. This reminder seemed to wake him up. That's right. Before coming here, Itsuki was already severely injured. If he had any strength left, he would have come here himself instead of sending a familiar. If I go to him now, I'll only put Itsuki in more danger. I can't let that happen. I have to save my father myself. Then, as if remembering something, his eyes opened as wide as a bull's. That's it, the dragon armor and that thing. I'll have a chance to win. It must be under my father's bed. Hang in there, father, I'm coming to save you. Shifting to the demon general's perspective, with his heightened senses, he obviously detected Iberia's presence. However, he only scoffed in disdain. It seemed someone was lurking, but he fled instead of helping. What a coward. On this side, the old blacksmith felt somewhat relieved hearing that. Iberia, well done. This is an opponent that even Itsuki and Yasuke likely couldn't defeat. No matter what happens, just don't look back. Ignoring the old man's thoughts, the demon general had achieved his objective and prepared to depart. Now, I'll be taking you with me. We'll leave the cleanup to those two. Back to the battle between Itsuki and the fire demon. He unleashed the Crimson Flame Bullet skill once again. Meanwhile, Itsuki also activated his Black Ice Wall skill to block the attack. I'll use Black Ice Wall to encase my burned leg. That should give me just enough mobility. With this thought in mind, the moment the massive fireball lunged toward him, he also activated his Thunder Shock skill to nimbly dodge to the side. However, the fire demon remained cold and composed. You're still dodging with a crippled body. You're a stubborn one, but your speed has significantly dropped. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up. Having said that, he unleashed a rapid-fire volley of Crimson Flame bullets, firing an untold number of fireballs forward. The protagonist was slightly startled to see him using both hands to cast the skill simultaneously. The fire demon continued to spray skills like a machine gun, without pausing for even a single second. A rain of his skills caused Itsuki's face to turn pale. Every single fireball was aimed precisely at him, forcing Itsuki into an incredibly difficult struggle to evade the onslaught. He thought to himself, there are too many projectiles to track. Normally I could dodge them all, but in this state. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a fireball struck Itsuki square in the chest, causing him to lose his footing. Seizing that opportunity, all the other fireballs began to convert, hitting the protagonist repeatedly until he looked like nothing more than a tattered ragdoll. Finally, his body was charred black as coal. In his dazed state, Itsuki seemed to remember the image of his mother burning, just like in that moment. Opposite him, the fire demon broke into a grin. He gathered another fireball with even greater power and fired it straight ahead. Die, piercing Crimson Flame bullet. He let out a loud laugh. However, as if Itsuki's time hadn't come yet, at the most critical moment, the analysis process reached 100%. His body suddenly emitted a brilliant blue light. The Crimson Flame bullet skill passed right through this light and exploded harmlessly behind. This sudden mutation caused the fire demon's expression to shift slightly. What is that? He muttered. Meanwhile, after completing the analysis, Itsuki himself received several enhancements. Analysis complete. Crimson Flame bullet. Obtained Black Ice Wall level 3. Black Ice Wall level 3. Active effect when activated continuously generates ice on the body surface by consuming mana. Capable of blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below. Passive effect. Defense plus 15%. Currently plus 50% when blocking fire attribute skills of A rank and below. All stats plus 50%. Removes all negative status effects. Heals all wounds. Looking at the notification screen, Itsuki finally felt a bit more at ease. Just as I thought. I didn't get a new skill, I simply upgraded Black Ice Wall. My stats have all increased by 50%, which is equivalent to gaining 4 levels compared to a normal awakened. Unbelievable. I don't have to fear his Crimson Flame bullet anymore. Once I close the distance, I'll win. Shifting back to the fire demon, seeing his skill suddenly lose its effect, he questioned harshly. Crimson Flame bullet didn't even scratch you. Is that a defensive skill or something? Regardless, you can't maintain it for long in that condition. Immediately after, the lotus-shaped light enveloping Itsuki slowly began to open. Seeing this, the fire demon let out a cold laugh. I knew it, that's enough playing around. Let's end this. No sooner had he finished speaking than his expression did a complete 180-degree turn, and he began to sweat profusely. Because now Itsuki's body had completely healed without a single wound. This made the fire demon nearly unable to believe his eyes. What is this? Your body was just in pieces, and now you've completely recovered. In response, Itsuki spoke with a chilling tone. I was planning to ignore you and go save Aiden. But your flames brought back some unpleasant memories, so I've changed my mind. I'm going to crush you first. As he said those words, Itsuki's face was filled with murderous intent. The scene shifts to Yasuke's battle. Right at this moment, his body was sent flying by the white demon. He's too strong. If I hadn't blocked that hit with my artifact, I would have been finished long ago. Thinking this, he slammed his sword into the ground to stop himself from sliding further. Once he regained his stance, he thought to himself, how far was I blown back? None of these guys are normal. I have to get back quickly. Just then, a powerful silhouette landed right in front of him. Yasuke's eyes narrowed as he observed the opponent. The guy from before followed me all the way here. Even better. This will make things easier for Itsuki to handle. Itsuki can escape on his own, but the real issue is Master and Iberia. I'll stay and untangle this as quickly as possible, then head back to support. Please hold out until then, he prayed silently. The scene shifts to Iberia's location. Earlier, he was still searching for the dragon armor. I know it's around here somewhere. He reached under the bed to search. Very quickly, Iberia's hand touched a box. His eyes widened with joy. Opening it up, sure enough, inside the box was a set of armor. There it is, dragon armor. With this, I can fight. Iberia quickly noted the information regarding this armor. Attack plus 100, speed plus 100, epic effect. For every 1 minute equipped, speed and attack increase by 20%. Limit is 15 minutes. With no time to waste, Iberia immediately donned the gear and promised himself, Itsuki, just focus on the opponent in front of you. I won't be a burden this time. Father warned me that if I wear it for more than 15 minutes, I'll suffer a catastrophic side effect. I can save Father within those 15 minutes, no matter what happens. With that, he dashed out of the room like a race car. Back to the demon general. He was currently carrying Aiden away. During the walk, Aiden tried to talk to him to gather more information. Is it really wise to be this relaxed? They'll catch up to you soon. In response, the demon general remained supremely confident in his own strength. Among humans, only a special class savior could pose a threat to me. But currently, he's busy dealing with the demon king. His words made the old man realize something. If even the demon king was sent, they must have another objective. Should I lure him into revealing it? Thinking this, the old man opened his mouth. You went through all this trouble just to catch me. His question almost made the demon general laugh out loud. Don't think so highly of yourself. You aren't the only target. We have many others. Thanks to this slip, Aiden confirmed his suspicion was correct, so he continued to probe. Then you guys are also work. Before he could finish his question, the demon general suddenly turned, having detected something. He muttered, how annoying, these pests. He had begun to detect Iberia's silhouette, moving rapidly behind the bushes. Of course, old man Aiden didn't know this yet. He only speculated. Is it Yasuke or Itsuki? If I'm alone, there's almost no chance of winning. Just as he thought that, Iberia's silhouette lunged forward to attack. He shouted, give my father back. A cold light appeared in the demon general's eyes. After a moment of surprise, another brat, what the hell are they doing? Back to Itsuki's battle. The fire demon was still in utter shock, witnessing the protagonist recover as if nothing had happened, even though his entire body had been charred. How could you possibly recover to this extent? Fine, no matter how many times you recover, the result will be the same. Rapid-fire crimson flame bullets. He let out a loud cry and unleashed a rain of skills aimed directly at Itsuki. Our protagonist utilized his black ice wall to block the hits. And so, a torrent of skills rained directly down onto the earth. Seeing his attack hit the mark, the fire demon growled, daring to face it head-on without even trying to dodge. How stupid. I'll turn you into a lump of charcoal right here. Unfortunately for him, after the flames cleared, Itsuki's figure emerged without a single scratch. Fire at this level won't work on me anymore. You're the one who's a fish on the chopping block. As he spoke, he activated his Thunder Shock skill, lunging forward like a bolt of lightning and closing the gap to the fire demon within a single second, making the monster tremble. But he still tried to reassure himself. His speed has increased, but I still have my fire shield. Opposite him, Itsuki broke into a smile that looked like a devil's. First, I'm going to peel off your scales. I'll peel off every single one. Ending his sentence, he thrust both hands forward with force. Of course, the fire demon managed to use his fire shield just in time to block the skill. This guy, did he forget I have a shield? the monster wondered. However, the current shield could no longer withstand Itsuki's attack. His hand punched right through the shield, shattering it into countless pieces. He began to laugh as if he had gone mad. "Time to cook," Itsuki roared. The fire demon himself realized he could no longer defeat Itsuki, so he began planning his escape. "I have to run. If he catches me, I'm definitely dead." With no time for further thought, he hurriedly turned to flee. But in a stroke of bad luck, he tripped over a jagged rock and fell face first into the dirt. Meanwhile, Itsuki slowly approached from behind. Feeling that he could no longer escape, the fire demon turned back and launched a counterattack. To think that someone like me would be overwhelmed by a lowly human. Itsuki tilted his head, easily dodging the attack. The fire demon was now in total despair. Compared to a level 0, you're a monster. The protagonist gathered power into his fist. The system issued a notification. Critical strike crystal error notification. The next attack has a 100% chance to cause a critical hit. Even the fire demon sensed the danger of this attack. He was so terrified he was about to wet himself. Next, without needing any more thought, Itsuki let out a shout, "You devil." Then he gifted him a lightning punch. The punch instantly caused his face to shatter. The fire demon's body collided with the ground, creating a significant explosion. In the end, his head was completely smashed. Itsuki looked at the body, his voice dripping with coldness. "Why did a critical hit trigger right now? I wanted to torture him some more. Now I've entered the state of selflessness again. It triggered right after that critical hit, just like last time. Could it be that landing a critical hit automatically enters the state of selflessness?" He observed the system screen briefly and noticed his own state was being overclocked to 120%. Then he thought, "Between my weapon and my passive skills, my total stats have surpassed 2,000. Thinking of this, he suddenly saw a green light rise from the fire demon's body. Is this the orb created from a dead spirit beast's karma? Before Itsuki could even react, the green light suddenly split in two and flew in different directions. The protagonist quickly made a deduction. It's flying toward the forest. That karma is seeking out Yasu. He turned his eyes in the other direction. Is that house the forge? Because the Death Hound and Aiden are there. The orb should have split in two, so why is it still intact like that? As long as I don't cancel the summons, it's immortal as a familiar. Don't tell me Aiden has. The scene shifts to Iberia's battle. Right at this moment, he unleashed a punch forward, but it was blocked by the demon general's ice layer. This caused Iberia's body to pause for a heartbeat. He had to wonder, even an all-out strike enhanced by the dragon armor can't pierce his defense. If one blow isn't enough, I'll keep striking until it shatters. Opposite him, the demon general's mocking voice rang out, truly a foolish son. You still can't close the gap in power between us. Beside him, old man Aiden quickly recognized the identity of the person wearing the armor. Biria, you idiot, I don't need your help. Take off that dragon armor this instant. I told you wearing that gear comes at a heavy price. If you don't take it off, I'm disowning you. In response, Iberia launched another attack and shouted, even if I'm cast aside, I'm still saving you, father. That said, he also reminded himself, if Itsuki were here, he would definitely do the same. The old blacksmith wanted to lecture his son a few more times, but his mouth was immediately frozen shut by the demon general. He spoke with a chilling tone. Is this what you call affection? Truly, you mortals are as sentimental as you are disgusting. I don't have time to play with you anymore. With that, he lightly raised his hand into the air and easily froze Iberia mid-dash. Then he turned to leave, tossing out a final warning. Know your place, brat. Aiden craned his neck, trying to look back at his son one last time with bloodshot eyes. At this point, Iberia's equipped time for the dragon armor had reached 3 minutes. Elsewhere, thanks to Itsuki defeating the fire demon, the Death Hound also benefited. It leveled up from 19 to 20, and immediately broke out of the ice and casing. At the same time, Itsuki had just reached the house. It leveled up again. It seems the Death Hound was the one that absorbed all that karma. Thinking of this, he turned and asked, what happened to Aiden and that spirit beast? The Death Hound only turned its head back, as if signaling Itsuki to see the situation for himself. And with just one glance, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell happened here? This terrifying mana wave. I can't wait for Yasuke anymore. With no time to waste, he immediately dashed toward the source of the mana at his fastest speed. Meanwhile, the swordsman Yasuke had just successfully severed the white demon's hand, but it didn't seem to feel any pain, immediately swinging back to counter, forcing Yasuke to raise his sword to block. Even so, his body was pushed back. Seizing the opportunity, the white demon's severed hand regenerated within a few seconds. Yasuke's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the situation. The wound I just inflicted has already healed. A spirit beast with such rapid regeneration. This truly is the worst matchup for me. That thought aside, he sensed a green aura spreading in all directions. Is that karma? Did Itsuki already take down the other one? Then I'll have to take care of this myself. It can regenerate, but it keeps using its hands to cover its head and the back of its neck. That must be its weakness. Now I can settle this, Yasuke thought while swinging his sword relentlessly. First, I'll cut off its hands. It takes at least a second for it to regenerate, which means within that 1 second, its weakness is exposed. The moment he severed both of the monster's hands, Yasuke's eyes turned blood red. In a flash, he swung his sword with full force directly at its body, causing the monster's head to be separated from its neck. Blood sprayed violently. Finally, its massive body slumped to the ground. Yasuke scolded himself. I can't believe a mindless spirit beast made me work that hard. I need to regroup with Itsuki as soon as possible. That ice-controlling spirit beast is the real trouble. With that in mind, the swordsman also rushed toward the fort. Shifting to the demon general's location, he noticed Aiden seemed to want to say something and stopped. It seems you've wanted to say something for a while now. Fine, speak. He waved his hand, melting the ice over Aiden's mouth. The old man lowered his voice, negotiating. I'll accept any request. Just please spare my son. To that request, the demon general answered softly. From this distance, I can no longer control that block of ice. Besides, sooner or later, you'll have to listen to us anyway. In any case, I knew it from the moment I saw it. That armor the boy is wearing. You forged it from the Demon Dragon tribe, didn't you? The Demon Dragon tribe possesses an incredibly resilient life force. Even in death, a portion of their consciousness lingers within their flesh, blood, and scale. That residual will exist within any gear crafted from them. So if that equipment is worn too long, the user's consciousness will gradually be devoured. Eventually, the entire body is seized, and he will become a true dragon. As if to prove the demon general's words. Right at this moment, the shape of Iberia's armor has completely changed. He has been entirely consumed by the dragon armor.